The Philosophy of Freedom, a modern philosophy of life developed by scientific methods. By Rudolf Steiner. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Section 1. The Theory of Freedom. 1. The Goal of Knowledge. I believe I am indicating correctly one of the fundamental characteristics of our age when I say that, at the present day, all human interests tend to center in the cult of human individuality. An energetic effort is being made to shake off every kind of authority. Nothing is accepted as valid unless it springs from the roots of individuality. Everything which hinders the individual in the full development of his powers is thrust aside. The saying, "Each one of us must choose his hero in whose footsteps he toils up to Olympus," no longer holds for us. We allow no ideals to be forced upon us. We are convinced that in each of us, if only we probe deep enough into the very heart of our being, there dwells something noble, something worthy of development. We no longer believe that there is a norm of human life to which we must all strive to conform. We regard the perfection of the whole as depending on the unique perfection of each single individual. We do not want to do what anyone else can do equally well. No, our contribution to the development of the world, however trifling, must be something which, by reason of the uniqueness of our nature, we alone can offer. Never have artists been less concerned about rules and norms in art than today. Each of them asserts his right to express, in the creations of his art, what is unique in him. There are dramatists who write in dialect rather than conform to the standard diction which grammar demands. No better expression for these phenomena can be found than this, that they result from the individual's striving towards freedom, developed to its highest pitch. We do not want to be dependent in any respect, and where dependence must be, we tolerate it only on condition that it coincides with a vital interest of our individuality. Truth, too, will be sought in an age such as ours only in the depths of human nature. Of the following two well-known paths described by Schiller, it is the second which will today be found most useful. We both seek truth, you outside in life, I inside in the heart. And so everyone is sure to find it. If the eye is healthy, it meets the Creator outside. If it is the heart, then it certainly reflects the world within. A truth which comes to us from without bears ever the stamp of uncertainty. Conviction attaches only to what appears as truth to each of us in our own hearts. Truth alone can give us confidence in developing our powers. He who is tortured by doubts finds his powers lamed. In a world of riddle of which baffles him, he can find no aim for his activity. We no longer want to believe, we want to know. Belief demands the acceptance of truths which we do not wholly comprehend, but the individuality which seeks to experience everything in the depths of its own being is repelled by what it cannot understand. Only that knowledge will satisfy us which springs from the inner life of the personality and submits itself to no external norm. Truth seek we both, thou in the life without thee and around. I in the heart within, by both can truth alike be found. The healthy eye can through the world the great Creator track. The healthy heart is but the glass which gives creation back. Bulwer. Again, we do not want any knowledge that has encased itself once and for all in hide-bound formulas, and which is preserved in encyclopedias valid for all time. Each of us claims the right to start from the facts that lie nearest to hand, from his own immediate experiences, and thence to ascend to a knowledge of the whole universe. We strive after certainty in knowledge, but each in his own way. Our scientific doctrines, too, are no longer to be formulated as if we were unconditionally compelled to accept them. None of us would wish to give a scientific work a title like Fichte's A Pellucid Account for the General Public concerning the real nature of the newest philosophy, and attempt to compel the readers to understand. Nowadays, there is no attempt to compel anyone to understand. We claim no agreement with anyone whom a distinct individual need does not drive to a certain view. We do not seek nowadays to cram facts of knowledge even into the immature human being, the child. We seek rather to develop his faculties in such a way that his understanding may depend no longer on our compulsion, but on his will. I am under no illusion concerning the characteristics of the present age. I know how many flaunt a manner of life which lacks all individuality and follows only the prevailing fashion. But I know also that many of my contemporaries strive to order their lives in the direction of the principles I have indicated. To them I would dedicate this book. It does not pretend to offer the only possible way to truth. It only describes the path chosen by one whose heart is set upon truth. The reader will be led at first into somewhat abstract regions, where thought must draw sharp outlines if it is to reach secure conclusions. But he will also be led out of these arid concepts into concrete life. I am fully convinced that one cannot do without soaring into the ethereal realm of abstraction if one's experience is to penetrate life in all directions. He who is limited to the pleasures of these senses misses the sweetest enjoyments of life. The Oriental sages make their disciples live for years a life of resignation and asceticism before they impart to them their own wisdom. The Western world no longer demands pious exercises and ascetic practices as a preparation for science, but it does require a sincere willingness to withdraw oneself a while from the immediate impressions of life and to betake oneself into the realm of pure thought. The spheres of life are many, and for each there develop a special science, but life itself is one, and the more the sciences strive to penetrate deeply into their separate spheres, the more they withdraw themselves from the vision of the world as a living whole. There must be one supreme science which seeks in the separate sciences the elements for leading men back once more to the fullness of life. The scientific specialist seeks in his studies to gain a knowledge of the world and its workings. This book has a philosophical aim. Science itself is to be infused with the life of an organic whole. The special sciences are stages on the way to this all-inclusive science. A similar relationship is found in the arts. The composer in his work employs the rules of the theory of composition. This latter is an accumulation of principles, knowledge of which is a necessary presupposition for composing. In the act of composing, the rules of theory become the servants of life, of reality. In exactly the same sense, philosophy is an art. All genuine philosophers have been artists in concepts. Human ideas have been the medium of their art, and scientific method their artistic technique. Abstract thinking thus gains concrete individual life. Ideas turn into life forces. We have no longer merely a knowledge about things, but we have now made knowledge a real, self-determining organism. Our consciousness, alive and active, has risen beyond a mere passive reception of truths. How philosophy, as an art, is related to freedom, what freedom is, and whether we do or can participate in it. These are the principal problems of my book. All other scientific discussions are put in only because they ultimately throw light on these questions, which are, in my opinion, the most intimate that concern mankind. These pages offer a philosophy of freedom. All science would be nothing but the satisfaction of idle curiosity did it not strive to enhance the existential value of human personality. The true value of these sciences is seen only when we have shown the importance of their results for humanity. The final aim of the individuality can never be the cultivation of any single faculty, but only the development of all capacities which slumber within us. Knowledge has value only insofar as it contributes to the all-round unfolding of the whole nature of man. This book, therefore, does not concede the relation between science and life in such a way that man must bow down before the world of ideas and devote his powers to its service. On the contrary, it shows that he takes possession of the world of ideas in order to use them for his human aims, which transcend those of mere science. Man must confront ideas as master, lest he become their slave. 2. Conscious human action. Is man free in action and thought, or is he bound by an iron necessity? There are few questions on which so much ingenuity has been expended. The idea of freedom has found enthusiastic supporters and stubborn opponents in plenty. There are those who, in their moral fervor, label anyone a man of limited intelligence who can deny so patent a fact as freedom. Opposed to them are others who regard it as the acme of unscientific thinking for anyone to believe that the uniformity of natural law is broken in the sphere of human action and thought. One and the same thing is thus proclaimed, now as the most precious possession of humanity, now as its most fatal illusion. Infinite subtlety has been employed to explain how human freedom can be consistent with determinism in nature, of which man, after all, is a part. Others have been at no less pains to explain how such a delusion as this could have arisen. That we are dealing here with one of the most important questions for life, religion, conduct, science, must be clear to everyone whose most prominent trait of character is not the reverse of thoroughness. It is one of the sad signs of the superficiality of present-day thought, that a book which attempts to develop a new faith out of the results of recent scientific research, David Friedrich Strauss, Der alte und neue Glaube, has nothing more to say on this question than these words. With the question of the freedom of the human will, we are not concerned. The alleged freedom of indifferent choice has been recognized as an empty illusion by every philosophy worthy of the name. The determination of the moral value of human conduct and character remains untouched by this problem. It is not because I consider that the book in which it occurs has any special importance that I quote this passage, but because it seems to me to express the only view to which the thought of the majority of our contemporaries is able to rise in this matter. Every one who has gone beyond the kindergarten stage of science appears to know nowadays that freedom cannot consist in choosing, at one's pleasure, one or other of two possible courses of action. There is always, so we are told, a perfectly definite reason why, out of several possible actions, we carry out just one and no other. This seems quite obvious. Nevertheless, down to the present days, the main attacks of the opponents of freedom are directed only against freedom of choice. Even Herbert Spencer, in fact, whose doctrines are gaining ground daily, says that every one is at liberty to desire or not to desire, which is the real proposition involved in the dogma of free will, is negatived as much by the analysis of consciousness as by the contents of the preceding chapters. Others, too, start from the same point of view in combating the concept of free will. The germs of all the relevant arguments are to be found as early as Spinoza. All that he brought forward in clear and simple language against the idea of freedom has since been repeated times without number, but, as a rule, enveloped in the most sophisticated arguments, so that it is difficult to recognize the straightforward train of thought, which is alone in question. Spinoza writes in a letter of October or November 1674, I call a thing free which exists and acts from the pure necessity of its nature, and I call that unfree, of which the being and action are precisely and fixedly determined by something else. Thus, in other words, God, though necessary, is free because he exists only through the necessity of his own nature. Similarly, God knows himself and all else as free, because it follows solely from the necessity of his nature that he knows all. You see, therefore, that for me, freedom consists not in free decision, but in free necessity. But let us come down to created things which are all determined by external causes to exist and to act in a fixed and definite manner. To perceive this more clearly, let us imagine a perfectly simple case. A stone, for example, receives from an external cause acting upon it a certain quantity of motion, by reason of which it necessarily continues to move, after the impact of the external cause has ceased. The continued motion of the stone is due to compulsion, not to the necessity of its own nature, because it requires to be defined by the impact of an external cause. What is true here for the stone is true also for every other particular thing, however complicated and many-sided it may be, namely, that everything is necessarily determined by external causes to exist and to act in a fixed and definite manner. Now, pray assume that this stone, during its motion, thinks and knows that it is striving to the best of its power to continue in motion. This stone, which is conscious only of its striving and is by no means indifferent, will believe that it is absolutely free, and that it continues in motion for no other reason than its own will to continue. Now this is that human freedom which everybody claims to possess, and which consists in nothing but this, that men are conscious of their desires, but ignorant of the causes by which they are determined. Thus the child believes that he desires milk of his own free will, the angry boy regards his desire for vengeance as free, and the coward his desire for flight. Again, the drunken man believes that he says of his own free will what, sober again, he would fain have left unsaid, and as this prejudice is innate all men, it is difficult to free oneself from it. For although experience teaches us often enough that man, least of all, can temper his desires, and that, moved by conflicting passions, he perceives the better and pursues the worse, yet he considers himself free because there are some things which he desires less strongly, and some desires which he can easily inhibit through the recollection of something else, which it is often possible to recall. It is easy to detect the fundamental error of this view, because it is so clearly and definitely expressed. The same necessity by which a stone makes a definite movement as the result of an impact is said to compel a man to carry out an action, when impelled thereto by any cause. It is only because man is conscious of his action that he thinks himself to be its originator. In doing so, he overlooks the fact that he is driven by a cause which he must obey unconditionally. The error in this train of thought is easily brought to light. Spinoza, and all who think like him, overlook the fact that man not only is conscious of his action, but also may become conscious of the cause which guides him. Anyone can see that a child is not free when he desires milk, nor the drunken man when he says things he later regrets. Neither knows anything of the causes, working deep within their organisms, which exercise irresistible control over them. But is it justifiable to lump together actions of this kind with those in which a man is conscious not only of his actions, but also of their causes? Are the actions of men really all of one kind? Should the act of a soldier on the battlefield, of the scientific researcher in his laboratory, of the statesman in the most complicated diplomatic negotiations, be placed on the same level with that of the child when he desires milk? It is no doubt true that it is best to seek the solution of a problem where the conditions are simplest. But lack of ability to see distinctions has before now caused endless confusion. There is, after all, a profound difference between knowing the motive of my action and not knowing it. At first sight, this seems a self-evident truth, and yet the opponents of freedom never ask themselves whether a motive of action which I recognize and understand is to be regarded as compulsory for me in the same sense as the organic process which causes the child to cry for milk. Edward van Hartmann, in his Phenomenologie des sittlichen Bewusstseins, asserts that the human will depends on two chief factors, the motives and the character. If one regards men as all alike, or at any rate the differences between them as negligible, then their will appears as determined from without. In other words, by the circumstances with which they come in contact. But if one bears in mind that men adopt an idea as the motive of their conduct, only if their character is such that this idea arouses a desire in them, then men appear as determined from within, and not from without. Now, because an idea, given to us from without, must first, in accordance with our characters, be adopted as a motive, men believe that they are free, in other words, independent of external influences. The truth, however, according to Edward von Hartmann, is that, even though we must first adopt an idea as a motive, we do so not arbitrarily, but according to the disposition of our characters. That is, we are anything but free. Here again, the difference between motives, which I allow to influence me only after I have consciously made them my own, and those which I follow, without any clear knowledge of them, is absolutely ignored. This leads us straight to the standpoint from which the subject will be treated here. Have we any right to consider the question of the freedom of the will by itself at all? And if not, with what other question must it necessarily be connected? If there is a difference between conscious and unconscious motives of action, then the action in which the former issue should be judged differently from the action which springs from blind impulse. Hence our first question will concern this difference, and on the result of this inquiry will depend what attitude we ought to take up towards the question of freedom proper. What does it mean to have knowledge of the motives of one's actions? Too little attention has been paid to this question, because, unfortunately, man, who is an indivisible whole, has always been torn asunder by us. The agent has been divorced from the knower, whilst he who matters more than everything else, in other words, the man who acts because he knows, has been utterly overlooked. It is said that man is free when he is controlled only by his reason, and not by his animal passions. Or, again, that to be free means to be able to determine one's life and action by purposes and deliberate decisions. Nothing is gained by assertions of this sort, for the question is just whether reason, purposes, and decisions exercise the same kind of compulsion over a man as his animal passions. If, without my doing, a rational decision occurs in me with the same necessity with which hunger and thirst happen to me, then I must needs obey it, and my freedom is an illusion. Another form of expression runs, to be free means not that we can will what we will, but that we can do what we will. This thought has been expressed with great clearness by the poet-philosopher Robert Hammerling in his Atomistik des Willens. Man can, it is true, do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills because his will is determined by motives. He cannot will what he wills. Let us consider these phrases more closely. Have they any intelligible meaning? Does freedom of the will, then, mean being able to will without ground, without motive? What does willing mean if not to have grounds for doing, or striving to do, this rather than that? To will anything without ground or motive would mean to will something without willing it. The concept of motive is indissolubly bound up with that of will. Without the determining motive, the will is an empty faculty. It is the motive which makes it active and real. It is, therefore, quite true that the human will is not free, inasmuch as its direction is always determined by the strongest motive. But, on the other hand, it must be admitted that it is absurd to speak, in contrast with this unfreedom, of a conceivable freedom of the will, which would consist in being able to will what one does not will. Here again, only motives in general are mentioned, without taking into account the difference between unconscious and conscious motives. If a motive affects me, and I am compelled to act on it because it proves to be the strongest of its kind, then the idea of freedom ceases to have any meaning. How should it matter to me whether I can do a thing or not, if I am forced by the motive to do it? The primary question is not whether I can do a thing or not when impelled by a motive, but whether the only motives are such as impel me with absolute necessity. If I must will something, then I may well be absolutely indifferent as to whether I can also do it. And if, through my character or through circumstances prevailing in my environment, a motive is forced on me which to my thinking is unreasonable, then I should even have to be glad if I could not do what I will. The question is not whether I can carry out a decision once made, but how I come to make the decision. What distinguishes man from all other organic beings is his rational thought. Activity is common to him with other organisms. Nothing is gained by seeking analogies in the animal world to clear up the concept of freedom as applied to the actions of human beings. Modern science loves these analogies. When scientists have succeeded in finding among animals something similar to human behavior, they believe they have touched on the most important question of the science of man. To what misunderstandings this view leads is seen, for example, in the book Die Illusion der Willensfreiheit by P. Ree, 1885, where on page 5 the following remark on freedom appears. It is easy to explain why the movement of a stone seems to us necessary, while the volition of a donkey does not. The causes which set the stone in motion are external and visible, while the causes which determine the donkey's volition are internal and invisible. Between us and the place of their activity, there is the skullcap of the ass. The causal nexus is not visible, and is therefore thought to be non-existent. The volition, it is explained, is indeed the cause of the donkey's turning round, but is itself unconditioned. It is an absolute beginning. Here again, human actions in which there is a consciousness of the motives are simply ignored, for Ree declares that between us and the sphere of their activity there is the skullcap of the ass. As these words show, it has not so much as dawned on Ree that there are actions, not indeed of the ass, but of human beings, in which the motive, become conscious, lies between us and the action. Ree demonstrates his blindness once again a few pages further on when he says, "We do not perceive the causes by which our will is determined, hence we think it is not causally determined at all." But enough of examples which prove that many argue against freedom without knowing in the least what freedom is. That an action, of which the agent does not know why he performs it, cannot be free, goes without saying. But what of the freedom of an action about the motives of which we reflect? This leads us to the question of the origin and meaning of thought. When we know what thought in general means, it will be easier to see clearly the role which thought plays in human action. As Hegel rightly says, it is thought which turns the soul, common to us and animals, into spirit. Hence it is thought which we may expect to give to human action its characteristic stamp. I do not mean to imply that all our actions spring only from the sober deliberations of our reason. I am very far from calling only those actions human in their highest sense, which proceed from abstract judgments. But as soon as our conduct rises above the sphere of satisfaction of purely animal desires, our motives are always shaped by thoughts. Love, pity, and patriotism are motives of action which cannot be analyzed away into cold concepts of the understanding. It is said that here the heart, the soul, hold sway. This is no doubt true, but the heart and the soul create no motives. They presuppose them. Pity enters my heart when the thought of a person who arouses pity has appeared in my consciousness. The way to the heart is through the head. Love is no exception. Whenever it is not merely the expression of bare sexual instinct, it depends on the thoughts we form of the loved one. And the more we idealize the loved one in our thoughts, the more blessed is our love. Here, too, thought is the father of feeling. It is said that love makes us blind to the failings of the loved one, but the opposite view can be taken, namely that it is precisely for the good points that love opens the eyes. Many pass by these good points without notice. One, however, perceives them, and just because he does, love awakens in his soul. What else has he done except perceive what hundreds have failed to see? Love is not theirs, because they lack the perception. From whatever point we regard the subject, it becomes more and more clear that the question of the nature of human action presupposes that of the origin of thought. I shall therefore turn next to this question. 3. Why the desire for knowledge is fundamental. Two souls, alas, reside within my breast, and each withdraws from and repels its brother. One with tenacious organs holds in love, and clinging lust the world in its embraces. The other strongly sweeps this dust above into the high ancestral spaces. Faust. Translation by Bayard Taylor. In these words, Goethe expresses a trait which is deeply ingrained in human nature. Man is not a self-contained unity. He demands ever more than the world, of itself, offers him. Nature has endowed us with needs, but left their satisfaction to our own activity. However abundant the gifts which we have received, still more abundant are our desires. We seem born to dissatisfaction, and our desire for knowledge is but a special instance of this unsatisfied striving. Suppose we look twice at a tree. The first time we see its branches at rest, the second time in motion. We are not satisfied with this observation. Why, we ask, does the tree appear to us now at rest, then in motion? Every glance at nature evokes in us a multitude of questions. Every phenomenon we meet presents a new problem to be solved. Every experience is to us a riddle. We observe that from the egg there emerges a creature like the mother animal, and we ask for the reason of the likeness. We observe a living being grow and develop to a determinate degree of perfection, and we seek the conditions of this experience. Nowhere are we satisfied with the facts which nature spreads out before our senses. Everywhere we seek what we call the explanation of these facts. The something more which we seek in things, over and above what is immediately given to us in them, splits our whole being into two parts. We become conscious of our opposition to the world. We oppose ourselves to the world as independent beings. The universe has for us two opposite poles, self and world. We erect this barrier between ourselves and the world as soon as consciousness is first kindled in us. But we never cease to feel that, in spite of all, we belong to the world, that there is a connecting link between it and us, and that we are beings within and not without the universe. This feeling makes us strive to bridge over this opposition, and ultimately the whole spiritual striving of mankind is nothing but the bridging of this opposition. The history of our spiritual life is a continuous seeking after union between ourselves and the world. Religion, art, and science follow, one and all, this goal. The religious man seeks in the revelation, which God grants him, the solution of the world problem, which his self, dissatisfied with the world of mere phenomena, sets him as a task. The artist seeks to embody in his material the ideas which are his self, that he may thus reconcile the spirit which lives within him and the outer world. He too feels dissatisfied with the world of mere appearances, and seeks to mold into it that something more which his self supplies and which transcends appearances. The thinker searches for the laws of phenomena. He strives to master by thought what he experiences by observation. Only when we have transformed the world content into our thought content do we recapture the connection which we had ourselves broken off. We shall see later that this goal can be reached only if we penetrate much more deeply than is often done into the nature of the scientist's problem. The whole situation, as I have here stated it, meets us on the stage of history in the conflict between the one-world theory, or monism, and the two-world theory, or dualism. Dualism pays attention only to the separation between the self and the world, which the consciousness of man has brought about. All its efforts consist in a vain struggle to reconcile these opposites, which it calls now mind and matter, now subject and object, now thought and appearance. The dualist feels that there must be a bridge between the two worlds, but is not able to find it. Monism pays attention only to the unity and tries either to deny or to slur over the opposites, present though they are. Neither of these two points of view calls satisfy us, for they do not do justice to the facts. The dualist sees in mind, self, and matter, world, two essentially different entities, and cannot therefore understand how they can interact with one another. How should mind be aware of what goes on in matter, seeing that the essential nature of matter is quite alien to mind? Or how, in these circumstances, should mind act upon matter so as to translate its intentions into actions? The most absurd hypotheses have been propounded to answer these questions. However, up to the present, the monists are not in a much better position. They have tried 3 different ways of meeting the difficulty. Either they deny mind and become materialists, or they deny matter in order to seek their salvation as spiritualists, or they assert that, even in the simplest entities in the world, mind and matter are indissolubly bound together, so that there is no need to marvel at the appearance in man of these 2 modes of existence, seeing that they are never found apart. Materialism can never offer a satisfactory explanation of the world, for every attempt at an explanation must begin with the formation of thoughts about the phenomena of the world. Materialism thus begins with the thought of matter, or material processes. But in doing so, it is ipso facto confronted by 2 different sets of facts, in other words, the material world and the thoughts about it. The materialist seeks to make these latter intelligible by regarding them as purely material processes. He believes that thinking takes place in the brain, much in the same way that digestion takes place in the animal organs. Just as he ascribes mechanical, chemical, and organic processes to nature, so he credits her in certain circumstances with the capacity to think. He overlooks that, in doing so, he is merely shifting the problem from one place to another. Instead of to himself, he ascribes the power of thought to matter, and thus he is back again at his starting point. How does matter come to think of its own nature? Why is it not simply satisfied with itself and content to accept its own existence? The materialist has turned his attention away from the definite subject, his own self, and occupies himself with an indefinite, shadowy somewhat. And here the old problem meets him again. The materialistic theory cannot solve the problem. It can only shift it to another place. So what of the spiritualistic theory? The spiritualist denies matter, the world, and regards it merely as a product of mind, the self. He supposes the whole phenomenal world to be nothing more than a fabric woven by mind out of itself. This conception of the world finds itself in difficulties as soon as it attempts to deduce from mind any single concrete phenomenon. It cannot do so either in knowledge or in action. If one would really know the external world, one must turn one's eye outwards and draw on the fund of experience. Without experience, mind can have no content. Similarly, when it comes to acting, we have to translate our purposes into realities with the help of material things and forces. We are, therefore, dependent on the outer world. The most extreme spiritualist, or if you prefer it, idealist, is Johann Gottlieb Fichte. He attempts to deduce the whole edifice of the world from the ego. What he has actually accomplished is a magnificent thought picture of the world without any empirical content. As little as it is possible for the materialist to argue the mind away, just as little is it possible for the idealist to do without the outer world of matter. A curious variant of idealism is to be found in the theory of which F.A. Lang has put forward in his widely read History of Materialism. He holds that the materialists are quite right in declaring all phenomena, including our thought, to be the product of purely material processes, but in turn, matter and its processes are for him themselves the product of our thinking. The senses give us only the effects of things, not true copies, much less the things themselves. But among these mere effects, we must include the senses themselves, together with the brain and the molecular vibrations which we assume to go on there. That is, our thinking is produced by the material processes, and these by our thinking. Lang's philosophy is thus nothing more than the philosophical analogon of the story of honest Baron Munchausen, who holds himself up in the air by his own pigtail. The third form of monism is that which finds even in the simplest real, the atom, the union of both matter and mind. But nothing is gained by this either, except that the question, the origin of which is really in our consciousness, is shifted to another place. How comes it that the simple real manifests itself in a twofold manner, if it is an indivisible unity? Against all these theories, we must urge the fact that we meet with the basal and fundamental opposition first in our own consciousness. It is we ourselves who break away from the bosom of nature and contrast ourselves as self with the world. Goethe has given classic expression to this in his essay, Nature. Living in the midst of her, nature, we are strangers to her. Ceaselessly she speaks to us, yet betrays none of her secrets. But Goethe knows the reverse side, too. Mankind is all in her, and she in all mankind. However true it may be that we have estranged ourselves from nature, it is none the less true that we feel we are in her and belong to her. It can only be her own life which pulses also in us. We must find the way back to her again. A simple reflection may point this way out to us. We have, it is true, torn ourselves away from nature, but we must none the less have carried away something of her in our own selves. This quality of nature in us we must seek out, and then we shall discover our connection with her once more. Dualism neglects to do this. It considers the human mind as a spiritual entity utterly alien to nature, and attempts somehow to hitch it onto nature. No wonder that it cannot find the coupling link. We can find nature outside of us only if we have first learnt to know her within us. The natural within us must be our guide to her. This marks out our path of inquiry. We shall attempt no speculations concerning the interaction of mind and matter. We shall rather probe into the depths of our own being to find there those elements which we saved in our flight from nature. The examination of our own being must bring the solution of the problem. We must reach a point where we can say, "This is no longer merely I. This is something which is more than I." I am well aware that many who have read thus far will not consider my discussion in keeping with the present state of science. To such criticism, I can reply only that I have so far not been concerned with any scientific results, but simply with the description of what every one of us experiences in his own consciousness. That a few phrases have slipped in about attempts to reconcile mind and the world have been due solely to the desire to elucidate the actual facts. I have therefore made no attempt to give to the expressions self, mind, world, nature, the precise meaning which they usually bear in psychology and philosophy. The ordinary consciousness ignores the sharp distinctions of the sciences, and so far my purpose has been solely to record the facts of everyday experience. To object that the above discussions have been unscientific would be like quarreling with the reciter of a poem for failing to accompany every line at once with aesthetic criticism. I am concerned not with the way in which science, so far, has interpreted consciousness, but with the way in which we experience it every moment of our lives. 4. Thought as the instrument of knowledge. When I observe how a billiard ball, when struck, communicates its motion to another, I remain entirely without influence on the process before me. The direction and velocity of the motion of the second ball is determined by the direction and velocity of the first. As long as I remain a mere spectator, I can say nothing about the motion of the second ball until after it has happened. It is quite different when I begin to reflect on the content of my observations. The purpose of my reflection is to construct concepts of the process. I connect the concept of an elastic ball with certain other concepts of mechanics and consider the special circumstances which obtain in the instance in question. I try, in other words, to add to the process which takes place without any interference a second process which takes place in the conceptual sphere. This latter process is dependent on me. This is shown by the fact that I can rest content with the observation and renounce all search for concepts if I have no need of them. If, therefore, this need is present, then I am not content until I have established a definite connection among the concepts: ball, elasticity, motion, impact, velocity, etc., so that they apply to the observed process in a definite way. As surely as the occurrence of the observed process is independent of me, so surely is the occurrence of the conceptual process dependent on me. We shall have to consider later whether this activity of mine really proceeds from my own independent being, or whether those modern physiologists are right who say that we cannot think as we will, but that we must think exactly as the thoughts and thought connections determine, which happen to be in our minds at any given moment. For the present, we wish merely to establish the fact that we constantly feel obliged to seek for concepts and connections of concepts which stand in definite relation to the objects and processes which are given independently of us. Whether this activity is really ours, or whether we are determined to it by an unalterable necessity, is a question which we need not decide at present. What is unquestionable is that the activity appears, in the first instance, to be ours. We know for certain that concepts are not given together with the objects to which they correspond. My being the agent in the conceptual process may be an illusion, but there is no doubt that, to immediate observation, I appear to be active. Our present question is, what do we gain by supplementing a process with conceptual counterpart? There is a far-reaching difference between the ways in which, for me, the parts of a process are related to one another before and after the discovery of the corresponding concepts. Mere observation can trace the parts of a given process as they occur, but their connection remains obscure without the help of concepts. I observe the first billiard ball move towards the second in a certain direction and with a certain velocity. What will happen after the impact I cannot tell in advance. I can once more only watch it happen with my eyes. Suppose someone obstructs my view of the field where the process is happening, at the moment when the impact occurs. Then, as mere spectator, I remain ignorant of what goes on. The situation is very different if prior to the obstructing of my view I have discovered the concepts corresponding to the nexus of events. In that case, I can say what occurs, even when I am no longer able to observe. There is nothing in a merely observed process or object to show its relation to other processes or objects. This relation becomes manifest only when observation is combined with thought. Observation and thought are the 2 points of departure for all the spiritual striving of man, insofar as he is conscious of such striving. The workings of common sense, as well as the most complicated scientific researches, rest on these 2 fundamental pillars of our minds. Philosophers have started from various ultimate antitheses, idea and reality, subject and object, appearance and thing in itself, ego and non-ego, idea and will, matter and mind, matter and force, the conscious and the unconscious. It is, however, easy to show that all these antitheses are subsequent to that between observation and thought, this being for man the most important. Whatever principle we choose to lay down, we must prove that somewhere we have observed it, or we must enunciate it in the form of a clear concept which can be rethought by any other thinker. Every philosopher who sets out to discuss his fundamental principles must express them in a conceptual form and thus use thought. He therefore indirectly admits that his activity presupposes thought. We leave open here the question whether thought or something else is the chief factor in the development of the world, but it is at any rate clear that the philosopher can gain no knowledge of this development without thought. In the occurrence of phenomena, thought may play a secondary part, but it is quite certain that it plays a chief part in the construction of a theory about them. As regards observation, our need of it is due to our organization. Our thought about a horse and the object horse are two things which for us have separate existences. The object is accessible to us only by means of observation. As little as we can construct a concept of a horse by mere staring at the animal, just as little are we able by mere thought to produce the corresponding object. In time, observation actually precedes thought, for we become familiar with thought itself in the first instance by observation. It was essentially a description of an observation when, at the beginning of this chapter, we gave an account of how thought is kindled by an objective process and transcends the merely given. Whatever enters the circle of our experiences becomes an object of apprehension to us, first through observation. All contents of sensations, all perceptions, intuitions, feelings, acts of will, dreams and fancies, images, concepts, ideas, all illusions and hallucinations are given to us through observation. But thought as an object of observation differs essentially from all other objects. The observation of a table or a tree occurs to me as soon as those objects appear within the horizon of my field of consciousness, yet I do not, at the same time, observe my thought about these things. I observe the table, but I carry on a process of thought about the table without, at the same moment, observing this thought process. I must first take up a standpoint outside of my own activity if I want to observe my thought about the table, as well as the table. Whereas the observation of things and processes and the thinking about them are everyday occurrences making up the continuous current of my life, the observation of the thought process itself is an exceptional attitude to adopt. This fact must be taken into account when we come to determine the relations of thought as an object of observation to all other objects. We must be quite clear about the fact that, in observing the thought processes, we are applying to them a method, which is our normal attitude in the study of all other objects in the world, but which in the ordinary course of that study is usually not applied to thought itself. Someone might object that what I have said about thinking applies equally to feeling and to all other mental activities. Thus it is said that when, for example, I have a feeling of pleasure, the feeling is kindled by the object, but it is this object I observe, not the feeling of pleasure. This objection, however, is based on an error. Pleasure does not stand at all in the same relation to its object as the concept constructed by thought. I am conscious, in the most positive way, that the concept of a thing is formed through my activity, whereas a feeling of pleasure is produced in me by an object in a similar way to that in which, for example, a change is caused in an object by a stone which falls on it. For observation, a pleasure is given in exactly the same way as the event which causes it. The same is not true of concepts. I can ask why an event arouses in me a feeling of pleasure, But I certainly cannot ask why an occurrence causes in me a certain number of concepts. The question would be simply meaningless. In thinking about an occurrence, I am not concerned with it as an effect on me. I learn nothing about myself from knowing the concepts which correspond to the observed change caused to a pane of glass by a stone thrown against it. But I do learn something about myself when I know the feeling which a certain occurrence arouses in me. When I say of an object which I perceive, "This is a rose," I say absolutely nothing about myself. But when I say of the same thing that it causes a feeling of pleasure in me, I characterize not only the rose, but also myself in my relation to the rose. There can, therefore, be no question of putting thought and feeling on a level as objects of observation, and the same could easily be shown of other activities of the human mind. Unlike thought, they must be classed with any other observed objects or events. The peculiar nature of thought lies just in this, that it is an activity which is directed solely on the observed object and not the thinking subject. This is apparent even from the way in which we express our thoughts about an object as distinct from our feelings or acts of will. When I see an object and recognize it as a table, I do not as a rule say, "I am thinking of a table," but "This is a table." On the other hand, I do say, "I am pleased with the table." In the former case, I am not at all interested in stating that I have entered into a relation with the table, whereas in the second case, it is just this relation which matters. In saying, "I am thinking of a table," I adopt the exceptional point of view characterized above, in which something is made the object of observation, which is always present in our mental activity, without being itself normally an observed object. The peculiar nature of thought consists just in this, that the thinker forgets his thinking while actually engaged in it. It is not thinking which occupies his attention, but rather the object of thought which he observes. The first point, then, to notice about thought is that it is the unobserved element in our ordinary mental life. The reason why we do not notice the thinking which goes on in our ordinary mental life is no other than this, that it is our own activity. Whatever I do not myself produce appears in my field of consciousness as an object. I contrast it with myself as something the existence of which is independent of me. It forces itself upon me. I must accept it as the presupposition of my thinking. As long as I think about the subject, I am absorbed in it. My attention is turned on it. To be thus absorbed in the object is just to contemplate it by thought. I attend not to my activity, but to its object. In other words, whilst I am thinking, I pay no heed to my thinking, which is of my own making, but only to the object of my thinking, which is not of my making. I am, moreover, in exactly the same position when I adopt the exceptional point of view and think of my own thought processes. I can never observe my present thought. I can only make my past experiences of thought processes subsequently the objects of fresh thoughts. If I wanted to watch my present thought, I should have to split myself into two persons, one to think, the other to observe this thinking. But this is impossible. I can only accomplish it in two separate acts. The observed thought processes are never those in which I am actually engaged, but others. Whether for this purpose I make observations on my own former thoughts, or follow the thought processes of another person, or finally, as in the example of the motions of the billiard balls, assume an imaginary thought process, is immaterial. There are two things which are incompatible with one another: productive activity and the theoretical contemplation of that activity. This is recognized even in the first book of Moses. It represents God as creating the world in the first 6 days, and only after its completion is any contemplation of the world possible. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. The same applies to our thinking. It must be there first, if we would observe it. The reason why it is impossible to observe the thought process in its actual occurrence at any given moment is the same as that which makes it possible for us to know it more immediately and more intimately than any other process in the world. Just because it is our own creation do we know the characteristic features of its course, the manner in which the process in detail takes place. What, in the other spheres of observation, we can discover only indirectly. For example, the relevant objective nexus and the relations of the individual objects that is known to us immediately in the case of thought. I do not know offhand why, for perception, thunder follows lightning, but I know immediately from the content of the two concepts why my thought connects the concept of thunder with that of lightning. It does not matter for my argument whether my concepts of thunder and lightning are correct. The connection between the concepts I have is clear to me, and that through the very concepts themselves. This transparent clearness in the observation of our thought processes is quite independent of our knowledge of the physiological basis of thought. I am speaking here of thought in the sense in which it is the object of our observation of our own mental activity. For this purpose, it is quite irrelevant how one material process in my brain causes or influences another whilst I am carrying on a process of thought. What I observe in studying a thought process is not which process in my brain connects the concept of thunder with that of lightning, but what is my reason for bringing these two concepts into a definite relation. Introspection shows that, in linking thought with thought, I am guided by their content, not by the material processes in the brain. This remark would be quite superfluous in a less materialistic age than ours. Today, however, when there are people who believe that, when we know what matter is, we shall know also how it thinks, it is necessary to affirm the possibility of speaking of thought without trespassing on the domain of brain physiology. Many people today find it difficult to grasp the concept of thought in its purity. Anyone who challenges the account of thought which I have given here, by quoting Cabanis's statement that the brain secretes thoughts as the liver does gall, or the spittle glands, spittle, etc., simply does not know of what I am talking. He attempts to discover thought by the same method of mere observation, which we apply to the other objects that make up the world. But he cannot find it in this way, because, as I have shown, it eludes just this ordinary observation. Whoever cannot transcend materialism lacks the ability to throw himself into the exceptional attitude I have described, in which he becomes conscious of what, in all other mental activity, remains unconscious. It is as useless to discuss thought with one who is not willing to adopt this attitude, as it would be to discuss color with a blind man. Let him not imagine, however, that we regard physiological processes as thought. He fails to explain thought because he is not even aware that it is there. For every one, however, who has the ability to observe thought, and with good will every normal man has this ability, this observation is the most important he can make. For he observes something which he himself produces. He is not confronted by what is to begin with a strange object, but by his own activity. He knows how that which he observes has come to be. He perceives clearly its connections and relations. He gains a firm point from which he can, with well-founded hopes, seek an explanation of the other phenomena of the world. The feeling that he had found such a firm foundation induced the father of modern philosophy, Descartes, to base the whole of human knowledge on the principle, I think, therefore I am. All other things, all other processes are independent of me. Whether they be truth or illusion or dream, I know not. There is only one thing of which I am absolutely certain, for I myself am the author of its indubitable existence, and that is my thought. Whatever other origin it may have in addition, whether it come from God or from elsewhere, of one thing I am sure, that it exists in the sense that I myself produce it. Descartes had, to begin with, no justification for reading any other meaning into his principle. All he had a right to assert was that, in apprehending myself as thinking, I apprehend myself, within the world system, in that activity which is most uniquely characteristic of me. What the added words, therefore I am, are intended to mean has been much debated. They can have a meaning on one condition only. The simplest assertion I can make of a thing is, that it exists. What kind of existence, in detail, it has can in no case be determined on the spot, as soon as the thing enters within the horizon of my experience. Each object must be studied in its relations to others, before we can determine the sense in which we can speak of its existence. An experienced process may be a complex of percepts, or it may be a dream, a hallucination, etc. In short, I cannot say in what sense it exists. I can never read off the kind of existence from the process itself, for I can discover it only when I consider the process in its relation to other things. But this again yields me no knowledge beyond just its relation to other things. My inquiry touches firm ground only when I find an object, the reason of the existence of which I can gather from itself. Such an object I am myself insofar as I think, for I qualify my existence by the determinate and self-contained content of my thought activity. From here, I can go on to ask whether other things exist in the same or in some other sense. When thought is made an object of observation, something which usually escapes our attention is added to the other observed contents of the world. But the usual manner of observation, such as is employed also for other objects, is in no way altered. We add to the number of objects of observation, but not to the number of methods. When we are observing other things, there enters among the world processes, among which I now include observation, one process which is overlooked. There is a present something different from every other kind of process, something which is not taken into account. But when I make an object of my own thinking, there is no such neglected element present, for what lurks now in the background is just thought itself over again. The object of observation is qualitatively identical with the activity directed upon it. This is another characteristic feature of thought processes. When we make them objects of observation, we are not compelled to do so with the help of something qualitatively different, but can remain within the realm of thought. When I weave a tissue of thoughts round an independently given object, I transcend my observation, and the question then arises, what right have I to do this? Why do I not passively let the object impress itself on me? How is it possible for my thought to be relatively related to the object? These are questions which everyone must put to himself who reflects on his own thought processes, but all these questions lapse when we think about thought itself. We then add nothing to our thought that is foreign to it, and therefore have no need to justify any such addition. Schelling says, "To know nature means to create nature." If we take these words of the daring philosopher of nature literally, we shall have to renounce forever all hope of gaining knowledge of nature. For nature, after all, exists, and if we have to create it over again, we must know the principles according to which it has originated in the first instance. We should have to borrow from nature, as it exists, the conditions of existence for the nature which we are about to create. But this borrowing, which would have to precede the creating, would be a knowing of nature, and that even if after the borrowing no creation at all were attempted. The only kind of nature which it would be possible to create without previous knowledge would be a nature different from the existing one. What is impossible with nature, in other words, creation prior to knowledge, that we accomplish in the act of thought? Were we to refrain from thinking until we had first gained knowledge of it, we should never think at all. We must resolutely think straight ahead, and then afterwards, by introspective analysis, gain knowledge of our own processes. Thus, we ourselves create the thought processes, which we then make objects of observation. The existence of all other objects is provided for us without any activity on our part. My contention that we must think before we can make thought an object of knowledge might easily be countered by the apparently equally valid contention that we cannot wait with digesting until we have first observed the process of digestion. This objection would be similar to that brought by Pascal against Descartes when he asserted we might also say, "I walk therefore I am. Certainly I must digest resolutely and not wait until I have studied the physiological processes of digestion, but I could only compare this with the analysis of thought, if, after digestion, I set myself not to analyze it by thought, but to eat and digest it. It is not without reason that, while digestion cannot become the object of digestion, thought can very well become the object of thought. This, then, is indisputable, that in thinking we have got hold of one bit of the world process which requires our presence if anything is to happen. And that is the very point that matters. The very reason why things seem so puzzling is just that I play no part in their production. They are simply given to me, whereas I know how thought is produced. Hence there can be no more fundamental starting point than thought from which to regard all world processes. I should like still to mention a widely current error which prevails with regard to thought. It is often said that thought, in its real nature, is never experienced. The thought processes which connect our perceptions with one another and weave about them a network of concepts are not at all the same as those which our analysis afterwards extracts from the objects of perception in order to make them the object of study. What we have unconsciously woven into things is, so we are told, something widely different from what subsequent analysis recovers out of them. Those who hold this view do not see that it is impossible to escape from thought. I cannot get outside thought when I want to observe it. We should never forget that the distinction between thought which goes on unconsciously and thought which is consciously analyzed is a purely external one and irrelevant to our discussion. I do not in any way alter a thing by making it an object of thought. I can well imagine that a being with quite different sense organs and with a differently constructed intelligence would have a very different idea of a horse from mine, but I cannot think that my own thought becomes different because I make it an object of knowledge. I myself observe my own processes. We are not talking here of how my thought processes appear to an intelligence different from mine, but how they appear to me. In any case, the idea which another mind forms of my thought cannot be truer than the one which I form myself. Only if the thought processes were not my own, but the activity of a being quite different from me, could I maintain that, notwithstanding my forming a definite idea of these thought processes, their real nature was beyond my comprehension. So far, there is not the slightest reason why I should regard my thought from any other point of view than my own. I contemplate the rest of the world by means of thought. How should I make of my thought an exception? I think I have given sufficient reasons for making thought the starting point for my theory of the world. When Archimedes had discovered the lever, he thought he could lift the whole cosmos out of its hinges, if only he could find a point of support for his instrument. He needed a point which was self-supporting. In thought we have a principle which is self-subsisting. Let us try, therefore, to understand the world starting with thought as our basis. Thought can be grasped by thought. The question is whether by thought we can also grasp something other than thought. I have so far spoken of thought without taking any account of its vehicle, the human consciousness. Most present-day philosophers would object that, before there can be thought, there must be consciousness. Hence we ought to start not from thought, but from consciousness. There is no thought, they say, without consciousness. In reply, I would urge that, in order to clear up the relation between thought and consciousness, I must think about it. Hence I presuppose thought. One might, it is true, retort that, though a philosopher who wishes to understand thought naturally makes use of thought, and so far presupposes it in the ordinary course of life, thought arises within consciousness, and therefore presupposes that. Were this answer given to the world creator when he was about to create thought, it would, without doubt, be to the point. Thought cannot, of course, come into being before consciousness. The philosopher, however, is not concerned with the creation of the world, but with the understanding of it. Hence he is in search of the starting point, not for creation, but with the understanding of the world. It seems to me very strange that philosophers are reproached for troubling themselves, above all, about the correctness of their principles, instead of turning straight to the objects which they seek to understand. The world creator had, above all, to know how to find a vehicle for thought. The philosopher must seek a firm basis for the understanding of what is given. What does it help us to start with consciousness and make it an object of thought, if we have not first inquired how far it is possible at all to gain any knowledge of things by thought? We must first consider thought quite impartially, without relation to a thinking subject or to an object of thought. For subject and object are both concepts constructed by thought. There is no denying that thought must be understood before anything else can be understood. Whoever denies this fails to realize that man is not the first link in the chain of creation, but the last. Hence, in order to explain the world by means of concepts, we cannot start from the elements of existence which came first in time, but we must begin with those which are nearest and most intimately connected with us. We cannot, with a leap, transport ourselves to the beginning of the world in order to begin our analysis there, but we must start from the present and see whether we cannot advance from the later to the earlier. As long as geology fabled fantastic revolutions to account for the present state of the earth, it groped in darkness. It was only when it began to study the processes at present at work on the earth, and from these to argue back to the past, that it gained a firm foundation. As long as philosophy assumes all sorts of principles, such as atom, motion, matter, will, the unconscious, it will hang in the air. The philosopher can reach his goal only if he adopts that which is last in time as first in his theory. This absolutely last in the world process is thought. There are people who say it is impossible to ascertain with certainty whether thought is right or wrong, and that, so far, our starting point is a doubtful one. It would be just as intelligent to raise doubts as to whether a tree is, in itself, right or wrong. Thought is a fact, and it is meaningless to speak of the truth or falsity of a fact. I can, at most, be in doubt as to whether thought is rightly employed, just as I can doubt whether a certain tree supplies wood adapted to the making of this or that useful object. It is just the purpose of this book to show how far the application of thought to the world is right or wrong. I can understand anyone doubting whether, by means of thought, we can gain any knowledge of the world, but it is unintelligible to me how anyone can doubt that thought in itself is right. 5. The world as percept. The products of thinking are concepts and ideas. What a concept is cannot be expressed in words. Words can do no more than draw our attention to the fact that we have concepts. When someone perceives a tree, the perception acts as a stimulus for thought. Thus, an ideal element is added to the perceived object, and the perceiver regards the object and its ideal complement as belonging together. When the object disappears from the field of his perception, the ideal counterpart alone remains. This latter is the concept of the object. The wider the range of our experience, the larger becomes the number of our concepts. Moreover, concepts are not by any means found in isolation, one from the other. They combine to form an ordered and systematic whole. The concept organism, for example, combines with those of development according to law, growth, and others. Other concepts based on particular objects fuse completely with one another. All concepts formed from particular lions fuse in the universal concept lion. In this way, all these separate concepts combine to form a closed conceptual system within which each has its special place. Ideas do not differ qualitatively from concepts. They are but fuller, more saturated, more comprehensive concepts. I attach special importance to the necessity of bearing in mind here that I make thought my starting point, and not concepts and ideas which are first gained by means of thought. These latter presuppose thought. My remarks regarding the self-dependent, self-sufficient character of thought cannot, therefore, be simply transferred to concepts. I make special mention of this because it is here that I differ from Hegel, who regards the concept as something primary and ultimate. Concepts cannot be derived from perception. This is apparent from the fact that, as a man grows up, he slowly and gradually builds up the concepts corresponding to the objects which surround him. Concepts are added to perception. A philosopher widely read at the present day, Herbert Spencer, describes the mental process which we perform upon perception as follows. If, when walking through the fields some day in September, you hear a rustle a few yards in advance, and, on observing the ditch side where it occurs, see the herbage agitated, you will probably turn towards the spot to learn by what this sound and motion are produced. As you approach, there flutters into the ditch a partridge, on seeing which your curiosity is satisfied. You have what you call an explanation of the appearances. The explanation, mark, amounts to this, that whereas throughout life you have had countless experiences of disturbance among small stationary bodies, accompanying the movement of other bodies among them, and have generalized the relation between such disturbances and such movements, you consider this particular disturbance explained on finding it to present an instance of the like relation. A closer analysis leads to a very different description from that here given. When I hear a noise, my first demand is for the concept which fits this percept. Without this concept, the noise is to me a mere noise. Whoever does not reflect further hears just the noise and is satisfied with that. But my thought makes it clear to me that the noise is to be regarded as an effect. Thus it is only when I combine the concept of effect with the percept of a noise that I am led to go beyond the particular percept and seek for its cause. The concept of effect calls up that of cause, and my next step is to look for the agent which I find, say, in a partridge. But these concepts, cause and effect, can never be gained through mere perception, however many instances we bring under review. Perception evokes thought, and it is this which shows me how to link separate experiences together. If one demands of a strictly objective science that it should take its data from perception alone, one must demand also that it abandon all thought. For thought, by its very nature, transcends the objects of perception. It is time now to pass from thought to the thinker. For it is through the thinker that thought and perception are combined. The human mind is the stage on which concept and percept meet and are linked to one another. In saying this, we already characterize this human consciousness. It mediates between thought and perception. In perception, the object appears as given. In thought, the mind seems to itself to be active. It regards the thing as object and itself as the thinking subject. When thought is directed upon the perceptual world, we have consciousness of objects. When it is directed upon itself, we have self-consciousness. Human consciousness must, of necessity, be at the same time self-consciousness, because it is a consciousness which thinks. For when thought contemplates its own activity, it makes an object for study of its own essential nature. It makes an object of itself as subject. It is important to note here that it is only by means of thought that I am able to determine myself as subject and contrast myself with objects. Therefore, thoughts must never be regarded as a merely subjective activity. Thinking transcends the distinction of subject and object. It produces these two concepts just as it produces all others. When, therefore, I, as thinking subject, refer a concept to an object, we must not regard this reference as something purely subjective. It is not the subject, but thought which makes the reference. The subject does not think because it is a subject, rather it conceives itself to be a subject because it can think. The activity of consciousness, insofar as it thinks, is thus not merely subjective. Rather, it is neither subjective nor objective. It transcends both these concepts. I ought never to say that I, as an individual subject, think, but rather that I, as subject, exist myself by the grace of thought. Thought thus takes me out of myself and relates me to objects. At the same time, it separates me from them, inasmuch as I, as subject, am set over against the objects. It is just this which constitutes the double nature of man. His thought embraces himself and the rest of the world, but by this same act of thought, he determines himself also as an individual, in contrast with the objective world. We must next ask ourselves how the other element, which we have so far simply called the perceptual object, and which comes in consciousness into contact with thought, enters into thought at all. In order to answer this question, we must eliminate from the field of consciousness everything which has been imported by thought. For, at any moment, the content of consciousness is always shot through with concepts in the most various ways. Let us assume that a being with fully developed human intelligence originated out of nothing and confronted the world. All that it there perceived before its thought began to act would be the pure content of perception. The world so far would appear to this being as a mere chaotic aggregate of sense data, colors, sounds, sensations of pressure, of warmth, of taste, of smell, and lastly, feelings of pleasure and pain. This mass constitutes the world of pure, unthinking perception. Over against it stands thought, ready to begin its activity as soon as it can find a point of attack. Experience shows that the opportunity is not long in coming. Thought is able to draw threads from one sense datum to another. It brings definite concepts to bear on these data and thus establishes a relation between them. We have seen above how a noise which we hear is connected with another content by our identifying the first as the effect of the second. If now we recollect that the activity of thought is on no account to be considered as merely subjective, then we shall not be tempted to believe that the relations thus established by thought have merely subjective validity. Our next task is to discover by means of thought what relation the above-mentioned immediate sense data have to the conscious subject. The ambiguity of current speech makes it advisable for me to come to an agreement with my readers concerning the meaning of a word which I shall have to employ in what follows. I shall apply the name percepts into the immediate sense data enumerated above, insofar as the subject consciously apprehends them. It is, then, not the process of perception, but the object of this process, which I call the percept. I reject the term sensation because this has a definite meaning in physiology which is narrower than that of my term percept. I can speak of feeling as a percept, but not as a sensation in the physiological sense of the term. Before I can have cognizance of my feeling, it must become a percept for me. The manner in which, through observation, we gain knowledge of our thought processes is such that when we first begin to notice thought, it too may be called a percept. The unreflective man regards his percepts, such as they appear to his immediate apprehension, as things having a wholly independent existence. When he sees a tree, he believes that it stands in the form which he sees, with the colors of all its parts, etc., there on the spot towards which his gaze is directed. When the same man sees the sun in the morning appear as a disk on the horizon, and follows the course of this disk, he believes that the phenomenon exists and occurs by itself exactly as he perceives it. To this belief he clings until he meets with further percepts which contradict his former ones. The child, who has as yet had no experience of distance, grasps at the moon and does not correct its first impression as to the real distance until a second percept contradicts the first. Every extension of the circle of my percepts compels me to correct my picture of the world. We see this in everyday life, as well as in the mental development of mankind. The picture which the ancients made for themselves of the relation of the earth to the sun and other heavenly bodies had to be replaced by another when Copernicus found that it contradicted percepts which in those early days were unknown. A man who had been born blind said, when operated on by Dr. Franz, that the idea of the size of objects which he had formed before his operation by his sense of touch was a very different one. He had to correct his tactual percepts by his visual percepts. How is it that we are compelled to make these continual corrections in our observations? A single reflection supplies the answer to this question. When I stand at one end of an avenue, the trees at the other end, away from me, seem smaller and nearer together than those where I stand. But the scene which I perceive changes when I change the place from which I am looking. The exact form in which it presents itself to me is, therefore, dependent on a condition which inheres, not in the object, but in me, the percipient. It is all the same to the avenue where I stand, but the picture of it which I receive depends essentially on my standpoint. In the same way, it makes no difference to the sun and the planetary system that human beings happen to perceive them from the earth. But the picture of the heavens which human beings have is determined by the fact that they inhabit the earth. This dependence of our percepts on our points of observation is the easiest kind of dependence to understand. The matter becomes more difficult when we realize further that our perceptual world is dependent on our bodily and mental organization. The physicist teaches us that within the space in which we hear a sound, there are vibrations of the air, and that there are vibrations also in the particles of the body, which we regard as the cause of the sound. These vibrations are perceived as sounds only if we have normally constructed ears. Without them, the whole world would be for us forever silent. Again, the physiologist teaches us that there are men who perceive nothing of the wonderful display of colors which surrounds us. In their world, there are only degrees of light and dark. Others are blind only to one color, such as red. Their world lacks this color tone, and hence it is actually a different one from that of the average man. I should like to call the dependence of my perceptual world on my point of observation mathematical, and its dependence on my organization qualitative. The former determines proportions of size and mutual distances of my percepts, the latter their quality. The fact that I see a red surface as red, this qualitative determination, depends on the structure of my eye. My percepts, then, are in the first instance subjective. The recognition of the subjective character of our percepts may easily lead us to doubt whether there is any objective basis for them at all. When we know that a percept, for example, that of a red color or of a certain tone, is not possible without a specific structure of our organism, we may easily be led to believe that it has no being at all, apart from our subjective organization, that it has no kind of existence apart from the act of perceiving, of which it is the object. The classical representative of this theory is George Berkeley, who held that from the moment we realize the importance of a subject for perception, we are no longer able to believe in the existence of a world apart from a conscious mind. Some truths there are so near and obvious to the mind that man need only open his eyes to see them. Such I take this important one to be, for example, that all the choir of heaven and the furniture of the earth, in a word, all those bodies which compose the mighty frame of the world, have not any subsistence without a mind, that their being is to be perceived or known, that, consequently, so long as they are not actually perceived by me, or do not exist in my mind, or that of any other created spirit, they must either have no existence at all, or else subsist in the mind of some eternal spirit. On this view, when we take away the act of perceiving, nothing remains of the percept. There is no color when none is seen, no sound when none is heard. Extension, form, and motion exist as little as color and sound apart from the act of perception. We never perceive bare extension or shape. These are always joined with color or some other quality which is undoubtedly dependent on the subject. If these latter disappear when we cease to perceive, the former, being connected with them, must disappear likewise. If it is urged that, even though figure, color, sound, etc., have no existence except in the act of perception, yet there must be things which exist apart from perception, and which are similar to the percepts in our minds, then the view we have mentioned would answer that a color can be similar only to a color, a figure to a figure. Our percepts can be similar only to our percepts, and to nothing else. Even what we call a thing is nothing but a collection of percepts which are connected in a definite way. If I strip a table of its shape, extension, color, etc., in short, of all that is merely my percepts, then nothing remains over. If we follow this to its logical conclusion, we are led to the assertion that the objects of my perceptions exist only through me, and that only in as far as and as long as I perceive them. They disappear with my perceiving and have no meaning apart from it. Apart from my percepts, I know of no objects and cannot know of any. No objection can be made to this assertion as long as we take into account merely the general fact that the percept is determined in part by the organization of the subject. The matter would be far otherwise if we were in a position to say what part exactly is played by our perceiving in the occurrence of a percept. We should know then what happens to a percept whilst it is being perceived, and we should also be able to determine what character it must possess before it comes to be perceived. This leads us to turn our attention from the object of a perception to the subject of it. I am aware not only of other things, but also of myself. The content of my perception of myself consists, in the first instance, in that I am something stable in contrast with the ever-coming and going flux of percepts. The awareness of myself accompanies in my consciousness the awareness of all other precepts. When I am absorbed in the perception of a given object, I am, for the time being, aware only of this object. Next, I become aware also of myself. I am then conscious not only of the object, but also of myself as opposed to and observing the object. I do not merely see a tree, I know also that it is I who see it. I know, moreover, that some process takes place in me when I observe a tree. When the tree disappears from my field of vision, an after effect of this process remains, for example, an image of the tree. This image has become associated with myself during my perception. Myself has become enriched. To its content, a new element has been added. This element I call my idea of the tree. I should never have occasion to talk of ideas were I not aware of my own self. Percepts would come and go. I should let them slip by. It is only because I am aware of myself and observe that with each perception the content of the self is changed, that I am compelled to connect the perception of the object with the changes in the content of myself, and to speak of having an idea. That I have ideas is in the same sense matter of observation to me as that other objects have color, sound, etc. I am now also able to distinguish these other objects which stand over against me by the name of the outer world, whereas the contents of my perception of myself form my inner world. The failure to recognize the true relation between idea and object has led to the greatest misunderstandings in modern philosophy. The fact that I perceive a change in myself, that myself undergoes a modification, has been thrust into the foreground, whilst the object which causes these modifications is altogether ignored. In consequence, it has been said that we perceive not objects, but only our ideas. I know, so it is said, nothing of the table in itself, which is the object of my perception, but only of the changes which occur within me when I perceive a table. This theory should not be confused with the Berkeleyan theory mentioned above. Berkeley maintains the subjective nature of my perceptual contents, but he does not say that I can know only my own ideas. He limits my knowledge to my ideas because on his view there are no objects other than ideas. What I perceive as a table no longer exists, according to Berkeley, when I cease to look at it. This is why Berkeley holds that our percepts are created directly by the omnipotence of God. I see a table because God causes this percept in me. For Berkeley, therefore, nothing is real except God and human spirits. What we call the world exists only in spirits. What the naive man calls the outer world, or material nature, is for Berkeley non-existent. This theory is confronted by the now predominant Kantian view, which limits our knowledge of the world to our ideas, not because of any conviction that nothing beyond these ideas exists, but because it holds that we are so organized that we can have knowledge only of the changes within ourselves, not of the things in themselves, which are the causes of these changes. This view concludes from the fact that I know only my own ideas, not that there is no reality independent of them, but only that the subject cannot have direct knowledge of such reality. The mind can merely, through the medium of its subjective thoughts, imagine it, conceive it, know it, or perhaps also fail to know it. Kantians believe that their principles are absolutely certain, indeed immediately evident without any proof. The most fundamental principle which the philosopher must begin by grasping clearly consists in the recognition that our knowledge, in the first instance, does not extend beyond our ideas. Our ideas are all that we immediately have and experience, and just because we have immediate experience of them, the most radical doubt cannot rob us of this knowledge. On the other hand, the knowledge which transcends my ideas, taking ideas here in the widest possible sense so as to include all psychical processes, is not proof against doubt. Hence, at the very beginning of all philosophy, we must explicitly set down all knowledge which transcends ideas as open to doubt. These are the opening sentences of Volkelt's book on Kant's theory of knowledge. What is here put forward as an immediate and self-evident truth is, in reality, the conclusion of a piece of argument which runs as follows. Naive common sense believes that things, just as we perceive them, exist also outside our minds. Physics, physiology, and psychology, however, teach us that our percepts are dependent on our organization, and that therefore we cannot know anything about external objects except what our organization transmits to us. The objects which we perceive are thus modifications to our organization, not things in themselves. This line of thought has, in fact, been characterized by Ed von Hartmann as the one which leads necessarily to the conviction that we can have direct knowledge only of our own ideas. Because outside our organisms we find vibrations of particles and of air, which are perceived by us as sounds, it is concluded that what we call sound is nothing more than a subjective reaction of our organisms to these motions in the external world. Similarly, color and heat are inferred to be merely modifications of our organisms, and further, these two kinds of percepts are held to be the effects of motions in an infinitely fine material, ether, which fills all interstellar space. When the vibrations of this ether stimulate the nerves in the skin of my body, I perceive heat. When they stimulate the optical nerve, I perceive light and color. Light, color, and heat, then, are the reactions of my sensory nerves to external stimuli. Similarly, the sense of touch reveals to me not the objects of the outer world, but only states of my own body. The physicist holds that bodies are composed of infinitely small particles called molecules, and that these molecules are not in direct contact with one another, but have definite intervals between them. Between them, therefore, is empty space. Across this space they act on one another by attraction and repulsion. If I put my hand on a body, the molecules of my hand by no means touch those of the body directly, but there remains a certain distance between body and hand, and what I experience as the body's resistance is nothing but the effect of the force of repulsion which its molecules exert on my hand. I am absolutely external to the body and experience only its effects on my organism. The theory of the so-called specific nervous energy, which has been advanced by J. Muller, supplements these speculations. It asserts that each sense has the peculiarity that it reacts to all external stimuli in only one definite way. If the optic nerve is stimulated, light sensations result, irrespective of whether the stimulation is due to what we call light, or to mechanical pressure, or an electrical current. On the other hand, the same external stimulus applied to different senses gives rise to different sensations. The conclusion from these facts seems to be that our sense organs can give us knowledge only of what occurs in themselves, but not of the external world. They determine our percepts, each according to its own nature. Physiology shows, further, that there can be no direct knowledge even of the effects which objects produce on our sense organs. Through his study of the processes which occur in our own bodies, the physiologist finds that, even in these sense organs, the effects of the eternal process are modified in the most diverse ways. We can see this most clearly in the case of eye and ear. Both are very complicated organs which modify the external stimulus considerably before they conduct it to the corresponding nerve. From the peripheral end of the nerve, the modified stimulus is then conducted to the brain. Here the central organs must in turn be stimulated. The conclusion is therefore drawn that the external process undergoes a series of transformations before it reaches consciousness. The brain processes are connected by so many intermediate links with the external stimuli that any similarity between them is out of the question. What the brain ultimately transmits to the soul is neither external processes nor processes in the sense organs, but only such as occur in the brain. But even these are not apprehended immediately by the soul. What we finally have in consciousness are not brain processes at all, but sensations. My sensation of red has absolutely no similarity with the process which occurs in the brain when I sense red. The sensation, again, occurs as an effect in the mind, and the brain process is only its cause. This is why Hartmann says, "What the subject experiences is therefore only modifications of his own psychical states and nothing else." However, when I have sensations, they are very far as yet from being grouped in those complexes which I perceive as things. Only single sensations can be transmitted to me by the brain. The sensations of hardness and softness are transmitted to me by the organ of touch, those of color and light by the organ of sight. Yet all these are found united in one object. This unification must, therefore, be brought about by the soul itself. That is, the soul constructs things out of these separate sensations which the brain conveys to it. My brain conveys to me singly and by widely different paths the visual, tactual, and auditory sensations which the soul then combines into the idea of a trumpet. Thus, what is really the result of a process, in this example the idea of a trumpet, is for my consciousness the primary datum. In this result, nothing can any longer be found of what exists outside of me and originally stimulated my sense organs. The external object is lost entirely on the way to the brain, and through the brain to the soul. It would be hard to find in the history of human speculation another edifice of thought which has been built up with greater ingenuity, and which yet, on closer analysis, collapses into nothing. Let us look a little closer at the way it has been constructed. The theory starts with what is given in naive consciousness, in other words, with things as perceived. It proceeds to show that none of the qualities which we find in these things would exist for us had we no sense organs, no eye, no color. Therefore, the color is not, as yet, present in the stimulus which affects the eye. It arises first through the interaction of the eye and the object. The latter is, therefore, colorless. But neither is the color in the eye, for in the eye there is only a chemical or physical process which is first conducted by the optic nerve to the brain, and there initiates another process. Even this is not yet the color. That is only produced in the soul by means of the brain process. Even then it does not yet appear in consciousness, but is first referred by the soul to a body in the external world. There I finally perceive it as a quality of this body. We have traveled in a complete circle. We are conscious of a colored object. That is the starting point. Here thought begins its construction. If I had no eye, the object would be, for me, colorless. I cannot, therefore, attribute the color to the object. I must look for it elsewhere. I look for it first in the eye, in vain. In the nerve, in vain. In the brain, in vain once more. In the soul, here I find it indeed, but not attached to the object. I recover the colored body only on returning to my starting point. The circle is completed. The theory leads me to identify what the naive man regards as existing outside of him, as really a product of my mind. As long as one stops here, everything seems to fit beautifully. but we must go over the argument once more from the beginning. Hitherto, I have used as my starting point the object, in other words, the external percept of which up to now, from my naive standpoint, I had a totally wrong conception. I thought that the percept, just as I perceive it, had objective existence, but now I observe that it disappears with my act of perception, that it is only a modification of my mental state. Have I, then, any right at all to start from it in my arguments? Can I say of it that it acts on my soul? I must henceforth treat the table of which formerly I believed that it acted on me and produced an idea of itself in me, as itself an idea. But from this it follows logically that my sense organs and the processes in them are also merely subjective. I have no right to talk of a real I, but only of my idea of an I. Exactly the same is true of the nerve paths and the brain processes, and even of the process in the soul itself, through which things are supposed to be constructed out of the chaos of diverse sensations. If, assuming the truth of the first circle of argumentation, I run through the steps of my cognitive activity once more, the latter reveals itself as a tissue of ideas, which, as such, cannot act on one another. I cannot say my idea of the object acts on my idea of the I, and that from this interaction results my idea of color. But it is necessary that I should say this, for as soon as I see clearly that my sense organs and their activity, my nerve and soul processes, can also be known to me only through perception, the argument which I have outlined reveals itself in its full absurdity. It is quite true that I can have no percept without the corresponding sense organ, but just as little can I be aware of a sense organ without perception. From the percept of a table, I can pass to the eye which sees it or the nerves in the skin which touches it, but what takes place in these I can, in turn, learn only from perception. And then I soon perceive that there is no trace of similarity between the processes which take place in the eye and the color which I see. I cannot get rid of color sensations by pointing to the process which takes place in the eye whilst I perceive a color. No more can I rediscover the color in the nerve or brain processes. I only add a new percept, localized within the organism, to the first percept which the naive man localizes outside of his organism. I only pass from one percept to another. Moreover, there is a break in the whole argument. I can follow the processes in my organism up to those in my brain, even though my assumptions become more and more hypothetical as I approach the central processes of the brain. The method of external observation ceases with the process in my brain, more particularly with the process which I should observe if I could treat the brain with the instruments and methods of physics and chemistry. The method of internal observation or introspection begins with the sensations and includes the construction of things out of the material sense data. At the point of transition from brain process to sensation, there is a break in the sequence of observation. The theory which I have here described, and which calls itself critical idealism, in contrast to the standpoint of naive common sense, which calls it naive realism, makes the mistake of characterizing one group of percepts as ideas, whilst taking another group in the very same sense as the naive realism, which it apparently refutes. It establishes the ideal character of percepts by accepting, naively, as objectively valid facts, the percepts connected with one's own body, and, in addition, it fails to see that it confuses two spheres of observation, between which it can find no connecting link. Critical idealism can refute naive realism only by itself assuming, in naive realistic fashion, that one's own organism has objective existence. As soon as the idealist realizes that the percepts connected with his own organism stand on exactly the same footing as those which naive realism assumes to have objective existence, he can no longer use the former as a safe foundation for his theory. He would, to be consistent, have to regard his own organism also as a mere complex of ideas, but this removes the possibility of regarding the content of the perceptual world as a product of the mind's organization. One would have to assume that the idea color was only a modification of the idea I. So-called critical idealism can be established only by borrowing the assumptions of naive realism. The apparent refutation of the latter is achieved only by uncritically accepting its own assumptions as valid in another sphere. This much then is certain. Analyses within the world of percepts cannot establish critical idealism, and consequently cannot strip percepts of their objective character. Still less is it legitimate to represent the principle that the perceptual world is my idea as self-evident and needing no proof. Schopenhauer begins his chief work, The World as Will and Idea, with the words, "The world is my idea. This is a truth which holds good for everything that lives and knows, though man alone can bring it into reflective and abstract consciousness. If he really does this, he has attained to philosophical wisdom. It then becomes clear and certain to him that what he knows is not a sun and an earth, but only an eye that sees a sun, a hand that feels an earth, that the world which surrounds him is there only an idea, in other words, only in relation to something else, the consciousness which is himself. If any truth can be asserted a priori, it is this, for it is the expression of the most general form of all possible and thinkable experience, a form which is more general than time or space or causality, for they all presuppose it. This whole theory is wrecked by the fact, already mentioned above, that the eyes and the hand are just as much precepts as the sun and the earth. Using Schopenhauer's vocabulary in his own sense, one might maintain against him that my eye, which sees the sun, and my hand, which feels the earth, are my ideas, just like the sun and the earth themselves. That, put in this way, the whole theory cancels itself, is clear without further argument. For only my real eye and my real hand, but not my ideas, eye and hand, could own the ideas, sun and earth, as modifications. Critical idealism is totally unable to gain an insight into the relation of percept to idea. It cannot make the separation, mentioned on page 76, between what happens to the percept in the process of perception and what must be inherent in it prior to perception. We must therefore attempt this problem in another way. 6. Our knowledge of the world. From the foregoing considerations, it follows that it is impossible to prove, by analysis of the content of our perceptions, that our percepts are ideas. This is supposed to be proved by showing that, if the process of perceiving takes place, in the way in which we conceive it in accordance with the naive realistic assumptions concerning the psychological and physiological constitution of human individuals, then we have to do, not with things themselves, but merely with our ideas of things. Now, if naive realism, when consistently thought out, leads to results which directly contradict its presuppositions, then these presuppositions must be discarded as unsuitable for the foundation of a theory of the world. In any case, it is inadmissible to reject the presuppositions and yet accept the consequences, as the critical idealist does who bases his assertion that the world is my idea on the line of argument indicated above. Edward von Hartmann gives in his work Das Grundproblem der Erkenntnistheorie a full account of this line of argument. The truth of critical idealism is one thing, the persuasiveness of its proofs another. How it stands with the former will appear later in the course of our argument, but the persuasiveness of its proofs is nil. If one builds a house and the ground floor collapses whilst the first floor is being built, then the first floor collapses too. Naive realism and critical idealism are related to one another like the ground floor to the first floor in this simile. For one who holds that the whole perceived world is only an ideal world, and, moreover, the effect of things unknown to him acting on his soul, the real problem of knowledge is naturally concerned, not with the ideas present only in the soul, but with the things which lie outside his consciousness, and which are independent of him. He asks, how much can we learn about them indirectly, seeing that we cannot observe them directly? From this point of view, he is concerned not with the connection of his conscious percepts with one another, but with their causes which transcend his consciousness and exist independently of him, whereas the percepts, on his view, disappear as soon as he turns his sense organs away from the things themselves. Our consciousness, on this view, works like a mirror from which the pictures of definite things disappear the very moment its reflecting surface is not turned towards them. If, now, we do not see the things themselves, but only their reflections, we must obtain knowledge of the nature of the former indirectly by drawing conclusions from the character of the latter. The whole of modern science adopts this point of view when it uses percepts only as a means of obtaining information about the motions of matter which lie behind them, and which alone really are. If the philosopher, as critical idealist, admits real existence at all, then his sole aim is to gain knowledge of this real existence indirectly by means of his ideas. His interest ignores the subjective world of ideas and pursues instead the causes of these ideas. The critical idealist can, however, go further and say, I am confined to the world of my own ideas and cannot escape from it. If I conceive a thing beyond my ideas, this concept, once more, is nothing but my idea. An idealist of this type will either deny the thing in itself entirely, or, at any rate, assert that it has no significance for human minds. In other words, that it is as good as non-existent since we can know nothing of it. To this kind of critical idealist, the whole world seems a chaotic dream, in the face of which all striving for knowledge is simply meaningless. For him, there can only be two sorts of men. 1. Victims of the illusion that the dreams they have woven themselves are real things. And 2. Wise men who see through the nothingness of this dream world and who gradually lose all desire to trouble themselves further about it. From this point of view, even one's own personality may become a mere dream phantom. Just as during sleep there appears among my dream images an image of myself, so in waking consciousness, the idea of my own self is added to the idea of the outer world. I have then given to me in consciousness not my real self, but only my idea of myself. Whoever denies that things exist, or at least that we can know anything of them, must also deny the existence, respectively the knowledge, of one's own personality. This is how the critical idealist comes to maintain that all reality transforms itself into a wonderful dream, without a life which is the object of the dream, and without a mind which has the dream, into a dream which is nothing but a dream of itself. Whether he who believes that he recognizes immediate experience to be a dream postulates nothing behind this dream, or whether he relates his ideas to actual things, is immaterial. In both cases, life itself must lose all scientific interest for him. However, whereas for those who believe that the whole of accessible reality is exhausted in dreams, all science is an absurdity, for those who feel compelled to argue from ideas to things, science consists in studying these things in themselves. The first of these theories of the world may be called absolute illusionism. The second is called transcendental realism. Knowledge is transcendental when it is aware that nothing can be asserted directly about the thing in itself, but makes indirect inferences from the subjective which is known to the unknown which lies beyond the subjective transcendental. The thing in itself is, according to this view, beyond the sphere of the world of immediate experience. In other words, it is transcendent. Our world can, however, be transcendently related to the transcendent. Hartmann's theory is called realism because it proceeds from the subjective, the mental, to the transcendent, the real, by its most rigorously logical exponent, Edward von Hartmann. These 2 points of view have this in common with naive realism, that they seek to gain a footing in the world by means of an analysis of percepts. Within this sphere, however, they are unable to find any stable point. One of the most important questions for an adherent of transcendental realism would have to be how the ego constructs the world of ideas out of itself. a world of ideas which was given to us and which disappeared as soon as we shut our senses to the external world, might provoke an earnest desire for knowledge, insofar as it was a means for investigating, indirectly, the world of the self-existing self. If the things of our experience were ideas, then our everyday life would be like a dream, and the discovery of the true facts like waking. Even our dream images interest us as long as we dream, and consequently do not detect their dream character. But as soon as we awake, we no longer look for the connections of our dream images among themselves, but rather for the physical, physiological, and psychological processes which underlie them. In the same way, a philosopher who holds the world to be his idea cannot be interested in the reciprocal relations of the details within the world. If he admits the existence of a real ego at all, then his question will be not how one of his ideas is associated with another, but what takes place in the soul which is independent of these ideas, while a certain train of ideas passes through his consciousness. If I dream that I am drinking wine which makes my throat burn, and then wake up with a fit of coughing, I cease the moment I wake to be interested in the dream experience for its own sake. My attention is now concerned only with the physiological and psychological processes by means of which the irritation which causes me to cough comes to be symbolically expressed in the dream. Similarly, once the philosopher is convinced that the given world consists of nothing but ideas, his interest is bound to switch from them at once to the soul, which is the reality lying behind them. The matter is more serious, however, for the illusionist who denies the existence of an ego behind the ideas, or at least holds this ego to be unknowable. We might very easily be led to such a view by the reflection that, in contrast to dreaming, there is the waking state in which we have the opportunity to detect our dreams and to realize the real relations of things, but that there is no state of the self which is related similarly to our waking conscious life. Every adherent of this view fails entirely to see that there is, in fact, something which is to mere perception what our waking experience is to our dreams. This something is thought. The naive man cannot be charged with failure to perceive this. He accepts life as it is and regards things as real just as they present themselves to him in experience. The first step, however, which we take beyond this standpoint can be only this, that we ask how thought is related to perception. It makes no difference whether or no the percept, as given to me, has a continuous existence before and after I perceive it. If I want to assert anything whatever about it, I can do so only with the help of thought. When I assert that the world is my idea, I have enunciated the result of an act of thought, and if my thought is not applicable to the world, then my result is false. Between a percept and every kind of judgment about it, there intervenes thought. The reason why, in our discussion about things, we generally overlook the part played by thought has already been given above, page 46. It lies in the fact that our attention is concentrated only on the object about which we think, but not at the same time on the thinking itself. The naive mind, therefore, treats thought as something which has nothing to do with things, but stands altogether aloof from them and makes its theories about them. The theory which the thinker constructs concerning the phenomena of the world is regarded not as part of the real things, but as existing only in men's heads. The world is complete in itself even without this theory. It is all ready-made and finished with all its substances and forces, and of this ready-made world man makes himself a picture. Whoever thinks thus need only be asked one question: what right have you to declare the world to be complete without thought? Does not the world cause thoughts in the minds of men with the same necessity as it causes the blossoms on plants? Plant a seed in the earth. It puts forth roots and stem. It unfolds into leaves and blossoms. Set the plant before yourselves. It connects itself in your minds with a definite concept. Why should this concept belong any less to the whole plant than leaf and blossom? You say the leaves and blossoms exist quite apart from an experiencing subject. The concept appears only when a human being makes an object of the plant. Quite so, but leaves and blossoms also appear on the plant only if there is soil in which the seed can be planted, and light and air in which the blossoms and leaves can unfold. Just so, the concept of a plant arises when a thinking being comes into contact with the plant. It is quite arbitrary to regard the sum of what we experience of a thing through bare perception as a totality, a whole, while that which thought reveals in it is regarded as a mere accretion which has nothing to do with the thing itself. If I am given a rosebud today, the percept that offers itself to me is complete only for the moment. If I put the bud into water, I shall tomorrow get a very different picture of my object. If I watch the rosebud without interruption, I shall see today's state gradually change into tomorrow's through an infinite number of intermediate stages. The picture which presents itself to me at any one moment is only a chance section out of the continuous process of growth in which the object is engaged. If I do not put the bud into water, a whole series of states, the possibility of which lay in the bud, will not be realized. Similarly, I may be prevented tomorrow from watching the blossom further, and thus carry away an incomplete picture of it. It would be a quite unscientific and arbitrary judgment which declared of any haphazard appearance of a thing, "This is the thing." To regard the sum of perceptual appearances as the thing is no more legitimate. It might be quite possible for a mind to receive the concept at the same time as, and together with, the percept. To such a mind it would never occur that the concept did not belong to the thing. It would have to ascribe to the concept an existence indivisibly bound up with the thing. Let me make myself clearer by another example. If I throw a stone horizontally through the air, I perceive it in different places at different times. I connect these places so as to form a line. Mathematics teaches me to distinguish various kinds of lines, one of which is the parabola. I know a parabola to be a line which is produced by a point moving according to a certain well-defined law. If I analyze the conditions under which the stone is thrown by me moves, I find that the line of its flight is identical with the line I know as a parabola. That the stone moves exactly in a parabola is a result of the given conditions and follows necessarily from them. The form of the parabola belongs to the whole phenomenon as much as any other feature of it. The hypothetical mind described above, which has no need of the roundabout way of thought, would find itself presented not only with a sequence of visual percepts at different points, but as part and parcel of these phenomena also with the parabolic form of the line of flight, which we can add to the phenomenon only by an act of thought. It is not due to the real objects that they appear to us at first without their conceptual sides, but to our mental organization. Our whole organization functions in such a way that in the apprehension of every real thing, the relevant elements come to us from two sources, in other words, from perception and from thought. The nature of things is indifferent to the way I am organized for apprehending them. The breach between perception and thought exists only from the moment that I confront objects as spectator, but which elements do and which do not belong to the objects cannot depend on the manner in which I obtain my knowledge of them. Man is a being with many limitations. First of all, he is a thing among other things. His existence is in space and time. Hence, but a limited portion of the total universe can ever be given to him. This limited portion, however, is linked up with other parts on every side, both in time and in space. If our existence were so linked with things that every process in the object world were also a process in us, there would be no difference between us and things. Neither would there be any individual objects for us. All processes and events would then pass continuously one into the other. The cosmos would be a unity and a whole complete in itself. the stream of events would nowhere be interrupted. But owing to our limitations, we perceive as an individual object what, in truth, is not an individual object at all. Nowhere, for example, is the particular quality red to be found by itself in abstraction. It is surrounded on all sides by other qualities to which it belongs, and without which it could not subsist. For us, however, it is necessary to isolate certain sections of the world and to consider them by themselves. Our eye can seize only single colors, one after another, out of a manifold color complex, our understanding only single concepts out of a connected conceptual system. This isolation is a subjective act, which is due to the fact that we are not identical with the world process, but are only things among other things. It is of the greatest importance for us to determine the relation of ourselves, as things, to all other things. The determining of this relation must be distinguished from merely becoming conscious of ourselves. For this self-awareness we depend on perception, just as we do for our awareness of any other thing. The perception of myself reveals to me a number of qualities which I combine into an apprehension of my personality as a whole, just as I combine the qualities yellow, metallic, hard, etc., in the unity gold. This kind of self-consciousness does not take me beyond the sphere of what belongs to me. Hence, it must be distinguished from the determination of myself by thought. Just as I determine by thought the place of any single percept of the external world in the whole cosmic system, so I fit by an act of thought what I perceive in myself into the order of the world process. My self-observation restricts me within definite limits, but my thought has nothing to do with these limits. In this sense, I am a two-sided being. I am contained within the sphere which I apprehend as that of my personality, but I am also the possessor of an activity which, from a higher standpoint, determines my finite existence. Thought is not individual like sensation and feeling. It is universal. It receives an individual stamp in each separate human being only because it comes to be related to his individual feelings and sensations. By means of these particular colorings of the universal thought, individual men are distinguished from one another. There is only one single concept of triangle. It is quite immaterial for the content of this concept whether it is in A's consciousness or in B's. It will, however, be grasped by each of the two minds in its own individual way. This thought conflicts with a common prejudice which is very hard to overcome. The victims of this prejudice are unable to see that the concept of a triangle which my mind grasps is the same as the concept which my neighbor's mind grasps. The naive man believes himself to be the creator of his concepts. Hence he believes that each person has his private concepts. One of the first things which philosophic thought requires of us is to overcome this prejudice. The one single concept of triangle does not split up into many concepts because it is thought by many minds, for the thought of the many is itself a unity. In thought, we have the element which welds each man's special individuality into one whole with the cosmos. In so far as we sense and feel, perceive, we are isolated individuals. In so far as we think, we are the all-one being which pervades everything. This is the deeper meaning of our two-sided nature. We are conscious of an absolute principle revealing itself in us, a principle which is universal. But we experience it not as it issues from the center of the world, but rather at a point on the periphery. Were the former the case, we should know, as soon as ever we become conscious, the solution of the whole world problem. Were the former the case, we should know, as soon as ever we become conscious, the solution of the whole world problem. But since we stand at a point on the periphery and find that our own being is confined within definite limits, we must explore the region which lies beyond our own being with the help of thought, which is the universal cosmic principle manifesting itself in our minds. The fact that thought, in us, reaches out beyond our separate existence and relates itself to the universal world order, gives rise to the desire for knowledge in us. Beings without thought do not experience this desire. When they come in contact with other things, no questions arise for them. These other things remain external to such beings, but in thinking beings, the concept confronts the external thing. It is that part of the thing which we receive not from without, but from within. To assimilate, to unite the two elements, the inner and the outer, that is the function of knowledge. The percept, thus, is not something finished and self-contained, but one side only of the total reality. The other side is the concept. The act of cognition is the synthesis of percept and concept, and it is only the union of percept and concept which constitutes the whole thing. The preceding discussion shows clearly that it is futile to seek for any other common element in the separate things of the world than the ideal content which thinking supplies. All attempts to discover any other principle of unity in the world than this internally coherent ideal content, which we gain for ourselves by the conceptual analysis of our percepts, are bound to fail. Neither a personal God, nor force, nor matter, nor the blind will of Schopenhauer and Hartmann can be accepted by us as the universal principle of unity in the world. These principles all belong only to a limited sphere of our experience. Personality we experience only in ourselves, force and matter only in external things. The will, again, can be regarded only as the expression of the activity of our finite personalities. Schopenhauer wants to avoid making abstract thought the principle of unity in the world, and seeks instead something which presents itself to him immediately as real. The philosopher holds that we can never solve the riddle of the world so long as we regard it as an external world. In fact, the meaning for which we seek of that world which is present to us only as our idea, or the transition from the world as mere idea of the knowing subjective to whatever it may be besides this, would never be found if the investigator himself were nothing more than the pure knowing subject, a winged cherub without a body. But he himself is rooted in that world. He finds himself in it as an individual, that is to say, his knowledge, which is the necessary supporter of the whole world as idea, is yet always given through the medium of a body, whose affections are, as we have shown, the starting point for the understanding and the perception of that world. His body is, for the pure knowing subject, an idea like every other idea, an object among objects. Its movements and actions are so far known to him in precisely the same way as the changes of all other perceived objects, and would be just as strange and incomprehensible to him if their meaning were not explained for him in an entirely different way. The body is given in two entirely different ways to the subject of knowledge, who becomes an individual only through his identity with it. It is given as an idea in intelligent perception, as an object among objects, and subject to the laws of objects. And it is also given in quite a different way as that which is immediately known to every one, and is signified by the word will. Every true act of his will is also at once and without exception a movement of his body. The act of will and the movement of the body are not two different things objectively known, which the bond of causality unites. They do not stand in the relation of cause and effect. They are one and the same, but they are given in entirely different ways, immediately and again in perception for the understanding. Schopenhauer considers himself entitled by these arguments to hold that the will becomes objectified in the human body. He believes that in the activities of the body he has an immediate experience of reality, of the thing in itself, in the concrete. Again, these arguments, we must urge, that the activities of our body become known to us only through self-observation, and that, as such, they are in no way superior to other percepts. If we want to know their real nature, we can do so only by means of thought. In other words, by fitting them into the ideal system of our concepts and ideas. One of the most deeply rooted prejudices of the naive mind is the opinion that thinking is abstract and empty of any concrete content. At best, we are told it supplies but an ideal counterpart of the unity of the world, but never that unity itself. Whoever holds this view has never made clear to himself what a percept, apart from concepts, really is. Let us see what this world of bare percepts is. A mere juxtaposition in space, a mere succession in time, a chaos of disconnected particulars. That is what it is. None of these things which come and go on the stage of perception has any connection with any other. The world is a multiplicity of objects without distinctions of value. None plays any greater part in the nexus of the world than any other. In order to realize that this or that fact has a greater importance than another, we must go to thought. As long as we do not think, the rudimentary organ of an animal, which has no significance in its life, appears equal in value to its more important limbs. The particular facts reveal their meaning, in themselves and in their relations with other parts of the world, only when thought spins its threads from thing to thing. This activity of thinking has always a content, for it is only through a perfectly definite concrete content that I can know why the snail belongs to a lower type of organization than the lion. The mere appearance, the percept, gives me no content which could inform me as to the degree of perfection of the organization. Thought contributes this content to the percept from the world of concepts and ideas, in contrast with the content of perception, which is given to us from without. The content of thought appears within our minds. The form in which thought first appears in consciousness we will call intuition. Intuition is to thoughts what observation is to percepts. Intuition and observation are the sources of our knowledge. An external object which we observe remains unintelligible to us until the corresponding intuition arises within us, which adds to the reality those sides of it which are lacking in the percept. To anyone who is incapable of supplying the relevant intuitions, the full nature of the real remains a sealed book. Just as the colorblind person sees only differences of brightness without any color qualities, so the mind which lacks intuition sees only disconnected fragments of percepts. To explain a thing, to make it intelligible, means nothing else than to place it in the context from which it has been torn by the peculiar organization of our minds, described above. Nothing can possibly exist cut off from the universe. Hence all isolation of objects has only subjective validity for minds organized like ours. For us, the universe is split up into above and below, before and after, cause and effect, object and idea, matter and force, object and subject, etc. The objects which, in observation, appear to us as separate become combined, bit by bit, through the coherent, unified system of our intuitions. By thought we fuse again into one whole all that perception has separated. An object presents riddles to our understanding, so long as it exists in isolation, but this is an abstraction of our own making and can be unmade again in the world of concepts. Except through thought and perception, nothing is given to us directly. The question now arises as to the interpretation of percepts in our theory. We have learnt that the proof which critical idealism offers for the subjective nature of percepts collapses, but the exhibition of the falsity of the proof is not, by itself, sufficient to show that the doctrine itself is an error. Critical idealism does not base its proof on the absolute nature of thought, but relies on the argument that naive realism, when followed to its logical conclusion, contradicts itself. How does the matter appear when we recognize the absoluteness of thought? Let us assume that a certain percept, for example, red, appears in consciousness. To continued observation, the percept shows itself to be connected with other percepts, for example, a certain figure, temperature, and touch qualities. This complex of percepts I call an object in the world of sense. I can now ask myself, over and above the percepts just mentioned, what else is there in the section of space in which they are? I shall then find mechanical, chemical, and other processes in that section of space. I next go further and study the processes which take place between the object and my sense organs. I shall find oscillations in an elastic medium, the character of which has not the least in common with the percepts from which I started. I get the same result if I trace further the connection between sense organs and brain. In each of these inquiries I gather new percepts, but the connecting thread which binds all these spatially and temporally separated percepts into one whole is thought. The air vibrations which carry sound are given to me as percepts just like the sound. Thought alone links all these percepts one to the other and exhibits them in their reciprocal relations. We have no right to say that, over and above our immediate percepts, there is anything except the ideal nexus of percepts, which thought has to reveal. The relation of the object perceived to the perceiving subject, which relation transcends the bare percept, is therefore merely ideal, in other words, capable of being expressed only through concepts. Only if it were possible to perceive how the object of perception affects the perceiving subject, or alternatively, only if I could watch the construction of the perceptual complex through the subject, could we speak as modern physiology and the critical idealism which is based on it speak. Their theory confuses an ideal relation, that of the object to the subject, with a process of which we could speak only if it were possible to perceive it. The proposition, no color without a color-sensing eye, cannot be taken to mean that the eye produces the color, but only that an ideal relation, recognizable by thought, subsists between the percept color and the percept eye. To empirical science belongs the task of ascertaining how the properties of the eye and those of the colors are related to one another. By means of what structures the organ of sight makes possible the perception of colors, etc., I can trace how one percept succeeds another and how one is related to others in space, and I can formulate these relations in conceptual terms, but I can never perceive how a percept originates out of the non-perceptible. All attempts to seek any relations between percepts and other conceptual relations must of necessity fail. What then is a percept? This question, asked in this general way, is absurd. A percept appears always as a perfectly determinate, concrete content. This content is immediately given and is completely contained in the given. The only question one can ask concerning the given content is what it is apart from perception, that is, what it is for thought. The question concerning the what of a percept can, therefore, only refer to the conceptual intuition which corresponds to the percept. From this point of view, the problem of the subjectivity of percepts, in the sense in which the critical idealists debate it, cannot be raised at all. Only that which is experienced as belonging to the subject can be termed subjective. To form a link between subject and object is impossible for any real process, in the naive sense of the word, real, in which it means a process which can be perceived. That is possible only for thought. For us, then, objective means that which, for perception, presents itself as external to the perceiving subject. As subject of perception, I remain perceptible to myself after the table which now stands before me has disappeared from my field of observation. The perception of the table has produced a modification in me which persists like myself. I preserve an image of the table which now forms part of myself. Modern psychology terms this image a memory idea. Now this is the only thing which has any right to be called the idea of the table, for it is the perceptible modification of my own mental state through the presence of the table in my visual field. Moreover, it does not mean a modification in some ego in itself behind the perceiving subject, but the modification of the perceiving subject itself. The idea is, therefore, a subjective percept, in contrast with the objective percept, which occurs when the object is present in the perceptual field. The false identification of the subject with this objective percept leads to the misunderstanding of idealism. The world is my idea. Our next task must be to define the concept of idea more nearly. What we have said about it so far does not give us the concept, but only shows us where in the perceptual field ideas are to be found. The exact concept of idea will also make it possible for us to obtain a satisfactory understanding of the relation of idea and object. This will then lead us over the borderline, where the relation of subject to object is brought down from the purely conceptual field of knowledge into concrete individual life. Once we know how we are to conceive the world, it will be an easy task to adapt ourselves to it. Only when we know to what object we are to devote our activity can we put our whole energy into our actions. 7. Human individuality. Philosophers have found the chief difficulty in the explanation of ideas in the fact that we are not identical with the external objects, and yet our ideas must have a form corresponding to their objects. But on closer inspection, it turns out that this difficulty does not really exist. We are certainly not identical with the external things, but we belong together with them to one and the same world. The stream of the universal cosmic process passes through that segment of the world which, to my perception, is myself as subject. So far as my perception goes, I am, in the first instance, confined within the limits bounded by my skin. But all that is contained within the skin belongs to the cosmos as a whole. Hence, for a relation to subsist between my organism and an object external to me, it is by no means necessary that something of the object should slip into me or make an impression on my mind, like a signet ring on wax. The question, how do I gain knowledge of that tree 10 feet away from me, is utterly misleading. It springs from the view that the boundaries of my body are absolute barriers through which information about external things filters into me. The forces which are active within my body are the same as those which exist outside. I am, therefore, really identical with the objects. Not, however, I insofar as I am subject of perception, but I insofar as I am a part within the universal cosmic process. The percept of the tree belongs to the same whole as myself. The universal cosmic process produces alike here the percept of the tree, and there the percept of myself. Were I a world creator instead of a world knower, subject and object, percept and self, would originate in one act. For they condition one another reciprocally. As world knower, I can discover the common element in both, so far as they are complementary aspects of the world, only through thought which, by means of concepts, relates the one to the other. The most difficult to drive from the field are the so-called physiological proofs of the subjectivity of our percepts. When I exert pressure on the skin of my body, I experience it as a pressure sensation. This same pressure can be sensed as light by the eye, as sound by the ear. I experience an electrical shock by the eye as light, by the ear as sound, by the nerves of the skin as touch, and by the nose as a smell of phosphorus. What follows from these facts? Only this. I experience an electrical shock, or, as the case may be, a pressure followed by a light, or a sound, or it may be a certain smell, etc. If there were no eye present, then no light quality would accompany the perception of the mechanical vibrations in my environment. Without the presence of the ear, no sound, etc. But what right have we to say that in the absence of sense organs, the whole process would not exist at all? All those who, from the fact that an electrical process causes a sensation of light in the eye, conclude that what we sense as light is only a mechanical process of motion, forget that they are only arguing from one percept to another, and not at all to something altogether transcending percepts. Just as we can say that the eye perceives a mechanical process of motion in its surroundings as light, so we can affirm that every change in an object determined by natural law is perceived by us as a process of motion. If I draw 12 pictures of a horse on the circumference of a rotating disc, reproducing exactly the positions which the horse's body successively assumes in movement, I can, by rotating the disc, produce the illusion of movement. I need only look through an opening in such a way that, at regular intervals, I perceive the successive positions of the horse. I perceive not separate pictures of 12 horses, but one picture of a single galloping horse. The above-mentioned physiological facts cannot, therefore, throw any light on the relation of percept to idea. Hence we must seek a relation some other way. The moment a percept appears in my field of consciousness, thought, too, becomes active in me. A member of my thought system, a definite intuition, a concept, connects itself with the percept. When, next, the percept disappears from my field of vision, what remains? The intuition with the reference to the particular percept which it acquired in the moment of perception. The degree of vividness with which I can subsequently recall the reference depends on the manner in which my mental and bodily organism is working. An idea is nothing but an intuition related to a particular percept. It is a concept which was once connected with a certain percept, and which retains this reference to the percept. My concept of a lion is not constructed out of my percepts of a lion, but my idea of a lion is formed under the guidance of the percept. I can teach someone to form the concept of a lion without his ever having seen a lion, but I can never give him a living idea of it without the help of his own perception. An idea is therefore nothing but an individualized concept. And now we can see how real objects can be represented to us by ideas. The full reality of a thing is present to us in the moment of observation through the combination of concept and percept. The concept acquires by means of the percept an individualized form, a relation to this particular percept. In this individualized form which carries with it, as an essential feature, the reference to the percept, it continues to exist in us and constitutes the idea of the thing in question. If we come across a second thing with which the same concept connects itself, we recognize the second as being of the same kind as the first. If we come across the same thing twice, we find in our conceptual system not merely a corresponding concept, but the individualized concept with its characteristic relation to this same object, and thus we recognize the object again. The idea, then, stands between the percept and the concept. It is the determinate concept which points to the percept. The sum of my ideas may be called my experience. The man who has the greater number of individualized concepts will be the man of richer experience. A man who lacks all power of intuition is not capable of acquiring experience. The objects simply disappear again from the field of his consciousness because he lacks the concepts which he ought to bring into relation with them. On the other hand, a man whose faculty of thought is well developed, but whose perception functions badly owing to his clumsy sense organs, will be no better able to gain experience. He can, it is true, by one means and another acquire concepts, but the living reference to particular objects is lacking to his intuitions. The unthinking traveler and the student absorbed in abstract conceptual systems are alike incapable of acquiring a rich experience. Reality presents itself to us as the union of percept and concept, and the subjective representation of this reality presents itself to us as idea. If our personality expressed itself only in cognition, the totality of all that is objective would be contained in percept, concept, and idea. However, we are not satisfied merely to refer precepts by means of thinking to concepts, but we relate them also to our private subjectivity, our individual ego. The expression of this relation to us as individuals is feeling, which manifests itself as pleasure and pain. Thinking and feeling correspond to the twofold nature of our being, to which reference has already been made. By means of thought, we take an active part in the universal cosmic process. By means of feeling, we withdraw ourselves into the narrow precincts of our own being. Thought links us to the world. Feeling leads us back into ourselves and thus makes us individuals. Were we merely thinking and perceiving beings, our whole life would flow along in monotonous indifference. Could we only know ourselves as selves, we should be totally indifferent to ourselves. It is only because with self-knowledge we experience self-feeling, and with the perception of objects, pleasure and pain, that we live as individuals whose existence is not exhausted by the conceptual relations in which they stand to the rest of the world, but who have a special value in themselves. One might be tempted to regard the life of feeling as something more richly saturated with reality than the apprehension of the world by thought. But the reply to this is that the life of feeling, after all, has this richer meaning only for my individual self. For the universe as a whole, my feelings can be of value only if, as percepts of myself, they enter into connection with a concept, and in this roundabout way become links in the cosmos. Our life is a continual oscillation between our share in the universal world process and our own individual existence. The farther we ascend into the universal nature of thought, where the individual, at last, interests us only as an example, an instance of the concept, the more the character of something individual, of the quite determinate, unique personality, becomes lost in us. The farther we descend into the depths of our own private life and allow the vibrations of our feelings to accompany all our experiences of the outer world, the more we cut ourselves off from the universal life. True individuality belongs to him whose feelings reach up to the farthest possible extent into the region of the ideal. There are men in whom even the most general ideas still bear that peculiar personal tinge which shows unmistakably their connection with their author. There are others whose concepts come before us as devoid of any trace of individual coloring, as if they had not been produced by a being of flesh and blood at all. Even ideas give to our conceptual life an individual stamp. Each one of us has his special standpoint from which he looks out on the world. His concepts link themselves to his percepts. He has his own special way of forming general concepts. This special character results for each of us from his special standpoint in the world, from the way in which the range of his percepts is dependent on the place in the whole where he exists. The conditions of individuality, here indicated, we call the milieu. This special character of our experience must be distinguished from another, which depends on our peculiar organization. Each of us, as we know, is organized as a unique, fully determined individual. Each of us combines special feelings, and these in the most varying degrees of intensity, with his percepts. This is just the individual element in the personality of each of us. It is what remains over when we have allowed fully for all the determining factors in our milieu. A life of feeling, wholly devoid of thought, would gradually lose all connection with the world. But man is meant to be a whole, and knowledge of objects will go hand in hand for him with the development and education of the feeling side of his nature. Feeling is the means whereby, in the first instance, concepts gain concrete life. 8. Are there limits to knowledge? We have established that the elements for the explanation of reality are to be taken from the two spheres of perception and thought. It is due, as we have seen, to our organization that the full totality of reality, including our own selves as subjects, appears at first as a duality. Knowledge transcends this duality by fusing the two elements of reality, the percept and the concept, into the complete thing. Let us call the manner in which the world presents itself to us before, by means of knowledge, it has taken on its true nature, the world of appearance, in distinction from the unified whole composed of percept and concept. We can then say the world is given to us as a duality, dualism, and knowledge transforms it into a unity, monism. A philosophy which starts from this basal principle may be called a monistic philosophy, or monism. Opposed to this is the theory of two worlds, or dualism. The latter does not, by any means, assume merely that there are two sides of a single reality, which are kept apart by our organization, but that there are two worlds totally distinct from one another. It then tries to find in one of these two worlds the principle of explanation for the other. Dualism rests on a false conception of what we call knowledge. It divides the whole of reality into two spheres, each of which has its own laws, and it leaves these two worlds standing outside one another. It is from a dualism such as this that there arises the distinction between the object of perception and the thing in itself, which Kant introduced into philosophy, and which to the present day we have not succeeded in expelling. According to our interpretation, it is due to the nature of our organization that a particular object can be given to us only as a percept. Thought transcends this particularity by assigning to each percept its proper place in the world as a whole. As long as we determine these separate parts of the cosmos as percepts, we are simply following, in this sorting out, a law of our subjective constitution. If, however, we regard all percepts taken together merely as one part, and contrast this with a second part, for example, the things in themselves, then our philosophy is building castles in the air. We are then engaged in mere playing with concepts. We construct an artificial opposition, but we can find no content for the second of these opposites, seeing that no content for a particular thing can be found except in perception. Every kind of reality which is assumed to exist outside the sphere of perception and conception must be relegated to the limbo of unverified hypotheses. To this category belongs the thing in itself. It is, of course, quite natural that a dualistic thinker should be unable to find the connection between the world principle, which he hypothetically assumes, and the facts that are given in experience. For the hypothetical world principle itself, a content can be found only by borrowing it from experience and shutting one's eyes to the fact of the borrowing. Otherwise, it remains an empty and meaningless concept, a mere form without content. In this case, the dualistic thinker generally asserts that the content of this concept is inaccessible to our knowledge. We can know only that such a content exists, but not what it is. In either case, it is impossible to transcend dualism. Even though one were to import a few abstract elements from the world of experience into the content of the thing in itself, it would still remain impossible to reduce the rich concrete life of experience to these few elements, which are, after all, themselves taken from experience. Du Bois-Reymond lays it down that the imperceptible atoms of matter produce sensation and feeling by means of their position and motion, and then infers from this premise that we can never find a satisfactory explanation of how matter and motion produce sensation and feeling, for it is absolutely and forever unintelligible that it should be other than indifferent to a number of atoms of carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen, etc., how they lie and move, how they lay or moved, or how they will lie and will move. It is in no way intelligible how consciousness might come into existence through their interaction. This conclusion is characteristic of the whole tendency of this school of thought. Position and motion are abstracted from the rich world of percepts. They are then transferred to the fictitious world of atoms, and then we are astonished that we fail to evolve concrete life out of this principle of our own making, which we have borrowed from the world of percepts. That the dualist, working as he does with a completely empty concept of the thing in itself, can reach no explanation of the world, follows even from the definition of his principle which has been given above. In any case, the dualist finds it necessary to set impassable barriers to our faculty of knowledge. A follower of the monistic theory of the world knows that all he needs to explain any given phenomenon in the world is to be found within this world itself. What prevents him from finding it can be only chance limitations in space and time, and defects of his organization. In other words, not of human organization in general, but only of his own. It follows from the concept of knowledge as defined by us that there can be no talk of any limits of knowledge. Knowledge is not a concern of the universe in general, but one which men must settle for themselves. External things demand no explanation. They exist and act on one another according to laws which thought can discover. They exist in indivisible unity with these laws. But we, in our selfhood, confront them, grasping at first only what we have called percepts. However, within ourselves we find the power to discover also the other part of reality. Only when the self has combined for itself the two elements of reality which are indivisibly bound up with one another in the world is our thirst for knowledge stilled. The self is then again in contact with reality. The presuppositions for the development of knowledge thus exist through and for the self. It is the self which sets itself the problems of knowledge. It takes them from thought, an element which in itself is absolutely clear and transparent. If we set ourselves questions which we cannot answer, it must be because the content of the question is not in all respects clear and distinct. It is not the world which sets questions to us, but we who set them to ourselves. I can imagine that it would be quite impossible for me to answer a question which I happened to find written down somewhere without knowing the universe of discourse from which the content of the question is taken. In knowledge, we are concerned with questions which arise for us through the fact that a world of percepts, conditioned by time, space, and our subjective organization, stands over against a world of concepts expressing the totality of the universe. Our task consists in the assimilation to one another of these two spheres, with both of which we are familiar. There is no room here for talking about limits of knowledge. It may be that, at a particular moment, this or that remains unexplained, because, through chance obstacles, we are prevented from perceiving the things involved. What is not found today, however, may easily be found tomorrow. The limits due to these causes are only contingent, and must be overcome by the progress of perception and thought. Dualism makes the mistake of transferring the opposition of subject and object, which has meaning only within the perceptual world, to pure conceptual entities outside this world. Now the distinct and separate things in the perceptual world remain separated only so long as the perceiver refrains from thinking. For thought cancels all separation and reveals it as due to purely subjective conditions. The dualist, therefore, transfers to entities transcending the perceptual world abstract determinations, which, even in the perceptual world, have no absolute, but only relative, validity. He thus divides the two factors concerned in the process of knowledge, for example, percept and concept, into four. 1. The object in itself. 2. The percept which the subject has of the object. 3. The subject. 4. The concept which relates the percept to the object in itself. The relation between subject and object is real. The subject is really dynamically influenced by the object. This real process does not appear in consciousness, but it evokes in the subject a response to the stimulation from the object. The result of this response is the percept. This at length appears in consciousness. The object has an objective, independent of the subject, reality, the percept a subjective reality. This subjective reality is referred by the subject to the object. This reference is an ideal one. Dualism thus divides the process of knowledge into two parts. The one part, for example, the production of the perceptual object by the thing in itself, he conceives of as taking place outside consciousness, whereas the other, the combination of percept with concept and the latter's reference to the thing in itself, takes place, according to him, in consciousness. With such presuppositions, it is clear why the dualist regards his concepts merely as subjective representations of what is really external to his consciousness. The objectively real process in the subject by means of which the percept is produced, and still more, the objective relations between things in themselves, remain for the dualist inaccessible to direct knowledge. According to him, man can get only conceptual representations of the objectively real. The bond of unity which connects things in themselves with one another, and also objectively with the individual minds as things in themselves, of each of us, exists beyond our consciousness in a divine being, of whom, once more, we have merely a conceptual representation. The dualist believes that the whole world would be dissolved into a mere abstract scheme of concepts did he not posit the existence of real connections beside the conceptual ones. In other words, the ideal principles which thinking discovers are too airy for the dualist, and he seeks, in addition, real principles with which to support them. Let us examine these real principles a little more closely. The naive man, naive realist, regards the objects of sense experience as realities. The fact that his hands can grasp and his eyes see these objects is for him sufficient guarantee of their reality. Nothing exists that cannot be perceived is, in fact, the first axiom of the naive man, and it is held to be equally valid in its converse. Everything which is perceived exists. The best proof for this assertion is the naive man's belief in immortality and in ghosts. He thinks of the soul as a fine kind of matter perceptible by the senses, which, in special circumstances, may actually become visible to the ordinary man. Belief in ghosts. In contrast with this, his real world, the naive realist regards everything else, especially the world of ideas, as unreal or merely ideal. What we add to objects by thinking is merely thoughts about the objects. Thought adds nothing real to the percept. But it is not only with reference to the existence of things that the naive man regards perception as the sole guarantee of reality, but also with reference to the existence of processes. A thing, according to him, can act on another only when a force actually present to perception issues from the one and acts upon the other. The ancient Greek philosophers, who were naive realists in the best sense of the word, held the theory of vision according to which the eye sends out feelers which touch the objects. The older physicists thought that the very kinds of substances emanate from the objects and penetrate through the sense organs into the soul. The actual perception of these substances is impossible only because of the coarseness of our sense organs relatively to the fineness of these substances. In principle, the reason for attributing reality to these substances was the same as that for attributing it to the objects of the sensible world, in other words, their kind of existence, which was conceived to be analogous to that of perceptual reality. The self-contained being of ideas is not thought of by the naive mind as real in the same sense. An object conceived merely in idea is regarded as a chimera until sense perception can furnish proof of its reality. In short, the naive man demands, in addition to the ideal evidence of his thinking, the real evidence of his senses. In this need of the naive man lies the ground for the origin of the belief in revelation. The God whom we apprehend by thought remains always merely our idea of God. The naive consciousness demands that God should manifest himself in ways accessible to the senses. God must appear in the flesh, and must attest his Godhead to our senses by the changing of water into wine. Even knowledge itself is conceived by the naive mind as a process analogous to sense perception. Things, it is thought, make an impression on the mind, or send out copies of themselves which enter through our senses, etc. What the naive man can perceive with his senses he regards as real, and what he cannot perceive, God, soul, knowledge, etc., he regards as analogous to what he can perceive. On the basis of naive realism, science can consist only in an exact description of the content of perception. Concepts are only means to this end. They exist to provide ideal counterparts of percepts. With the things themselves they have nothing to do. For the naive realist, only the individual tulips, which we can see, are real. The universal idea of tulip is to him an abstraction, the unreal thought picture which the mind constructs for itself out of the characteristics common to all tulips. Naive realism, with its fundamental principle of the reality of all percepts, contradicts experience, which teaches us that the content of percepts is of a transitory nature. The tulip I see is real today. In a year it will have vanished into nothingness. What persists is the species tulip. This species is, however, for the naive realist, merely an idea, not a reality. Thus this theory of the world finds itself in the paradoxical position of seeing its realities arise and perish, while that which, by contrast with its realities, it regards as unreal endures. Hence naive realism is compelled to acknowledge the existence of something ideal by the side of percepts. It must include within itself entities which cannot be perceived by the senses. In admitting them, it escapes contradicting itself by conceiving their existence as analogous to that of objects of sense. Such hypothetical realities are the invisible forces by means of which the objects of sense perception act on one another. Another such reality is heredity, the effects of which survive the individual, and which is the reason why from the individual a new being develops which is similar to it, and by means of which the species is maintained. The soul, the life principle permeating the organic body, is another such reality which the naive mind is always found conceiving in analogy to realities of sense perception. And, lastly, the divine being, as conceived by the naive mind, is such a hypothetical entity. The deity is thought of as acting in a manner exactly corresponding to that which we can perceive in man himself. In other words, the deity is conceived anthropomorphically. Modern physics traces sensations back to the movements of the smallest particles of bodies and of an infinitely fine substance called ether. What we experience, for example, as warmth, is a movement of the parts of a body which causes the warmth in the space occupied by that body. Here again, something imperceptible is conceived on the analogy of what is perceptible. Thus, in terms of perception, the analogon of the concept body is, say, the interior of a room, shut in on all sides, in which elastic balls are moving in all directions, impinging one on another, bouncing on and off the walls, etc. Without such assumptions, the world of the naive realist would collapse into a disconnected chaos of percepts, without mutual relations, and having no unity within itself. It is clear, however, that naive realism can make these assumptions only by contradicting itself. If it would remain true to its fundamental principle, that only what is perceived is real, then it ought not to assume a reality where it perceives nothing. The imperceptible forces, of which perceptible things are the bearers, are, in fact, illegitimate hypotheses from the standpoint of naive realism. But because naive realism knows no other realities, it invests its hypothetical forces with perceptual content. It thus transfers a form of existence, the existence of percepts, to a sphere where the only means of making any assertion concerning such existence, for example sense perception, is lacking. This self-contradictory theory leads to metaphysical realism. The latter constructs, beside the perceptible reality, an imperceptible one, which it conceives on the analogy of the former. Metaphysical realism is therefore, of necessity, dualistic. Wherever the metaphysical realist observes a relation between perceptible things, mutual approach through movement, the entrance of an object into consciousness, etc., there he posits a reality. However, the relation of which he becomes aware cannot be perceived but only expressed by means of thought. The ideal relation is thereupon arbitrarily assimilated to something perceptible. Thus, according to this theory, the world is composed of the objects of perception, which are in ceaseless flux, arising and disappearing, and of imperceptible forces by which the perceptible objects are produced, and which are permanent. Metaphysical realism is a self-contradictory mixture of naive realism and idealism. Its forces are imperceptible entities endowed with the qualities proper to percepts. The metaphysical realist has made up his mind to acknowledge, in addition to the sphere for the existence of which he has an instrument of knowledge and sense perception, the existence of another sphere for which this instrument fails, and which can be known only by means of thought. But he cannot make up his mind at the same time to acknowledge that the mode of existence which thought reveals, for example, the concept or idea, has equal rights with percepts. If we are to avoid the contradiction of imperceptible percepts, we must admit that, for us, the relations which thought traces between percepts can have no other mode of existence than that of concepts. If one rejects the untenable part of metaphysical realism, there remains the concept of the world as the aggregate of percepts and their conceptual, ideal relations. Metaphysical realism then merges itself in a view of the world according to which the principle of perceptibility holds for percepts, and that of conceivability for the relations between the percepts. This view of the world has no room, in addition to the perceptual and conceptual worlds, for a third sphere in which both principles, the so-called real principle and the ideal principle, are simultaneously valid. When the metaphysical realist asserts that, besides the ideal relation between the perceived object and the perceiving subject, there must be a real relation between the percept as thing in itself and the subject as thing in itself, the so-called individual mind, he is basing his assertion on the false assumption of a real process, imperceptible but analogous to processes in the world of percepts. Further, when the metaphysical realist asserts that we stand in a conscious ideal relation to our world of percepts, but that to the real world we can have only a dynamic or force relation, he repeats the mistake we have already criticized. We can talk of a dynamic relation only within the world of percepts, in the sphere of the sense of touch, but not outside that world. Let us call the view which we have just characterized, into which metaphysical realism merges when it discards its contradictory elements, monism, because it combines one-sided realism and idealism into a higher unity. For naive realism, the real world is an aggregate of percepts. For metaphysical realism, reality belongs not only to percepts, but also to imperceptible forces. Monism replaces forces by ideal relations which are supplied by thought. These relations are the laws of nature. A law of nature is nothing but the conceptual expression for the connection of certain percepts. Monism is never called upon to ask whether there are any principles of explanation for reality other than percepts and concepts. The monist knows that in the whole realm of the real, there is no occasion for this question. In the perceptual world, as immediately apprehended, he sees one half of reality. In the union of this world with the world of concepts, he finds full reality. The metaphysical realist might object that, relatively to our organization, our knowledge may be complete in itself, that no part may be lacking, but that we do not know how the world appears to a mind organized differently from our own. To this the monist will reply, maybe there are intelligences other than human, and maybe also that their percepts are different from ours, if they have perception at all. But this is irrelevant to me for the following reasons. Through my perceptions, in other words, through this specifically human mode of perception, I, as subject, am confronted with the object. The nexus of things is thereby broken. The subject reconstructs the nexus by means of thought. In doing so, it reinserts itself into the context of the world as a whole. As it is only through the self, as subject, that the whole appears rent in two between percept and concept, the reunion of those two factors will give us complete knowledge. For beings with a different perceptual world, for example, if they had twice our number of sense organs, the nexus would appear broken in another place, and the reconstruction would accordingly have to take a form specifically adapted to such beings. The question concerning the limits of knowledge troubles only naive and metaphysical realism, both of which see in the contents of mind only ideal representations of the real world. For to these theories, whatever falls outside the subject is something absolute, a self-contained whole, and the subject's mental content is a copy, which is wholly external to this absolute. The completeness of knowledge depends on greater or lesser degree of resemblance between the representation and the absolute object. A being with fewer senses than man will perceive less of the world. One with more senses will perceive more. The former's knowledge will, therefore, be less complete than the latter's. For monism, the matter is different. The point where the unity of the world appears to be rent asunder into subject and object depends on the organization of the percipient. The object is not absolute, but merely relative to the nature of the subject. The bridging of the gap, therefore, can take place only in the quite specific way which is characteristic of the human subject. As soon as the self, which in perception is set over against the world, is again reinserted into the world nexus by constructive thought, all further questioning ceases, having been but a result of the separation. A differently constituted being would have a differently constituted knowledge. Our own knowledge suffices to answer the questions which result from our own mental constitution. Metaphysical realism must ask, what is it that gives us our percepts? What is it that stimulates the subject? Monism holds that percepts are determined by the subject, but in thought the subject has at the same time the instrument for transcending this determination, of which it is itself the author. The metaphysical realist is faced by a further difficulty when he seeks to explain the similarity of the world views of different human individuals. He has to ask himself, how is it that my theory of the world, built up out of subjectively determined percepts and out of concepts, turns out to be the same as that which another individual is also building up out of these same two subjective factors? How, in any case, is it possible for me to argue from my own subjective view of the world to that of another human being? The metaphysical realist thinks he can infer the similarity of these subjective worldviews of different human beings from their ability to get on with one another in practical life. From this similarity of worldviews, he infers further the likeness to one another of individual minds, meaning by individual mind the I in itself underlying each subject. We have here an inference from a number of effects to the character of the underlying causes. We believe that after we have observed a sufficiently large number of instances, we know the connection sufficiently to know how the inferred causes will act in other instances. Such an inference is called an inductive inference. We shall be obliged to modify its results if further observation yields some unexpected fact, because the character of our conclusion is, after all, determined only by the particular details of our actual observations. The metaphysical realist asserts that this knowledge of causes, though restricted by these conditions, is quite sufficient for practical life. Inductive inference is the fundamental method of modern metaphysical realism. At one time it was thought that out of concepts we could evolve something that would no longer be a concept. It was thought that the metaphysical reals, which metaphysical realism after all requires, could be known by means of concepts. This method of philosophizing is now out of date. Instead, it is thought that from a sufficiently large number of perceptual facts, we can infer the character of the thing in itself, which lies behind these facts. Formerly, it was from concepts. Now, it is from percepts that the realist seeks to evolve the metaphysically real. Because concepts are before the mind in transparent clearness, it was thought that we might deduce from them the metaphysically real with absolute certainty. Percepts are not given with the same transparent clearness. Each fresh one is a little different from others of the same kind which preceded it. In principle, therefore, anything inferred from past experience is somewhat modified by each subsequent experience. The character of the metaphysically real, thus obtained, can therefore be only relatively true, for it is open to correction by further instances. The character of von Hartmann's metaphysics depends on this methodological principle. The motto on the title page of his first important book is "Speculative Results Gained by the Inductive Method of Science." The form which the metaphysical realist at the present day gives to his things in themselves is obtained by inductive inferences. Consideration of the process of knowledge has convinced him of the existence of an objectively real world nexus over and above the subjective world which we know by means of percepts and concepts. The nature of this reality, he thinks, he can determine by inductive inferences from his percepts. Section 2. The Reality of Freedom. 9. The Factors of Life. Let us recapitulate the results gained in the previous chapters. The world appears to man as a multiplicity, as an aggregate of separate entities. He himself is one of these entities, a thing among things. Of this structure of the world, we say simply that it is given, and inasmuch as we do not construct it by conscious activity, but simply find it, we say that it consists of percepts. Within this world of percepts, we perceive ourselves. This percept of self would remain merely one among many other percepts, did it not give rise to something which proves capable of connecting all percepts one with another, and therefore the aggregate of all other percepts with the percept of self. This something which emerges is no longer a mere percept, neither is it, like percepts, simply given. It is produced by our activity. It appears, in the first instance, bound up with what each of us perceives as his self. In its inner significance, however, it transcends the self. It adds to these separate percepts ideal determinations, which, however, are related to one another, and which are grounded in a whole. What self-perception yields is ideally determined by this something in the same way as all other percepts, and placed as subject, or I, over against the objects. This something is thought, and the ideal determinations are the concepts and ideas. Thought, therefore, first manifests itself in connection with the percept of self, but it is not merely subjective, for the self characterizes itself as subject only with the help of thought. This relation of the self to itself by means of thought is one of the fundamental determinations of our personal lives. Through it we lead a purely ideal existence. By means of it we are aware of ourselves as thinking beings. This determination of our lives would remain a purely conceptual, logical one, if it were not supplemented by other determinations of ourselves. Our lives would then exhaust themselves in establishing ideal connections between percepts themselves and between them and ourselves. If we call this establishment of an ideal relation an act of cognition, and the resulting condition of ourselves knowledge, then, assuming the above supposition to be true, we should have to consider ourselves as beings who merely apprehend or know. The supposition is, however, untrue. We relate percepts to ourselves not merely ideally through concepts, but also, as we have already seen, through feeling. In short, the content of our lives is not merely conceptual. The naive realist holds that personality actually lives more genuinely in the life of feeling than in the purely ideal activity of knowledge. From his point of view, he is quite right in interpreting the matter in this way. Feeling plays on the subjective side exactly the part which percepts play on the objective side. From the principle of naive realism, that everything is real which can be perceived, it follows that feeling is the guarantee of the reality of one's own personality. Monism, however, must bestow on feeling the same supplementation which it considers necessary for percepts, if these are to stand to us for reality in its full nature. For monism, feeling is an incomplete reality, which, in the form in which it first appears to us, lacks as yet its second factor, the concept or idea. This is why, in actual life, feelings, like percepts, appear prior to knowledge. At first we have merely a feeling of existence, and it is only in the course of our gradual development that we attain to the point at which the concept of self emerges from within the blind mass of feelings which fills our existence. However, what for us does not appear until later is, from the first, indissolubly bound up with our feelings. This is how the naive man comes to believe that, in feeling, he grasps existence immediately, in knowledge only mediately. The development of the effective life, therefore, appears to him more important than anything else. Not until he has grasped the unity of the world through feeling will he believe that he has comprehended it. He attempts to make feeling, rather than thought, the instrument of knowledge. Now, a feeling is entirely individual, something equivalent to a percept. Hence, a philosophy of feeling makes a cosmic principle out of something which has significance only within my own personality. Anyone who holds this view attempts to infuse his own self into the whole world. What the monist strives to grasp by means of concepts, the philosopher of feeling tries to attain through feeling, and he looks on his own felt union with objects as more immediate than knowledge. The tendency just described, the philosophy of feeling, is mysticism. The error in this view is that it seeks to possess by immediate experience what must be known, that it seeks to develop feeling, which is individual, into a universal principle. A feeling is a purely individual activity. It is the relation of the external world to the subject, insofar as this relation finds expression in a purely subjective experience. There is yet another expression of human personality. The self, through thought, takes part in the universal world life. Through thought, it establishes purely ideal or conceptual relations between percepts and itself, and between itself and percepts. In feeling, it has immediate experience of the relation of objects to itself as subject. In will, the opposite is the case. In volition, we are concerned once more with a percept, for example, that of the individual relation of the self to what is objective. Whatever in the act of will is not an ideal factor is just as much mere object of perception as is any object in the external world. Nevertheless, the naive realist believes here again that he has before him something far more real that can never be attained by thought. He sees in the will an element in which he is immediately aware of an activity, a causation, in contrast with thought which afterwards grasps this activity in conceptual form. On this view, the realization by the self of its will is a process which is experienced immediately. The adherent of this philosophy believes that in the will he has really got hold of one end of reality, whereas he can follow other occurrences only from the outside by means of perception. He is confident that in his will he experiences a real process quite immediately. The mode of existence presented to him by the will within himself becomes for him the fundamental reality of the universe. His own will appears to him as a special case of the general world process, hence the latter is conceived as a universal will. The will becomes the principle of reality, just as, in mysticism, feeling becomes the principle of knowledge. This kind of theory is called voluntarism, or theism. It makes something which can be experienced only individually the dominant factor of the world. Voluntarism can as little be called scientific as can mysticism, for both assert that the conceptual interpretation of the world is inadequate. Both demand, in addition to a principle of being which is ideal, also a principle which is real. But as perception is our only means of apprehending these so-called real principles, the assertion of mysticism and voluntarism coincides with the view that we have two sources of knowledge, for example, thought and perception, the latter finding individual expression as will and feeling. Since the immediate experiences which flow from the one source cannot be directly absorbed into the thoughts which flow from the other, perception, or immediate experience, and thought remain side by side, without any higher form of experience to mediate between them. Beside the conceptual principle to which we attain by means of knowledge, there is also a real principle which must be immediately experienced. In other words, mysticism and voluntarism are both forms of naive realism, because they subscribe to the doctrine that the immediately perceived or experienced is real. Compared with naive realism in its primitive form, they are guilty of the yet further inconsistency of accepting one definite form of perception, feeling, respectively will, as the exclusive means of knowing reality. Yet they can do this only so long as they cling to the general principle that everything that is perceived is real. They ought, therefore, to attach an equal value to external perception for purposes of knowledge. Voluntarism turns into metaphysical realism when it asserts the existence of will also in those spheres of reality in which will can no longer, as in the individual subject, be immediately experienced. It assumes hypothetically that a principle holds outside subjective experience, for the existence of which, nevertheless, subjective experience is the sole criterion. As a form of metaphysical realism, Voluntarism is open to the criticism developed in the preceding chapter, a criticism which makes it necessary to overcome the contradictory element in every form of metaphysical realism, and to recognize that the will is a universal world process only insofar as it is ideally related to the rest of the world. 10. The idea of freedom. The concept tree is conditioned for our knowledge by the percept tree. There is only one determinate concept which I can select from the general system of concepts and apply to a given percept. The connection of concept and percept is mediately and objectively determined by thought in conformity with the percept. The connection between a percept and its concept is recognized after the act of perception, but the relevance of the one to the other is determined by the character of each. In willing, the situation is different. The percept is here the content of my existence as an individual, whereas the concept is the universal element in me. What is brought into ideal relation to the external world by means of the concept is an immediate experience of my own, a percept of myself. More precisely, it is a percept of myself as active, as producing effects on the external world. In apprehending my own acts of will, I connect a concept with a corresponding percept, for example, with the particular volition. In other words, by an act of thought, I link up my individual faculty, my will, with the universal world process. The content of a concept corresponding to an external percept appearing within the field of my experience is given through intuition. Intuition is the source for the content of my whole conceptual system. The percept shows me only which concept I have to apply, in any given instance, out of the aggregate of my intuitions. The content of a concept is, indeed, conditioned by the percept, but it is not produced by it. On the contrary, it is intuitively given and connected with the percept by an act of thought. The same is true of the conceptual content of an act of will, which is just as little capable of being deduced from this act. It is got by intuition. Now, if the conceptual intuition, the ideal content, of my act of will occurs before the corresponding percept, then the content of what I do is determined by my ideas. The reason why I select from the number of possible intuitions just this special one cannot be sought in an object of perception, but is to be found rather in the purely ideal interdependence of the members of my system of concepts. In other words, the determining factors for my will are to be found not in the perceptual, but only in the conceptual world. My will is determined by my idea. The conceptual system, which corresponds to the external world, is conditioned by this external world. We must determine from the percept itself what concept corresponds to it, and how, in turn, this concept will fit in with the rest of my system of ideas depends on its intuitive content. The percept thus conditions directly its concept, and thereby indirectly also its place in the conceptual system of my world. But the ideal content of an act of will, which is drawn from the conceptual system and which precedes the act of will, is determined only by the conceptual system itself. An act of will, which depends on nothing but this ideal content, must itself be regarded as ideal, that is, as determined by an idea. This does not imply, of course, that all acts of will are determined only by ideas. All factors which determine the human individual have an influence on his will. In a particular act of will, we must distinguish two factors, the motive and the spring of action. The motive is the conceptual factor, the spring of action is the perceptual factor in will. The conceptual factor, or motive, is the momentary determining cause of an act of will. The spring of action is the permanent determining factor in the individual. The motive of an act of will can be only a pure concept, or else a concept with a definite relation to perception, in other words, an idea. Universal and individual concepts, or ideas, become motives of will by influencing the human individual and determining him to action in a particular direction. One and the same concept, however, or one and the same idea, influences different individuals differently. They determine different men to different actions. An act of will is, therefore, not merely the outcome of a concept or an idea, but also of the individual makeup of human beings. This individual makeup we will call, following Edward von Hartmann, the characterological disposition. The manner in which concept and idea act on the characterological disposition of a man gives to his life a definite moral or ethical stamp. The characterological disposition consists of the more or less permanent content of the individual's life, that is, of his habitual ideas and feelings. Whether an idea which enters my mind at this moment stimulates me to an act of will or not depends on its relation to my other ideal contents and also to my peculiar modes of feeling. My ideal content, in turn, is conditioned by the sum total of those concepts, which have, in the course of my individual life, come in contact with percepts, that is, have become ideas. This again depends on my greater or lesser capacity for intuition, and on the range of my perception, that is, on the subjective and objective factors of my experiences, on the structure of my mind, and on my environment. My affective life more especially determines my characterological disposition. Whether I shall make a certain idea or concept the motive for action will depend on whether it gives me pleasure or pain. These are the factors which we have to consider in an act of will. The immediately present idea or concept, which becomes the motive, determines the end or the purpose of my will. My characterological disposition determines me to direct my activity towards this end. The idea of taking a walk in the next half hour determines the end of my action, but this idea is raised to the level of a motive only if it meets with a suitable characterological disposition, that is, if during my past life I have formed the ideas of the wholesomeness of walking and the value of health, and further, if the idea of walking is accompanied by a feeling of pleasure. We must therefore distinguish 1. The possible subjective dispositions which are likely to turn given ideas and concepts into motives, and 2. The possible ideas and concepts which are capable of so influencing my characterological disposition that an act of will results. The former are for morality the springs of action, the latter its ends. The springs of action in the moral life can be discovered by analyzing the elements of which individual life is composed. The first level of individual life is that of perception, more particularly sense perception. This is the stage of our individual lives in which a percept translates itself into will immediately, without the intervention of either a feeling or a concept. The spring of action here involved may be called simply instinct. Our lower, purely animal needs, hunger, sexual intercourse, etc., find their satisfaction in this way. The main characteristic of instinctive life is the immediacy with which the percept starts off the act of will. This kind of determination of the will, which belongs originally only to the life of the lower senses, may however become extended also to the percepts of the higher senses. We may react to the percept of a certain event in the external world without reflecting on what we do, and without any special feeling connecting itself with the percept. We have examples of this, especially in our ordinary conventional intercourse with men. The spring of this kind of action is called tact, or moral good taste. The more often such immediate reactions to percept occur, the more the agent will prove himself able to act purely under the guidance of tact. That is, tact becomes his characterological disposition. The second level of human life is feeling. Definite feelings accompany the percepts of the external world. These feelings may become springs of action. When I see a hungry man, my pity for him may become the spring of my action. Such feelings, for example, are modesty, pride, sense of honor, humility, remorse, pity, revenge, gratitude, piety, loyalty, love, and duty. A complete catalogue of the principles of morality from the point of view of metaphysical realism may be found in Edward von Hartmann's Phenomenologie des sittlichen Bewusstseins. The third and last level of life is to have thoughts and ideas. An idea or a concept may become the motive of an action through mere reflection. Ideas become motives because, in the course of my life, I regularly connect certain aims of my will with percepts which occur again and again in a more or less modified form. Here it is that with men who are not wholly without experience, the occurrence of certain percepts is always accompanied also by the consciousness of ideas of actions, which they have themselves carried out in similar cases, or which they have seen others carry out. These ideas float before their minds as determining models in all subsequent decisions. They become parts of their characterological disposition. We may give the name of practical experience to the spring of action just described. Practical experience merges gradually into purely tactful behavior. That happens when definite typical pictures of actions have become so closely connected in our minds with ideas of certain situations in life that, in any given instance, we omit all deliberation based on experience and pass immediately from the percept to the action. The highest level of individual life is that of conceptual thought without reference to any definite perceptual content. We determine the content of a concept through pure intuition on the basis of an ideal system. Such a concept contains, at first, no reference to any definite percepts. When an act of will comes about under the influence of a concept which refers to a percept, in other words, under the influence of an idea, then it is the percept which determines our action indirectly by way of the concept. But when we act under the influence of pure intuitions, the spring of our action is pure thought. As it is the custom in philosophy to call pure thought reason, we may perhaps be justified in giving the name of practical reason to the spring of action characteristic of this level of life. The clearest account of this spring of action has been given by Crayenbull. In my opinion, his article on this subject is one of the most important contributions to present-day philosophy, more especially to ethics. Crayenbull calls the spring of action, of which we are treating, the practical a priori, in other words, a spring of action issuing immediately from my intuition. It is clear that such a spring of action can no longer be counted in the strictest sense as part of the characterological disposition. For what is here effective in me as a spring of action is no longer something purely individual, but the ideal and hence universal content of my intuition. As soon as I regard the content as the valid basis and starting point of an action, I pass over into willing, irrespective of whether the concept was already in my mind beforehand or whether it only occurs to me immediately before the action, that is, irrespective of whether it was present in the form of a disposition in me or not. A real act of will results only when a present impulse to action, in the form of a concept or idea, acts on the characterological disposition. Such an impulse thereupon becomes the motive of the will. The motives of moral conduct are ideas and concepts. There are moralists who see in feeling also a motive of morality. They assert, for example, that the end of moral conduct is to secure the greatest possible quantity of pleasure for the agent. Pleasure itself, however, can never be a motive. At best, only the idea of pleasure can act as motive. The idea of a future pleasure, but not the feeling itself, can act on my characterological disposition. For the feeling does not yet exist in the moment of action. On the contrary, it has first to be produced by the action. The idea of one's own or another's well-being is, however, rightly regarded as a motive of the will. The principle of producing the greatest quantity of pleasure for oneself through one's action, that is, to attain individual happiness, is called egoism. The attainment of this individual happiness is sought either by thinking ruthlessly of one's own good and striving to attain it even at the cost of the happiness of other individuals, pure egoism, or by promoting the good of others, either because one anticipates indirectly a favorable influence on one's own happiness through the happiness of others, or because one fears to endanger one's own interest by injuring others. morality of prudence. The special content of the egotistical principle of morality will depend on the ideas which we form of what constitutes our own, or others' good. A man will determine the content of his egoistical striving in accordance with what he regards as one of life's good things: luxury, hope of happiness, deliverance from different evils, etc. Further, the purely conceptual content of an action is to be regarded as yet another kind of motive. This content has no reference, like the idea of one's own pleasure, solely to the particular action, but to the deduction of an action from a system of moral principles. These moral principles, in the form of abstract concepts, may guide the individual's moral life without his worrying himself about the origin of his concepts. In that case, we feel merely the moral necessity of submitting to a moral concept, which, in the form of law, controls our actions. The justification of this necessity we leave to those who demand from us moral subjection, that is, to those whose moral authority over us we acknowledge: the head of the family, the state, social custom, the authority of the church, divine revelation. We meet with a special kind of these moral principles when the law is not proclaimed to us by an external authority, but comes from our own selves, moral autonomy. In this case, we believe that we hear the voice, to which we have to submit ourselves in our own souls. The name for this voice is conscience. It is a great moral advance when a man no longer takes as the motive of his action the commands of an external or internal authority, but tries to understand the reason why a given maxim of action ought to be effective as a motive in him. This is the advance from morality based on authority to action from moral insight. At this level of morality, a man will try to discover the demands of the moral life and will let his action be determined by this knowledge. Such demands are: 1. The greatest possible happiness of humanity as a whole, purely for its own sake. 2. The progress of civilization, or the moral development of mankind towards ever greater perfection. 3. The realization of individual moral ends conceived by an act of pure intuition. The greatest possible happiness of humanity as a whole will naturally be differently conceived by different people. The above-mentioned maxim does not imply any definite idea of this happiness, but rather means that every one who acknowledges this principle strives to do all that, in his opinion, most promotes the good of the whole of humanity. The progress of civilization is seen to be a special application of the moral principle just mentioned, at any rate for those to whom the goods which civilization produces bring feelings of pleasure. However, they will have to pay the price of progress in the destruction and annihilation of many things which also contribute to the happiness of humanity. It is, however, also possible that some men look upon the progress of civilization as a moral necessity, quite apart from the feelings of pleasure which it brings. If so, the progress of civilization will be a new moral principle for them, different from the previous one. Both the principle of the public good and that of the progress of civilization alike depend on the way in which we apply the content of our moral ideas to particular experiences or percepts. The highest principle of morality which we can conceive, however, is that which contains, to start with, no such reference to particular experiences, but which springs from the source of pure intuition and does not seek until later any connection with percepts, in other words, with life. The determination of what ought to be willed issues here from a point of view very different from that of the previous two principles. Whoever accepts the principle of the public good will in all his actions ask first what his ideals contribute to this public good. The upholder of the progress of civilization as the principle of morality will act similarly. There is, however, a still higher mode of conduct, which, in a given case, does not start from any single limited moral ideal, but which sees a certain value in all moral principles, always asking whether this or that is more important in a particular case. It may happen that a man considers in certain circumstances the promotion of the public good, in others that of the progress of civilization, and in yet others the furthering of his own private good to be the right course, and makes that the motive of his action. But when all other grounds of determination take second place, then we rely in the first place on conceptual intuition itself. All other motives now drop out of sight, and the ideal content of an action alone becomes its motive. Among the levels of characterological disposition, we have singled out as the highest that which manifests itself as pure thought, or practical reason. Among the motives, we have just singled out conceptual intuition as the highest. On nearer consideration, we now perceive that at this level of morality, the spring of action and the motive coincide. In other words, that neither a predetermined characterological disposition nor an external moral principle accepted on authority influence our conduct. The action, therefore, is neither a merely stereotyped one which follows the rule of a moral code, nor is it automatically performed in response to an external impulse. Rather, it is determined solely through its ideal content. For such an action to be possible, we must first be capable of moral intuitions. Whoever lacks the capacity to think out for himself the moral principles that apply in each particular case will never rise to the level of genuine individual willing. Kant's principle of morality, act so that the principle of your action may be valid for all men, is the exact opposite of ours. His principle would mean death to all individual action. The norm for me can never be what all men would do, but rather what it is right for me to do in each special case. A superficial criticism might urge against these arguments. How can an action be individually adapted to the special case and the special situation, and yet at the same time be ideally determined by pure intuition? This objection rests on a confusion of the moral motive with the perceptual content of an action. The latter indeed may be a motive, and is actually a motive when we act for the progress of culture, or from pure egoism, etc. But in action based on pure moral intuition, it never is a motive. Of course, myself takes notice of these perceptual contents, but it does not allow itself to be determined by them. The content is used only to construct a theoretical concept, but the corresponding moral concept is not derived from the object. The theoretical concept of a given situation which faces me is a moral concept also only if I adopt the standpoint of a particular moral principle. If I base all my conduct on the principle of the progress of civilization, then my way through life is tied down to a fixed route. From every occurrence which comes to my notice and attracts my interest, there springs a moral duty, for example, to do my tiny share towards using this occurrence in the service of the progress of civilization. In addition to the concept which reveals to me the connections of events or objects according to the laws of nature, there is also a moral label attached to them, which contains for me, as a moral agent, ethical directions as to how I have to conduct myself. At a higher level, these moral labels disappear, and my action is determined in each particular instance by my idea, and more particularly by the idea which is suggested to me by the concrete instance. Men vary greatly in their capacity for intuition. In some, ideas bubble up like a spring, others acquire them with much labor. The situations in which men live and which are the scenes of their actions are no less widely different. The conduct of a man will depend, therefore, on the manner in which his faculty of intuition reacts to a given situation. The aggregate of the ideas which are effective in us, the concrete content of our intuitions, constitute that which is individual in each of us, notwithstanding the universal character of our ideas. Insofar as this intuitive content has reference to action, it constitutes the moral substance of the individual. To let this substance express itself in his life is the moral principle of the man who regards all other moral principles as subordinate. We may call this point of view ethical individualism. The determining factor of an action in any concrete instance is the discovery of the corresponding purely individual intuition. At this level of morality, there can be no question of general moral concepts, norms, laws. General norms always presuppose concrete facts from which they can be deduced, but facts have first to be created by human action. When we look for the regulating principles, the conceptual principles guiding the actions of individuals, peoples, epochs, we obtain a system of ethics which is not a science of moral norms, but rather a science of morality as a natural fact. Only the laws discovered in this way are related to human action, as the laws of nature are related to particular phenomena. These laws, however, are very far from being identical with the principles on which we base our actions. When I or another subsequently review my action, we may discover what moral principles come into play in it. But so long as I am acting, I am influenced not by these moral principles, but my love for the object, which I want to realize through my action. I ask no man and no moral code whether I shall perform this action or not. On the contrary, I carry it out as soon as I have formed the idea of it. This alone makes it my action. If a man acts because he accepts certain moral norms, his action is the outcome of the principles which compose his moral code. He merely carries out orders. He is a superior kind of automaton. Inject some stimulus to action into his mind, and at once the clockwork of his moral principles will begin to work and run its prescribed course, so as to issue in an action which is Christian or humane or unselfish or calculated to promote the progress of culture. It is only when I follow solely my love for the object that it is I, myself, who act. At this level of morality, I acknowledge no lord over me, neither an external authority nor the so-called voice of my conscience. I acknowledge no external principle of my action, because I have found in myself the ground for my action, in other words, my love of the action. I do not ask whether my action is good or bad. I perform it because I am in love with it. Neither do I ask myself how another man would act in my position. On the contrary, I act as I, this unique individuality, will to act. No general usage, no common custom, no general maxim current among men, no moral norm guides me, but my love for the action. I feel no compulsion, neither the compulsion of nature which dominates me through my instincts, nor the compulsion of the moral commandments. My will is simply to realize what lies in me. Those who hold to general moral norms will reply to these arguments that, if everyone has the right to live himself out and to do what he pleases, there can be no distinction between a good and a bad action. Every fraudulent impulse in me has the same right to issue in action as the intention to serve the general good. It is not the mere fact of my having conceived the idea of an action which ought to determine me as a moral agent, but the further examination of whether it is a good or an evil action. Only if it is good ought I to carry it out. In reply, I would say that I am not talking of children or of men who follow their animal or social instincts. I am talking of men who are capable of raising themselves to the level of the ideal content of the world. It is only in an age in which immature men regard the blind instincts as part of a man's individuality that the act of a criminal can be described as living out one's individuality in the same sense in which the embodiment in action of a pure intuition can be so described. The animal instinct which drives a man to a criminal act does not belong to what is individual in him, but rather to that which is most general in him, to that which is equally present in all individuals. The individual element in me is not my organism with its instincts and feelings, but rather the unified world of ideas which reveals itself through this organism. My instincts, cravings, passions justify no further assertion about me than that I belong to the general species, man. The fact that something ideal expresses itself in its own unique way through these instincts, passions, and feelings constitutes my individuality. My instincts and cravings make me the sort of man of whom there are 12 to the dozen. The unique character of the idea, by means of which I distinguish myself within the dozen as I, makes of me an individual. Only a being other than myself could distinguish me from others by the difference in my animal nature. By thought, In other words, by the active grasping of the ideal element working itself out through my organism, I distinguish myself from others. Hence, it is impossible to say of the action of a criminal that it issues from the idea within him. Indeed, the characteristic feature of criminal actions is precisely that they spring from the non-ideal elements in man. An act, the grounds for which lie in the ideal part of my individual nature, is free. Every other act, whether done under the compulsion of nature or under the obligation imposed by a moral norm, is unfree. That man alone is free who, in every moment of his life, is able to obey only himself. A moral act is my act only when it can be called free in this sense. Action on the basis of freedom does not exclude, but include, the moral laws. It only shows that it stands on a higher level than actions which are dictated by these laws. Why should my act serve the general good less well when I do it from pure love of it than when I perform it because it is a duty to serve the general good? The concept of duty excludes freedom because it will not acknowledge the right of individuality, but demands the subjection of individuality to a general norm. Freedom of action is conceivable only from the standpoint of ethical individualism. But how about the possibility of social life for men, if each aims only at asserting his own individuality? This question expresses yet another objection on the part of moralism. The moralist believes that a social community is possible only if all men are held together by a common moral order. This shows that the moralist does not understand the community of the world of ideas. He does not realize that the world of ideas which inspires me is no other than that which inspires my fellow men. I differ from my neighbor, not at all because we are living in two entirely different mental worlds, but because from our common world of ideas we receive different intuitions. He desires to live out his intuitions, I mine. If we both draw our intuitions really from the world of ideas and do not obey mere external impulses, physical or moral, then we cannot but meet one another in striving for the same aims, in having the same intentions. A moral misunderstanding, a clash of aims, is impossible between men who are free. Only the morally unfree who blindly follow their natural instincts or the commands of duty turn their backs on their neighbors, if these do not obey the same instincts and the same laws as themselves. Live and let live is the fundamental principle of the free man. He knows no ought. How he shall will in any given case will be determined for him by his faculty of ideas. If sociability were not deeply rooted in human nature, no external laws would be able to inoculate us with it. It is only because human individuals are akin in spirit that they can live out their lives side by side. The free man lives out his life in the full confidence that all other free men belong to one spiritual world with himself, and that their intentions will coincide with his. The free man does not demand agreement from his fellow men, but he expects it nonetheless, believing that it is inherent in human nature. There are many who will say that the concept of the free man which I have here developed is a chimera nowhere to be found realized, and that we have got to deal with actual human beings, from whom we can expect morality only if they obey some moral law. For example, if they regard their moral task as a duty and do not simply follow their inclinations and loves. I do not deny this. Only a blind man could do that. But if so, away with all this hypocrisy of morality. Let us say simply that human nature must be compelled to act as long as it is not free. Whether the compulsion of man's unfree nature is effected by physical force or through moral laws, whether man is unfree because he indulges his unmeasured sexual desire or because he is bound tight in the bonds of conventional morality, is quite immaterial. Only let us not assert that such a man can rightly call his actions his own, seeing that he is driven to them by an external force. But in the midst of all this network of compulsion, there arise free spirits who, in all the welter of customs, legal codes, religious observances, etc., learn to be true to themselves. They are free insofar as they obey only themselves, unfree insofar as they submit to control. Which of us can say that he is really free in all his actions? Yet in each of us there dwells something deeper in which the free man finds expression. Our life is made up of free and unfree actions. We cannot, however, form a final and adequate concept of human nature without coming upon the free spirit as its purest expression. After all, we are men in the fullest sense only insofar as we are free. This is an ideal, many will say. Doubtless, but it is an ideal which is a real element in us, working up to the surface of our nature. It is no ideal born of mere imagination or dream, but one which has life and which manifests itself clearly even in the least developed form of its existence. If men were nothing but natural objects, the search for ideals, that is, for objects which as yet are not actual but the realization of which we demand, would be an impossibility. In dealing with external objects, the idea is determined by the percept. We have done our share when we have recognized the connection between idea and percept. But with a human being, the case is different. The content of his existence is not determined without him. His concept, free spirit, is not a priori united objectively with the perceptual content, man, so that knowledge need only register the fact subsequently. Man must by his own act unite his concept with the percept, man. Concept and percept coincide with one another in this instance, only insofar as the individual himself makes them coincide. This he can do only if he has found the concept of the free spirit, that is, if he has found the concept of his own self. In the objective world, a boundary line is drawn by our organization between percept and concept. Knowledge breaks down this barrier. In our subjective nature, this barrier is no less present. The individual overcomes it in the course of his development by embodying his concept of himself in his outward existence. Hence, man's moral life and his intellectual life lead him both alike to his twofold nature, perception, immediate experience, and thought. The intellectual life overcomes his twofold nature by means of knowledge. The moral life succeeds through the actual realization of the free spirit. Every being has its inborn concept, the laws of its being and action, but in external objects this concept is indissolubly bound up with the percept and separated from it only in the organization of human minds. In human beings, concept and percept are, at first, actually separated, to be just as actually reunited by them. Someone might object that to our percept of a man there corresponds at every moment of his life a definite concept, just as with external objects. I can construct for myself the concept of an average man, and I may also have given to me a percept to fit this pattern. Suppose now I add to this concept of a free spirit, then I have two concepts for the same object. Such an objection is one-sided. An object of perception I am subject to perpetual change. As a child I was one thing, another as a youth, yet another as a man. Moreover, at every moment I am different as percept from what I was the moment before. These changes may take place in such a way that either it is always only the same average man who exhibits himself in them, or that they represent the expression of a free spirit. Such are the changes which my actions, as objects of perception, undergo. In the perceptual object, man, there is given the possibility of transformation, just as in the plant seed there lies the possibility of growth into a fully developed plant. The plant transforms itself in growth because of the objective law of nature which is inherent in it. The human being remains in his undeveloped state unless he takes hold of the material for transformation within him and develops himself through his own energy. Nature makes of man merely a natural being. Society makes of him a being who acts in obedience to law. Only he himself can make a free man of himself. At a definite stage in his development, nature releases man from her fetters. Society carries his development a step further. He alone can give himself the final polish. The theory of free morality, then, does not assert that the free spirit is the only form in which man can exist. It looks upon the freedom of the spirit only as the last stage in man's evolution. This is not to deny that conduct in obedience to norms has its legitimate place as a stage in development. The point is that we cannot acknowledge it to be the absolute standpoint in morality. For the free spirit transcends norms in the sense that he is insensible to them as commands, but regulates his conduct in accordance with his impulses, intuitions. When Kant apostrophizes duty, "Duty, thou sublime and mighty name, that dost embrace nothing charming or insinuating, but requirest submission. Thou that holdest forth a law, before which all inclinations are dumb, even though they secretly counterwork it." Then the free spirit replies, "Freedom, thou kindly and humane name, which dost embrace within thyself all that is morally most charming, all that insinuates itself most into my humanity, and which makest me the servant of nobody, which holdest forth no law, but waitest what my inclination itself will proclaim as law, because it resists every law that is forced upon it." This is the contrast of morality according to law and according to freedom. The Philistine who looks upon the state as embodied morality is sure to look upon the free spirit as a danger to the state, but that is only because his view is narrowly focused on a limited period of time. If he were able to look beyond, he would soon find that it is but on rare occasions that the free spirit needs to go beyond the laws of his state, and that it never needs to confront them with any real contradiction. For the laws of the state, one and all, have had their origin in the intuitions of free spirits, just like all other objective laws of morality. There is no traditional law enforced by the authority of a family, which was not, once upon a time, intuitively conceived and laid down by an ancestor. Similarly, the conventional laws of morality are first of all established by particular men, and the laws of the state are always born in the brain of a statesman. These free spirits have set upon laws over the rest of mankind, and only he is unfree who forgets this origin and makes them either divine commands or objective moral duties, or the authoritative voice of his own conscience. He, on the other hand, who does not forget the origin of laws, but looks for it in man, will respect them as belonging to the same world of ideas, which is the source also of his own moral intuitions. If he thinks his intuitions better than the existing laws, he will try to put them into the place of the latter. If he thinks the laws justified, he will act in accordance with them as if they were his own intuitions. Man does not exist in order to found a moral order of the world. Anyone who maintains that he does stands in his theory of man still at that same point at which natural science stood when it believed that a bull has horns in order that it may butt. Scientists, happily, have cast the concept of objective purposes in nature into the limbo of dead theories. For ethics, it is more difficult to achieve the same emancipation. But just as horns do not exist for the sake of butting, but butting because of horns, so man does not exist for the sake of morality, but morality exists through man. The free man acts because he has a moral idea. He does not act in order to be moral. Human individuals are the presupposition of a moral world order. The human individual is the fountain of all morality and the center of all life. State and society exist only because they have necessarily grown out of the life of individuals. That state and society, in turn, should react upon the lives of individuals is no more difficult to comprehend than that the budding which is the result of the existence of horns reacts in turn upon the further development of the horns, which would become atrophied by prolonged disuse. Similarly, the individual must degenerate if he leads an isolated existence beyond the pale of human society. That is just the reason why the social order arises. In other words, that it may react favorably upon the individual. 11. Monism and the Philosophy of Freedom. The naive man who acknowledges nothing is real except what he can see with his eyes and grasp with his hands demands for his moral life, too, grounds of action which are perceptible to his senses. He wants someone who will impart to him these grounds of action in a manner that his senses can apprehend. He is ready to allow these grounds of actions to be dictated to him as commands by anyone whom he considers wiser or more powerful than himself, or whom he acknowledges, for whatever reason, to be a power superior to himself. This accounts for the moral principles enumerated above. In other words, the principles which rest on the authority of family, state, society, church, and God. The most narrow-minded man still submits to the authority of some single fellow man. He who is a little more progressive allows his moral conduct to be dictated by a majority, state, or society. In every case, he relies on some power which is present to his senses. When at last the conviction dawns on someone that his authorities are, at bottom, human beings just as weak as himself, then he seeks refuge with a higher power, with a divine being whom, in turn, he endows with qualities perceptible to the senses. He conceives this being as communicating to him the ideal content of his moral life by way of his senses, believing, for example, that God appears in the flaming bush, or that he moves about among men in manifest human shape, and that their ears can hear his voice telling them what they are to do and what not to do. The highest stage of development which naive realism attains in the sphere of morality is that at which the moral law, the moral idea, is conceived as having no connection with any external being, but, hypothetically, as being an absolute power in one's own consciousness. What man first listened to as the voice of God, to that he now listens as an independent power in his own mind, which he calls conscience. This conception, however, takes us already beyond the level of the naive consciousness into the sphere where moral laws are treated as independent norms. They are there no longer made dependent on a human mind, but are turned into self-existent metaphysical entities. They are analogous to the visible-invisible forces of metaphysical realism. Hence also, they appear always as a corollary of metaphysical realism. Metaphysical realism, as we have seen, refers the world of percepts which is given to us and the world of concepts which we think to an external thing in itself. In this, its duplicate world, it must look also for the origin of morality. There are different possible views of its origin. If the thing in itself is unthinking and acts according to purely mechanical laws, as modern materialism conceives that it does, then it must also produce out of itself, by purely mechanical necessity, the human individual and all that belongs to him. On that view, the consciousness of freedom can be nothing more than an illusion. For whilst I consider myself the authority of my action, it is the matter of which I am composed, and the movements which are going on in it that determine me. I imagine myself free, but actually all my actions are nothing but the effects of the metabolism which is the basis of my physical and mental organization. It is only because we do not know the motives which compel us that we have the feeling of freedom. We must emphasize that the feeling of freedom depends on the absence of external compelling motives. Our actions are as much subject to necessity as our thoughts. Another possibility is that someone will find in a spiritual being the absolute lying behind all phenomena. If so, he will look for the spring of action in some kind of spiritual power. He will regard the moral principles which his reason contains as the manifestation of this spiritual being which pursues in men its own special purposes. Moral laws appear to the dualist, who holds this view as dictated by the absolute, and man's only task is discovering, by means of his reason, the decisions of the absolute and carrying them out. For the dualist, the moral order of the world is the visible symbol of the higher order that lies behind it. Our human morality is a revelation of the divine world order. It is not man who matters in this moral order, but reality in itself, that is, God. Man ought to do what God wills. Edward von Hartmann, who identifies reality as such with God, and who treats God's existence as a life of suffering, believes that the divine being has created the world in order to gain, by means of the world, release from his infinite suffering. Hence, this philosopher regards the moral evolution of humanity as a process, the function of which is the redemption of God. Only through the building up of a moral world order on the part of rational, self-conscious individuals is it possible for the world process to approximate to its goal. Real existence is the incarnation of God. The world process is the passion of God who has become flesh, and at the same time the way of redemption for him who was crucified in the flesh, and morality is our cooperation in the shortening of this process of suffering and redemption. On this view, man does not act because he wills, but he must act because it is God's will to be redeemed, whereas the materialistic dualist turns man into an automaton, the action of which is nothing but the effect of causality according to purely mechanical laws. The spiritualistic dualist, in other words, he who treats the absolute, the thing in itself, as spiritual, makes man the slave of the will of the absolute. Neither materialism nor spiritualism, nor generally any form of metaphysical realism, has any room for freedom. Naive and metaphysical realism, if they are to be consistent, have to deny freedom for one and the same reason. For example, because for them, man does nothing but carry out or execute principles necessarily imposed upon him. Naive realism destroys freedom by subjecting man to authority, whether it be that of a perceptible being or that of a being conceived on the analogy of perceptible beings, or, lastly, that of the abstract voice of conscience. The metaphysician is unable to acknowledge freedom because for him, man is determined, mechanically or morally, by a thing in itself. Monism will have to admit the partial justification of naive realism, with which it agrees in admitting the part played by the world of percepts. He who is incapable of producing moral ideas through intuition must receive them from others. Insofar as a man receives his moral principles from without, he is actually unfree. But monism ascribes to the idea the same importance as to the percept. The idea can manifest itself only in human individuals. Insofar as man obeys the impulses coming from this side, he is free. But monism denies all justification to metaphysics, and consequently also to the impulses of action, which are derived from so-called things in themselves. According to the monistic view, man's action is unfree when he obeys some perceptible external compulsion. It is free when he obeys none but himself. There is no room in monism for any kind of unconscious compulsion hidden behind percept and concept. If anybody maintains of the action of a fellow man that it has not been freely done, he is bound to produce within the visible world the thing or the person or the institution which has caused the agent to act. And if he supports his contention by an appeal to causes of action lying outside the real world of our percepts and thoughts, then monism must decline to take account of such an assertion. According to the monistic theory, then, man's action is partly free, partly unfree. He is conscious of himself as unfree in the world of percepts, and he realizes in himself the spirit which is free. The moral laws which the metaphysician is bound to regard as issuing from a higher power have, according to the upholder of monism, been conceived by men themselves. To him, the moral order is neither a mere image of a purely mechanical order of nature, nor of the divine government of the world, but through and through the free creation of men. It is not man's business to realize God's will in the world, but his own. He carries out his own decisions and intentions, not those of another being. Monism does not find behind human agents a ruler of the world, determining them to act according to his will. Men pursue only their own human ends. Moreover, each individual pursues his own private ends, for the world of ideas realizes itself not in a community, but only in individual men. What appears as the common goal of a community is nothing but the result of the separate volitions of its individual members, and most commonly of a few outstanding men whom the rest follow as their leaders. Each one of us has it in him to be a free spirit, just as every rosebud is potentially a rose. Monism, then, is in the sphere of genuinely moral action the true philosophy of freedom. Being also a philosophy of reality, It rejects the metaphysical, unreal restriction of the free spirit as emphatically as it acknowledges the physical and historical naively real restrictions of the naive man. Inasmuch as it does not look upon man as a finished product, exhibiting in every moment of his life his full nature, it considers idle the dispute whether man, as such, is free or not. It looks upon man as a developing being, and asks whether, in the course of his development, he can reach the stage of the free spirit. Monism knows that nature does not send forth man ready-made as a free spirit, but that she leads him up to a certain stage, from which he continues to develop still as an unfree being until he reaches the point where he finds his own self. Monism is not a denial of morality. It is the clear realization that a being, acting under physical or moral compulsion, cannot be truly moral. It regards the stages of automatic action, in accordance with natural impulses and instincts, and of obedient action, in accordance with moral norms, as a necessary propedeutic for morality, but it understands that it is possible for the free spirit to transcend both these transitory stages. Monism emancipates man in general from all the self-imposed fetters of the maxims of naive morality, and from all the externally imposed maxims of speculative metaphysicians. The former monism can as little eliminate from the world as it can eliminate percepts. The latter it rejects because it looks for all principles of explanation of the phenomena of the world within that world and not outside it. Just as monism refuses even to entertain the thought of cognitive principles other than those applicable to men, so it rejects also the concept of moral maxims other than those originated by men. Human morality, like human knowledge, is conditioned by human nature, and just as beings of a higher order would probably mean by knowledge something very different from what we mean by it, so we may assume that other beings would have a very different morality. Possibly even, the standpoint of morality would not apply to their actions at all. In short, to talk about such matters is, from the point of view of monism, absurd. For monists, morality is a specifically human quality, and freedom the human way of being moral. 12. World purpose and life purpose. The destiny of man. Among the manifold currents in the spiritual life of humanity, there is one which we must now trace, and which we may call the elimination of the concept of purpose. Adaptation to purpose is a special kind of sequence of phenomena. Such adaptation is genuinely real only when, in contrast to the relation of cause and effect, in which the antecedent event determines the subsequent event determines the antecedent. This is possible only in the sphere of human actions. Man performs actions which he first presents to himself in idea, and then he allows himself to be determined to action by this idea. The consequent, in other words, the action, influences by means of the idea of the antecedent, in other words, the human agent. If the sequence is to have purposive character, it is absolutely necessary to have this circuitous process via human ideas. In the process which we can analyze into cause and effect, we must distinguish percept from concept. The percept of the cause precedes the percept of the effect. Cause and effect would simply stand side by side in our consciousness if we were not able to connect them with one another through the corresponding concepts. The percept of the effect must always be consequent upon the percept of the cause. If the effect is to have a real influence upon the cause, it can do so only by means of the conceptual factor. For the perceptual factor of the effect simply does not exist prior to the perceptual factor of the cause. Whoever maintains that the flower is the purpose of the root, in other words, that the former determines the latter, can make good this assertion only concerning that factor in the flower which his thought reveals in it. The perceptual factor of the flower is not yet in existence at the time when the root originates. In order to have a purposive connection, it is not only necessary to have an ideal connection of consequent and antecedent according to law, but the concept, law, of the effect must really, in other words, by means of a perceptible process, influence the cause. Such a perceptible influence of a concept upon something else is to be observed only in human actions. Hence, this is the only sphere in which the concept of purpose is applicable. The naive consciousness, which regards as real only what is perceptible, attempts, as we have repeatedly pointed out, to introduce perceptible factors even where only ideal factors can actually be found. In sequences of perceptible events, it looks for perceptible connections, or, failing to find them, it imports them by imagination. The concept of purpose, valid for subjective actions, is very convenient for inventing such imaginary connections. The naive mind knows how it produces events itself, and consequently concludes that nature proceeds likewise. In the connections of nature, which are purely ideal, it finds not only invisible forces, but also invisible real purposes. Man makes his tools to suit his purposes. On the same principle, so the naive realist imagines, the Creator constructs all organisms. It is but slowly that this mistaken concept of purpose is being driven out of the sciences. In philosophy, even at the present day, it still does a good deal of mischief. Philosophers still ask such questions as, what is the purpose of the world? What is the function, and consequently the purpose, of man, etc.? Monism rejects the concept of purpose in every sphere, with the sole exception of human action. It looks for laws of nature, but not for purposes of nature. Purposes of nature, no less than invisible forces, are arbitrary assumptions. But even life purposes, which man does not set up for himself, are, from the standpoint of monism, illegitimate assumptions. Nothing is purposive except what man has made so, for only the realization of ideas originates anything purposive. But an idea becomes effective, in the realistic sense, only in human actions. Hence, life has no other purpose or function than the one which man gives to it. If the question be asked, what is man's purpose in life? Monism has but one answer, the purpose which he gives to himself. I have no predestined mission in the world. My mission, at any one moment, is that which I choose for myself. I do not enter upon life's voyage with a fixed route mapped out for me. Ideas are realized only by human agents. Consequently, it is illegitimate to speak of the embodiment of ideas by history. All such statements as history is the evolution of man towards freedom, or the realization of the moral world order, etc., are, from a monistic point of view, untenable. The supporters of the concept of purpose believe that in surrendering it, they are forced to surrender also all unity and order in the world. Listen, for example, to Robert Hammerling. As long as there are instincts in nature, so long is it foolish to deny purposes in nature. Just as the structure of a limb of the human body is not determined and conditioned by an idea of this limb, floating somewhere in mid-air, but by its connection with the more inclusive whole, the body, to which the limb belongs, so the structure of every natural object, be it plant, animal, or man, is not determined and conditioned by an idea of it floating in mid-air, but by the formative principle of the more inclusive whole of nature, which unfolds and organizes itself in a purposive manner. And on page 191 of the same volume we read, teleology maintains only that, in spite of the thousand misfits and miseries of this natural life, there is a high degree of adaptation to purpose and plan, unmistakable in the formations and developments of nature, an adaptation, however, which is realized only within the limits of natural laws, and which does not tend to the production of some imaginary fairyland in which life would not be confronted by death, growth by decay, with all the more or less unpleasant but quite unavoidable intermediary stages between them. When the critics of teleology oppose a laboriously collected rubbish heap of partial or complete, imaginary or real, maladaptations to a world full of wonders of purposive adaptation, such as nature exhibits in all her domains, then I consider this just as amusing. What is here meant by purposive adaptation? Nothing but the consonance of percepts within a whole. But since all percepts are based upon laws, ideas, which we discover by means of thinking, it follows that the orderly coherence of the members of a perceptual whole is nothing more than the ideal, logical coherence of the members of the ideal whole which it contained in this perceptual whole. To say that an animal or a man is not determined by an idea floating in midair is a misleading way of putting it, and the view which the critic attacks loses its apparent absurdity as soon as the phrase is put right. An animal certainly is not determined by an idea floating in midair, but it is determined by an idea inborn in it and constituting the law of its nature. It is just because the idea is not external to the natural object, but is operative in it as its very essence, that we cannot speak here of adaptation to purpose. Those who deny that natural objects are determined from without, and it does not matter in this context whether it be an idea floating in midair or existing in the mind of a creator of the world, are the very men who ought to admit that such an object is not determined by purpose and plan from without, but by cause and law from within. A machine is produced in accordance with a purpose, if I establish a connection between its parts, which is not given in nature. The purposive character of the combinations which I effect consists just in this, that I embody my idea of the working of the machine in the machine itself. In this way, the machine comes into existence as an object of perception embodying a corresponding idea. Natural objects have a very similar character. Whoever calls a thing purposive because its form is in accordance with plan or law may, if he so please, call natural objects also purposive, provided only that he does not confuse this kind of purposiveness with that which belongs to subjective human action. In order to have a purpose, it is absolutely necessary that the efficient cause should be a concept, more precisely, a concept of the effect. But in nature, we can nowhere point to concepts operating as causes. A concept is never anything but the ideal nexus of cause and effect. Causes occur in nature only in the form of percepts. Dualism may talk of cosmic and natural purposes. Wherever for our perception there is a nexus of cause and effect according to law, there the dualist is free to assume that we have but the image of a nexus in which the absolute has realized its purposes. For monism, on the other hand, the rejection of an absolute reality implies also the rejection of the assumption of purposes in world and nature. 13. Moral imagination, Darwinism and morality. A free spirit acts according to his impulses, in other words, intuitions, which his thought has selected out of the whole world of his ideas. For an unfree spirit, the reason why he singles out a particular intuition from his world of ideas in order to make it the basis of an action lies in the perceptual world in which is given to him, in other words, in his past experiences. He recalls, before making a decision, what someone else has done or recommended as proper in an analogous case, or what God has commanded to be done in such a case, etc., and he acts on these recollections. A free spirit dispenses with these preliminaries. His decision is absolutely original. He cares as little what others have done in such a case as what commands they have laid down. He has purely ideal, logical reasons which determine him to select a particular concept out of the sum of his concepts and to realize it in action. But his action will belong to perceptible reality. Consequently, what he achieves will coincide with a definite content of perception. His concept will have to be realized in a concrete, particular event. As a concept, it will not contain this event as particular. It will refer to the event only in its generic character, just as, in general, a concept is related to a percept, for example, the concept lion to a particular lion. The link between concept and percept is the idea. To the unfree spirit, this intermediate link is given from the outset. Motives exist in his consciousness from the first in the form of ideas. Whenever he intends to do anything, he acts as he has seen others act, or he obeys the instructions he receives in each separate case. Hence authority is most effective in the form of examples, for example, in the form of traditional patterns of particular actions, handed down for the guidance of the unfree spirit. A Christian models his conduct less on the teaching than on the pattern of the Savior. Rules have less value for telling men positively what to do than for telling them what to leave undone. Laws take on the form of universal concepts only when they forbid actions, not when they prescribe actions. Laws concerning what we ought to do must be given to the unfree spirit in wholly concrete form. Clean the street in front of your door, pay your taxes to such and such an amount to the tax collector, etc. Conceptual form belongs to laws which inhibit actions. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. But these laws, too, influence the unfree spirit only by means of a concrete idea, for example, the idea of the punishments attached by human authority, or the pangs of conscience, or of eternal damnation, etc. Even when the motive to an action exists in universal conceptual form, for example, thou shalt do good to thy fellow men, thou shalt live so that thou promotest best thy welfare, there still remains to be found, in the particular case, the concrete idea of the action, the relation of the concept to a content of perception. For a free spirit who is not guided by any model, nor by fear of punishment, etc., this translation of the concept into an idea is always necessary. Concrete ideas are formed by us on the basis of our concepts by means of the imagination. Hence, what the free spirit needs in order to realize his concepts, in order to assert himself in the world, is moral imagination. This is the source of the free spirit's action. Only those men, therefore, who are endowed with moral imagination are, properly speaking, morally productive. Those who merely preach morality, for example, those who merely excogitate moral rules without being able to condense them into concrete ideas, are morally unproductive. They are like those critics who can explain very competently how a work of art ought to be made, but who are themselves incapable of the smallest artistic productions. Moral imagination, in order to realize its ideas, must enter into a determinate sphere of percepts. Human action does not create percepts, but transforms already existing percepts and gives them a new character. In order to be able to transform a definite object of perception, or a sum of such objects, in accordance with a moral idea, it is necessary to understand the object's law, its mode of action which one intends to transform, or to which one wants to give a new direction. Further, it is necessary to discover the procedure by which it is possible to change the given law into the new one. This part of effective moral activity depends on knowledge of the particular world of phenomena with which one has got to deal. We shall, therefore, find it in some branch of scientific knowledge. Moral action, then, presupposes, in addition to the faculty of moral concepts and of moral imagination, the ability to alter the world of percepts without violating the natural laws by which they are connected. This ability is moral technique. It may be learnt in the same sense in which science in general may be learnt. For in general, men are better able to find concepts for the world as it is than productively to originate out of their imaginations future and as yet non-existing actions. Hence, it is very well possible for men without moral imagination to receive moral ideas from others and to embody these skillfully in the actual world. Vice versa, it may happen that men with moral imagination lack technical skill and are dependent on the service of other men for the realization of their ideas. Insofar as we require for moral action knowledge of the objects upon which we are about to act, our action depends upon such knowledge. What we need to know here are the laws of nature. These belong to the natural sciences, not to ethics. Moral imagination and the faculty of moral concepts can become objects of theory only after they have first been employed by the individual. But, thus regarded, they no longer regulate life, but have already regulated it. They must now be treated as efficient causes. Like all other causes, they are purposes only for the subject. The study of them is, as it were, the natural science of moral ideas. Ethics as a normative science, over and above this science, is impossible. Some would maintain the normative character of moral laws, at least in the sense that ethics is to be taken as a kind of dietetic which, from the conditions of the organism's life, deduces general rules on the basis of which it hopes to give detailed directions to the body. This comparison is mistaken because our moral life cannot be compared with the life of the organism. The behavior of the organism occurs without any volition on our part. Its laws are fixed data in our world, hence we can discover them and apply them when discovered. Moral laws, on the other hand, do not exist until we create them. We cannot apply them until we have created them. The error is due to the fact that moral laws are not at every moment new creations, but are handed down by tradition. Those which we take over from our ancestors appear to be given like the natural laws of the organism. But it does not follow that a later generation has the right to apply them in the same way as dietetic rules, for they apply to individuals, and not, like natural laws, to specimens of a genus. Considered as an organism, I am such a generic specimen, and I shall live in accordance with nature if I apply the laws of my genus to my particular case. As a moral agent, I am an individual and have my own private laws. The view here upheld appears to contradict that fundamental doctrine of modern natural science, which is known as the theory of evolution. But it only appears to do so. By evolution, we mean the real development of the later out of the earlier, in accordance with natural law. In the organic world, evolution means that the later, more perfect organic forms are real descendants of the earlier imperfect forms and have grown out of them in accordance with natural laws. The upholders of the theory of organic evolution believe that there was once a time on our earth when we could have observed with our own eyes the gradual evolution of reptiles out of proto-amniotes, supposing that we could have been present as men and have been endowed with a sufficiently long lifespan. Similarly, evolutionists suppose that man could have watched the development of the solar system out of the primordial nebula of the Kant-Laplace hypothesis if he could have occupied a suitable spot in the world ether during that infinitely long period. But no evolutionist will dream of maintaining that he could, from his concept of the primordial amnion, deduce that of the reptile with all its qualities, even if he had never seen a reptile. Just as little would it be possible to derive the solar system from the concept of the Kant-Laplace nebula if this concept of an original nebula had been formed only from the percept of the nebula. In other words, if the evolutionist is to think consistently, he is bound to maintain that out of earlier phases of evolution, later ones really develop, that once the concept of the imperfect and that of the perfect have been given, we can understand the connection. But in no case will he admit that the concept formed from the earlier phases is, in itself, sufficient for deducing from it the later phases. From this it follows for ethics that, whilst we can understand the connection of later moral concepts with earlier ones, it is not possible to deduce a single moral idea from earlier ones. The individual, as a moral being, produces his own content. This content, thus produced, is for ethics a datum, as much as reptiles are a datum for natural science. Reptiles have evolved out of the proto-amniotes, but the scientist cannot manufacture the concept of reptiles out of the concept of the proto-amniotes. Later moral ideas evolve out of the earlier ones, but ethics cannot manufacture out of the moral principles of an earlier age those of a later one. The confusion is due to the fact that, as scientists, we start with the facts before us and then make a theory about them, whereas in moral action we first produce the facts ourselves and then theorize about them. In the evolution of the moral world order, we accomplish what, at a lower level, nature accomplishes. We alter some part of the perceptual world. Hence, the ethical norm cannot straightway be made an object of knowledge, like a law of nature, for it must first be created. Only when that has been done can the norm become an object of knowledge. But is it not possible to make the old a measure for the new? Is not every man compelled to measure the deliverances of his moral imagination by the standard of traditional moral principles? If he would be truly productive in morality, such measuring is as much an absurdity as it would be an absurdity if one were to measure a new species in nature by an old one, and say that reptiles, because they do not agree with the proto-amniotes, are an illegitimate, degenerate species. Ethical individualism, then, so far from being in opposition to the theory of evolution, is a direct consequence of it. Haeckel's genealogical tree from protozoa up to man as an organic being ought to be capable of being worked out without a breach of natural law, and without a gap in its uniform evolution, up to the individual as a being with a determinate moral nature. But whilst it is quite true that the moral ideas of the individual have perceptibly grown out of those of his ancestors, it is also true that the individual is morally barren unless he has moral ideas of his own. The same ethical individualism which I have developed on the basis of the preceding principles might be equally well developed on the basis of the theory of evolution. The final result would be the same, only the path by which it was reached would be different. That absolutely new moral ideas should be developed by the moral imagination is for the theory of evolution no more inexplicable than the development of one animal species out of another, provided only that this theory, as a monistic world-view, rejects in morality, as in science, every transcendent metaphysical influence. In doing so, it follows the same principle by which it is guided in seeking the causes of new organic forms, in forms already existing, but not in the interference of an extra-mundane God, who produces every new species in accordance with a new creative idea through supernatural interference. Just as monism has no use for supernatural creative ideas in explaining living organisms, so it is equally impossible for it to derive the moral world order from causes which do not lie within the world. It cannot admit any continuous supernatural influence upon moral life, divine government of the world from the outside, nor an influence through a particular act of revelation at a particular moment in history, giving of the 10 Commandments, or through God's appearance on the earth, divinity of Christ. Moral processes are, for monism, natural products like everything else that exists, and their causes must be looked for in nature, for example, in man, because man is the bearer of morality. Ethical individualism, then, is the crown of the edifice that Darwin and Haeckel have erected for natural science. It is the theory of evolution applied to the moral life. Anyone who restricts the concept of the natural from the outset to an artificially limited and narrowed sphere is easily tempted not to allow any room within it for free individual action. The consistent evolutionist does not easily fall a prey to such a narrow-minded view. He cannot let the process of evolution terminate with the ape and acknowledge for man a supernatural origin. Again, he cannot stop short at the organic reactions of man and regard only these as natural. He has to treat also the life of moral self-determination as the continuation of organic life. The evolutionist, then, in accordance with his fundamental principles, can maintain only that moral action evolves out of the less perfect forms of natural processes. He must leave the characterization of action, for example, its determination as free action, to the immediate observation of each agent. All that he maintains is only that men have developed out of monkeys. What the nature of men actually is must be determined by observation of men themselves. The results of this observation cannot possibly contradict the history of evolution. Only the assertion that the results are such as to exclude their being due to a natural world order would contradict recent developments in the natural sciences. Ethical individualism, then, has nothing to fear from a natural science which understands itself. Observation yields freedom as the characteristic quality of the perfect form of human action. The establishment of conceptual connection between this fact of observation and other kinds of processes results in the theory of the natural origin of free actions. What then, from the standpoint of nature, are we to say of the distinction, already mentioned above, page 13, between the two statements? To be free means to be able to do what you will, and to be able, as you please, to strive or not to strive is the real meaning of the dogma of free will. Hammerling bases his theory of free will precisely on this distinction by declaring the first statement to be correct, but the second to be an absurd tautology. He says, "I can do what I will, but to say I can will what I will is an empty tautology. Whether I am able to do, for example, to make real what I will, for example, what I have set before myself as an idea of action, that depends on external circumstances and on my technical skill. To be free means to be able to determine by moral imagination, out of oneself, those ideas, motives, which lie at the basis of action. Freedom is impossible if anything other than I myself, whether a mechanical process or God, determines my moral ideas. In other words, I am free only when I myself produce these ideas, but not when I am merely able to realize the ideas which another being has implanted in me. A free being is one who can will what he regards as right. Whoever does anything other than what he wills must be impelled to it by motives which do not lie in himself. Such a man is unfree in his action. Accordingly, to be able to will as you please what you consider right or wrong means to be free or unfree as you please. This is, of course, just as absurd as to identify freedom with the faculty of doing what one is compelled to will. But this is just what Hammerling maintains when he says, "It is perfectly true that the will is always determined by motives, but it is absurd to say that on this ground it is unfree. For a greater freedom can neither be desired nor conceived than the freedom to realize oneself in proportion to one's own power and strength of will. On the contrary, it is well possible to desire a greater freedom, and that a true freedom, in other words, the freedom to determine for oneself the motives of one's volitions. Under certain conditions, a man may be induced to abandon the execution of his will, but to allow others to prescribe to him what he shall do, in other words, to will what another and not what he himself regards as right. To this a man will submit only when he does not feel free. External powers may prevent me from doing what I will, but that is only to condemn me to do nothing. Not until they enslave my spirit, drive my motives out of my head, and put their own motives in the place of mine, do they really aim at making me unfree. That is the reason why the Church attacks not only the mere doing, but especially the impure thoughts, for example, motives of my action. And for the Church, all those motives are impure which she has not herself authorized. A church does not produce genuine slaves until her priests turn themselves into advisers of consciences, for example, until the faithful depend upon the church, for example, upon the confessional, for the motives of their actions. 14. The value of life. Optimism and pessimism. A counterpart of the question concerning the purpose and function of life is the question concerning its value. We meet here with two mutually opposed views, and between them with all conceivable attempts at its compromise. One view says that this world is the best conceivable which could exist at all, and that to live and act in it is a good of inestimable value. Everything that exists displays harmonious and purposive cooperation, and is worthy of admiration. Even what is apparently bad and evil may, from a higher point of view, be seen to be a good, for it represents an agreeable contrast with the good. We are the more able to appreciate the good when it is clearly contrasted with evil. Moreover, evil is not genuinely real. It is only that we perceive as evil a lesser degree of good. Evil is the absence of good. It has no positive import of its own. The other view maintains that life is full of misery and agony. Everywhere pain outweighs pleasure, sorrow outweighs joy. Existence is a burden, and non-existence would, from every point of view, be preferable to existence. The chief representatives of the second, in other words, pessimism, are Schopenhauer and Edward von Hartmann. Leibniz says the world is the best of all possible worlds. A better one is impossible, for God is good and wise. A good God wills to create the best possible world. A wise God knows which is the best possible. He is able to distinguish the best from all other and worse possibilities. Only an evil or an unwise God would be able to create a world worse than the best possible. Whoever starts from this point of view will find it easy to lay down the direction which human action must follow in order to make its contribution to the greatest good of the universe. All that man need do will be to find out the counsels of God and to act in accordance with them. If he knows what God's purposes are concerning the world and the human race, he will be able, for his part, to do what is right. And he will be happy in the feeling that he is adding his share to all the other good in the world. From this optimistic standpoint, then, life is worth living. It is such as to stimulate us to cooperate with and enter into it. Quite different is the picture Schopenhauer paints. He thinks of ultimate reality not as an all-wise and all-beneficent being, but as blind striving or will. Eternal striving, ceaseless craving for satisfaction which is yet ever beyond reach, these are the fundamental characteristics of all will. For as soon as we have attained what we want, a fresh need springs up, and so on. Satisfaction, when it occurs, endures always for an infinitesimal time. The whole rest of our lives is unsatisfied craving, in other words, discontent and suffering. When at last blind craving is dulled, every definite content is gone from our lives. Existence is filled with nothing but an endless ennui. Hence the best we can do is to throttle all desires and needs within us and exterminate the will. Schopenhauer's pessimism leads to complete inactivity. Its moral aim is universal idleness. By a very different argument, von Hartmann attempts to establish pessimism and to make use of it for ethics. He attempts, in keeping with the fashion of our age, to base his worldview on experience. By observation of life, he hopes to discover whether there is more pain or more pleasure in the world. He passes in review before the tribunal of reason whatever men consider to be happiness and a good, in order to show that all apparent satisfaction turns out, on closer inspection, to be nothing but illusion. It is illusion when we believe that in health, youth, freedom, sufficient income, love, sexual satisfaction, pity, friendship, and family life, honor, reputation, glory, power, religious edification, pursuit of science and of art, hope of a life after death, participation in the advancement of civilization, that in all these we have sources of happiness and satisfaction. Soberly considered, every enjoyment brings much more evil and misery than pleasure into the world. The disagreeableness of the morning after is always greater than the agreeableness of intoxication. Pain far outweighs pleasure in the world. No man, even though relatively the happiest, would, if asked, wish to live through this miserable life a second time. Now, since Hartmann does not deny the presence of an ideal factor, wisdom, in the world, but on the contrary grants to it equal rights with blind striving, will, he can attribute the creation of the world to his absolute being only on the condition that he makes the pain in the world subserve a world purpose that is wise. But the pain of created beings is nothing but God's pain itself, for the life of nature as a whole is identical with the life of God. An all-wise being can aim only at release from pain, and since all existence is pain, at release from existence. Hence the purpose of the creation of the world is to transform existence into the non-existence which is so much better. The world process is nothing but a continuous battle against God's pain, a battle which ends with the annihilation of all existence. The moral life for men, therefore, will consist in taking part in the annihilation of existence. The reason why God has created the world is that through the world he may free himself from his infinite pain. The world must be regarded, as it were, as an itching eruption on the Absolute, by means of which the unconscious healing power of the Absolute rids itself of an inward disease, or it may be regarded as a painful drawing plaster which the All-One applies to itself in order first to divert the inner pain outwards and then to get rid of it altogether. Human beings are members of the world. In their sufferings, God suffers. He has created them in order to split up in them his infinite pain. The pain which each one of us suffers is but a drop in the infinite ocean of God's pain. It is man's duty to permeate his whole being with the recognition that the pursuit of individual satisfaction, egoism, is a folly, and that he ought to be guided solely by the task of assisting in the redemption of God by unselfish service to the world process. Thus, in contrast with the pessimism of Schopenhauer, that of von Hartmann leads us to devoted activity in a sublime cause. But what of the claim that this view is based on experience? To strive after satisfaction means that our activity reaches out beyond the actual content of our lives. A creature is hungry. In other words, it desires satiety when its organic functions demand for their continuation the supply of fresh life materials in the form of nourishment. The pursuit of honor consists in that a man does not regard what he personally does or leaves undone as valuable unless it is endorsed by the approval of others from without. The striving for knowledge arises when a man is not content with the world which he sees, hears, etc., so long as he has not understood it. The fulfillment of the striving causes pleasure in the individual who strives. Failure causes pain. It is important here to observe that pleasure and pain are attached only to the fulfillment or non-fulfillment of my striving. The striving itself is by no means to be regarded as a pain. Hence, if we find that in the very moment in which a striving is fulfilled, at once a new striving arises, this is no ground for saying that pleasure has given birth to pain, because enjoyment in every case gives rise to a desire for its repetition, or for a fresh pleasure. I can speak of pain only when desire runs up against the impossibility of fulfillment. Even when an enjoyment that I have had causes in me the desire for the experience of a greater, more subtle, and more exotic pleasure, I have no right to speak of this desire as a pain caused by the previous pleasure until the means fail me to gain the greater and more subtle pleasure. I have no right to regard pleasure as the cause of pain unless pain follows on pleasure as its consequence by natural law. For example, when a woman's sexual pleasure is followed by the suffering of childbirth and the cares of nursing. If striving caused pain, then the removal of striving ought to be accompanied by pleasure. But the very reverse is true. To have no striving in one's life causes boredom, and boredom is always accompanied by displeasure. Now, since it may be a long time before a striving meets with fulfillment, and since in the interval it is content with the hope of fulfillment, we must acknowledge that there is no connection in principle between pain and striving, but that pain depends solely on the non-fulfillment of the striving. Schopenhauer, then, is wrong in any case regarding desire or striving, will, as being in principle of the source of pain. In truth, the very reverse of this is correct. Striving, desire, is in itself pleasurable. Who does not know the pleasure which is caused by the hope of a remote but intensely desired enjoyment? This pleasure is the companion of all labor, the results of which will be enjoyed by us only in the future. It is a pleasure which is wholly independent of the attainment of the end, for when the aim has been attained, the pleasure of satisfaction is added a fresh thrill to the pleasure of striving. If anyone were to argue that the pain caused by the non-attainment of an aim is increased by the pain of disappointed hope, and that thus, in the end, the pain of non-fulfillment will still always outweigh the utmost possible pleasure of fulfillment, we shall have to reply that the reverse may be the case, and that the recollection of past pleasure at a time of unsatisfied desire will as often mitigate the displeasure of non-satisfaction. Whoever, at the moment when his hopes suffer shipwreck, exclaims, "I have done my part," proves thereby my assertion. The blessed feeling of having willed the best within one's powers is ignored by all who make every unsatisfied desire an occasion for asserting that not only has the pleasure of fulfillment been lost, but that the enjoyment of the striving itself has been destroyed. The satisfaction of a desire causes pleasure, and its non-satisfaction causes pain. But we have no right to infer from this fact that pleasure is nothing but the satisfaction of a desire, and pain nothing but its non-satisfaction. Both pleasure and pain may be experienced without being the consequence of desire. All illness is pain not preceded by any desire. If anyone were to maintain that illness is unsatisfied desire for health, he would commit the error of regarding the inevitable and unconscious will not to fall ill as a positive desire. When someone receives a legacy from a rich relative of whose existence he has not the faintest idea, he experiences a pleasure without having felt any preceding desire. Hence, if we set out to inquire whether the balance is on the side of pleasure or of pain, we must allow in our calculation for the pleasure of striving, the pleasure of the satisfaction of striving, and the pleasure which comes to us without any striving whatever. On the debit side, we shall have to enter the displeasure of boredom, the displeasure of unfulfilled striving, and, lastly, the displeasure which comes to us without any striving on our part. Under this last heading, we shall have to put also the displeasure caused by work that has been forced upon us, not chosen by ourselves. This leads us to the question, what is the right method for striking the balance between the credit and the debit columns? Edward von Hartmann asserts that reason holds the scales. It is true that he says, "Pain and pleasure exist only insofar as they are actually being felt." It follows that there can be no standard for pleasure other than the subjective standard of feeling. I must, whether the sum of my disagreeable feelings, contrasted with my agreeable feelings, results in me a balance of pleasure or of pain. But notwithstanding this, von Hartmann maintains that, though the value of the life of every being can be set down only according to its own subjective measure, yet it follows by no means that every being is able to compute the correct algebraic sum of all the feelings of its life, or, in other words, that its total estimate of its own life with regard to its subjective feelings should be correct. But this means that rational estimation of feelings is reinstated as the standard of value. It is because von Hartmann holds this view that he thinks it necessary, in order to arrive at a correct valuation of life, to clear out of the way those factors which falsify our judgment about the balance of pleasure and of pain. He tries to do this in two ways. First, by showing that our desire, instinct, will, operates as a disturbing factor in the sober estimation of feeling values. For example, whereas we ought to judge that sexual enjoyment is a source of evil, we are beguiled by the fact that the sexual instinct is very strong in us, into pretending to experience a pleasure which does not occur in the alleged intensity at all. We are bent on indulging ourselves, hence we do not acknowledge to ourselves that the indulgence makes us suffer. Secondly, von Hartmann subjects feelings to a criticism designed to show that the objects to which our feelings attach themselves reveal themselves as illusions when examined by reason, and that our feelings are destroyed from the moment that our constantly growing insight sees through the illusions. Von Hartmann then conceives the matter as follows. Suppose an ambitious man wants to determine clearly whether, up to the moment of his inquiry, there has been a surplus of pleasure or of pain in his life. He has to eliminate two sources of error that may affect his judgment. Being ambitious, this fundamental feature of his character will make him see all the pleasures of the public recognition of his achievements larger than they are, and all the insults suffered through rebuffs smaller than they are. At the time when he suffered the rebuffs, he felt the insults just because he is ambitious, but in recollection, they appear to him in a milder light, whereas the pleasures of recognition, to which he is so much more susceptible, leave a far deeper impression. Undeniably, it is a real benefit to an ambitious man that it should be so, for the deception diminishes his pain in the moment of self-analysis, but nonetheless it falsifies his judgments. The sufferings which he now receives, as through a veil, were actually experienced by him in all their intensity. Hence he enters them at a wrong valuation on the debit side of his account. In order to arrive at a correct estimate, an ambitious man would have to lay aside his ambition for the time of his inquiry. He would have to review his past life without any distorting glasses before his mind's eye, else he will resemble a merchant, who, in making up his books, enters among the items on the credit side his own zeal in business. But von Hartmann goes even further. He says the ambitious man must make clear to himself that the public recognition which he craves is not worth having. By himself, or with the guidance of others, he must attain the insight that rational beings cannot attach any value to recognition by others, seeing that, in all matters which are not vital questions of development, or which have not been definitely settled by science, it is always as certain as anything can be that the majority is wrong and the minority right. Whoever makes ambition the lodestar of his life puts the happiness of his life at the mercy of so fallible a judgment. If the ambitious man acknowledges all this to himself, he is bound to regard all the achievements of his ambition as illusions, including even the feelings which attached themselves to the satisfaction of his ambitious desires. This is the reason why von Hartmann says that we must also strike out of the balance sheet of our life values whatever is seen to be illusory in our feelings of pleasure. What remains after that represents the sum total of pleasure in life, and this sum is so small compared with the sum total of pain that life is no enjoyment and non-existence preferable to existence. But whilst it is immediately evident that the interference of the instinct of ambition produces self-deception in striking the balance of pleasure and thus leads to a false result, we must nonetheless challenge what von Hartmann says concerning the illusory character of the objects to which pleasure is attached. For the elimination, from the credit side of life, of all pleasurable feelings which accompany actual or supposed illusions would positively falsify the balance of pleasure and of pain. An ambitious man has genuinely enjoyed the acclamations of the multitude, irrespective of whether subsequently he himself or some other person recognizes that this acclamation is an illusion. The pleasure, once enjoyed, is not one whit diminished by such recognition. Consequently, the elimination of all these illusory feelings from life's balance, so far from making our judgment about our feelings more correct, actually cancels out of life feelings which were genuinely there. And why are these feelings to be eliminated? Because they are connected with objects which turn out to have been illusions. But this means that the value of life is made dependent, not on the quantity of pleasure, but on the quality of pleasure, and this quality is made dependent on the value of the objects which cause the pleasure. But if I am to determine the value of life only by the quantity of pleasure or pain which it brings, I have no right to presuppose something else by which first to determine the positive or negative value of pleasure. If I say I want to compare quantity of pleasure and quantity of pain in order to see which is greater, I am bound to bring into my account all pleasures and pains in their actual intensities, regardless of whether they are based on illusions or not. If I credit a pleasure which rests on an illusion with a lesser value for life than one which can justify itself before the tribunal of reason, I make the value of life dependent on factors other than mere quantity of pleasure. Whoever, like Edward von Hartmann, puts down pleasure as less valuable when it is attached to a worthless object, is like a merchant who enters the considerable profits of a toy factory at only 1/4 of their real value on the value that the factory produces nothing but playthings for children. If the point is simply to weigh quantity of pleasure against quantity of pain, we ought to leave the illusory character of the objects of some pleasures entirely out of the account. The method, then, which von Hartmann recommends, for example, rational criticism of the quantities of pleasure and pain produced by life, has taught us, so far, how we are to get the data for our collection, in other words, what we are to put down on the one side of our account and what on the other. But how are we to make the actual calculation? Is reason able also to strike the balance? A merchant makes a miscalculation when the gain calculated by him does not balance with the profits which he has demonstrably enjoyed from his business, or is still expecting to enjoy. Similarly, the philosopher will undoubtedly have made a mistake in his estimate if he cannot demonstrate in actual feeling the surplus of pleasure, or, as the case may be, of pain, which his manipulation of the account may have yielded. For the present, I shall not criticize the calculations of those pessimists who support their estimate of the value of the world by an appeal to reason. But if we are to decide whether to carry on the business of life or not, we shall demand first to be shown where the alleged balance of pain is to be found. Here we touch the point where reason is not in a position by itself to determine the surplus of pleasure or of pain, but where it must exhibit this surplus in life as something actually felt. For man reaches reality not through concepts by themselves, but through the interpretation of concepts and percepts, and feelings and percepts, which thinking brings about. A merchant will give up his business only when the loss of goods, as calculated by his accountant, is actually confirmed by the facts. If the facts do not bear out the calculation, he asks his accountant to check the account once more. That is exactly what a man will do in the business of life. If a philosopher wants to prove to him that the pain is far greater than the pleasure, but that he does not feel it so, then he will reply, "You have made a mistake in your theorizings. Repeat your analysis once more." But if there comes a time in a business when the losses are really so great that the firm's credit no longer suffices to satisfy the creditors, bankruptcy results, even though the merchant may avoid keeping himself informed by careful accounts about the state of his affairs. Similarly, supposing the quantity of pain in a man's life became at any time so great that no hope or credit of future pleasure could help him to get over the pain, the bankruptcy of life's business would inevitably follow. Now, the very number of those who commit suicide is relatively small compared with the number of those who live bravely on. Only very few men give up the business of life because of the pain involved. What follows? Either that it is untrue to say that the quantity of pain is greater than the quantity of pleasure, or that we do not make the continuation of life dependent on the quantity of felt pleasure or pain. In a very curious way, Edward von Hartmann's pessimism, having concluded that life is valueless because it contains a surplus of pain, yet affirms the necessity of going on with life. This necessity lies in the fact that the world purpose mentioned above, page 127, can be achieved only by the ceaseless, devoted labor of human beings. But so long as men still pursue their egoistical appetites, they are unfit for this devoted labor. It is not until the experience and reason have convinced them that the pleasures which egoism pursues are incapable of attainment that they give themselves up to their proper task. In this way, the pessimistic conviction is offered as the fountain of unselfishness. An education based on pessimism is to exterminate egoism by convincing it of the hopelessness of achieving its aims. According to this view, then, the striving for pleasure is fundamentally inherent in human nature. It is only through the insight into the impossibility of satisfaction that this striving abdicates in favor of the higher tasks of humanity. It is, however, impossible to say of this ethical theory, which expects from the establishment of pessimism a devotion to unselfish ends in life, that it really overcomes egoism in the proper sense of the word. The moral ideas are said not to be strong enough to dominate the will until man has learnt that the selfish striving after pleasure cannot lead to any satisfaction. Man whose selfishness desires the grapes of pleasure finds them sour because he cannot attain them, and so he turns his back on them and devotes himself to an unselfish life. Moral ideas, then, according to the opinion of pessimists, are too weak to overcome egoism, but they establish their kingdom on the territory which previous recognition of the hopelessness of egoism has cleared for them. If men, by nature, strive after pleasure but are unable to attain it, it follows that annihilation of existence and salvation through non-existence are the only rational ends. And if we accept the view that the real bearer of the pain of the world is God, it follows that the task of men consists in helping to bring about the salvation of God. To commit suicide does not advance, but hinders the realization of this aim. God must rationally be conceived as having created men for the sole purpose of bringing about his salvation through their action, else would creation be purposeless. Every one of us has to perform his own definite task in the general work of salvation. If he withdraws from the task by suicide, another has to do the work which was intended for him. Somebody else must bear in his stead the agony of existence. And since in every being it is, at bottom, God who is the ultimate bearer of all pain, it follows that to commit suicide does not in the least diminish the quantity of God's pain, but rather imposes upon God the additional difficulty of providing a substitute. This whole theory presupposes that pleasure is the standard of value for life. Now life manifests itself through a number of instincts, or needs. If the value of life depended on its producing more pleasure than pain, an instinct would have to be called valueless which brought to its owner a balance of pain. Let us, if you please, inspect instinct and pleasure in order to see whether the former can be measured by the latter. And lest we give rise to the suspicion that life does not begin for us below the sphere of the aristocrats of the intellects, we shall begin our examination with a purely animal need. For example, hunger. Hunger arises when our organs are unable to continue functioning without a fresh supply of food. What a hungry man desires, in the first instance, is to have his hunger stilled. As soon as the supply of nourishment has reached the point where hunger ceases, everything has been attained that the food instinct craves. The pleasure which is connected with satiety consists, to begin with, in the removal of the pain which is caused by hunger. But to the mere food instinct there is added a further need. For man does not merely desire to restore, by the consumption of food, the disturbance in the functioning of his organs, or to get rid of the pain of hunger, but he seeks to effect this to the accompaniment of pleasurable sensations of taste. When he feels hungry, and is within half an hour of a meal to which he looks forward with pleasure, he avoids spoiling his enjoyment of better food by taking inferior food which might satisfy his hunger sooner. He needs hunger in order to get the full enjoyment out of his meal. Thus hunger becomes for him at the same time a cause of pleasure. Supposing all the hunger in the world could be satisfied, we should get the total quantity of pleasure which we owe to the existence of the desire for nourishment. But we should still have to add the additional pleasure which gourmets gain by cultivating the sensibility of their taste nerves beyond the common measure. The greatest conceivable value of this quantity of pleasure would be reached if no need remained unsatisfied which was in any way connected with this kind of pleasure, and with the smooth of pleasure we had not at the same time to take a certain amount of the rough of pain. Modern science holds the view that nature produces more life than it can maintain. In other words, that nature also produces more hunger than it is able to satisfy. The surplus of life thus produced is condemned to a painful death in the struggle for existence. Granted that the needs of life are, at every moment of the world process, greater than the available means of satisfaction, and that the enjoyment of life is correspondingly diminished, yet such enjoyment as actually occurs is not one whit reduced thereby. Wherever a desire is satisfied, there the corresponding quantity of pleasure exists, even though in the creature itself which desires, or in its fellow creatures, there are a large number of unsatisfied instincts. What is diminished is not the quantity, but the value of the enjoyment of life. If only a part of the needs of a living creature find satisfaction, it experiences still a corresponding pleasure. This pleasure is inferior in value in proportion as it is inadequate to the total demand of life within a given group of desires. We might represent this value as a fraction, the numerator of which is the actually experienced pleasure, whilst the denominator is the sum total of needs. This fraction has the value 1 when the numerator and the denominator are equal, in other words, when all needs are also satisfied. The fraction becomes greater than 1 when a creature experiences more pleasure than its desires demand. It becomes smaller than 1 when the quantity of pleasure falls short of the sum total of desires. But the fraction can never have the value 0, so long as the numerator has any value at all, however small. If a man were to make up the account before his death, and to distribute in imagination over the whole of life the quantity belonging to a particular instinct, for example, hunger, as well as the demands of this instinct, then the total pleasure which he has experienced might have only a very small value, but this value would never become altogether nil. If the quantity of pleasure remains constant, then with every increase in the needs of the creature, the value of the pleasure diminishes. The same is true for the totality of life in nature. The greater the number of creatures in proportion to those which are able fully to satisfy their instincts, the smaller is the average pleasure value of life. The checks on life's pleasure which are drawn in our favor in the form of our instincts become increasingly less valuable in proportion as we cannot expect to cash them at their full face value. Suppose I get enough to eat on 3 days, and am then compelled to go hungry for another 3 days. The actual pleasure on the 3 days of eating is not thereby diminished, but I have now to think of it as distributed over 6 days, and this reduces its value for my food instinct by half. The same applies to the quantity of pleasure, as measured by the degree of my need. Suppose I have hunger enough for 2 sandwiches, and can only get 1. The pleasure which this one gives me has only half the value it would have had if, by the eating of it, had stilled my hunger. This is the way in which we determine the value of a pleasure in life. We determine it by the needs of life. Our desires supply the measure. Pleasure is what is measured. The pleasure of stilling hunger has value only because hunger exists, and it has a determinate value through the proportion which it bears to the intensity of the hunger. Unfulfilled demands of our life throw their shadow even upon fulfilled desires, and thus detract from the value of pleasurable hours. But we may speak also of the present value of a feeling of pleasure. This value is the smaller, the more insignificant the pleasure is in proportion to the duration and intensity of our desire. A quantity of pleasure has its full value for us when its duration and its degree exactly coincide with our desire. A quantity of pleasure which is smaller than our desire diminishes the value of the pleasure. A quantity which is greater produces a surplus which has not been demanded and which is felt as pleasure only so long as, whilst enjoying the pleasure, we can correspondingly increase the intensity of our desire. If we are not able to keep pace in the increase of our desire with the increase in pleasure, then pleasure turns into displeasure. The object which would otherwise satisfy us, when it assails us unbidden, makes us suffer. This proves that pleasure has value for us only so long as we have desires by which to measure it. An excess of pleasurable feeling turns into pain. This may be observed especially in those men whose desire for a given kind of pleasure is very small. In people whose desire for food is dulled, eating easily produces nausea. This again shows that desire is the measure of value for pleasure. Now, pessimism might reply that an unsatisfied desire for food produces not only the pain of a lost enjoyment, but also positive ills, agony, and misery in the world. It appeals for confirmation to the untold misery of all who are harassed by anxieties about food, and to the vast amount of pain which for these unfortunates results indirectly from their lack of food. And if it wants to extend its assertion also to non-human nature, it can point to the agonies of animals which, in certain seasons, die from lack of food. Concerning all these evils, the pessimist maintains that they far outweigh the quantity of pleasure which the food instinct brings into the world. There is no doubt that it is possible to compare pleasure and pain one with another, and determine the surplus of the one or the other as we determine commercial gain or loss. But if pessimists think that a surplus on the side of pain is a ground for inferring that life is valueless, they fall into the mistake of making a calculation which in actual life is never made. Our desire in any given case is directed to a particular object. The value of the pleasure of satisfaction, as we have seen, will be the greater in proportion as the quantity of the pleasure is greater relatively to the intensity of our desire. We disregard here the case where excessive increase of pleasure turns pleasure into pain. It depends, further, on this intensity how large a quantity of pain we are willing to bear in order to gain the pleasure. We compare the quantity of pain not with the quantity of pleasure, but with the intensity of our desire. He who finds great pleasure in eating will, by reason of his pleasure in better times, be more easily able to bear a period of hunger than one who does not derive pleasure from the satisfaction of the instinct for food. A woman who wants a child compares the pleasures resulting from the possession of a child not with the quantities of pain due to pregnancy, birth, nursing, etc., but with her desire for the possession of the child. We never aim at a certain quantity of pleasure in the abstract, but at concrete satisfaction of a perfectly determinate kind. When we are aiming at the definite object or a definite sensation, it will not satisfy us to be offered some other object or some other sensation, even though they give the same amount of pleasure. If we desire satisfaction of hunger, we cannot substitute for the pleasure which this satisfaction would bring a pleasure equally great, but produced by a walk. Only if our desire were, quite generally, for a certain quantity of pleasure, would it have to die away at once if this pleasure were unattainable, except at the price of an even greater quantity of pain. But because we desire a determinate kind of satisfaction, we experience the pleasure of realization, even when, along with it, we have to bear an even greater pain. The instincts of living beings tend in a determinate direction and aim at concrete objects, and it is just for this reason that it is impossible, in our calculations, to set down as an equivalent factor the quantities of pain in which we have to bear in the pursuit of our object. Provided the desire is sufficiently intense to be still to some degree in existence even after having overcome the pain, however great the pain, taken in the abstract, may be, the pleasure of satisfaction may still be enjoyed to its full extent. The desire, therefore, does not measure the pain directly against the pleasure which we attain, but indirectly by measuring the pain, proportionately, against its own intensity. The question is not whether the pleasure to be gained is greater than the pain, but whether the desire for the object at which we aim is greater than the inhibitory effect of the pain which we have to face. If the inhibition is greater than the desire, the latter yields to the inevitable, slackens, and ceases to strive. But inasmuch as we strive after a determinate land of satisfaction, the pleasure we gain thereby acquires an importance which makes it possible, once satisfaction has been attained, to allow in our calculation for the inevitable pain only insofar as it has diminished the intensity of our desire. If I am passionately fond of beautiful views, I never calculate the amount of pleasure which the view from the mountain-top gives me, as compared directly with the pain of the toilsome ascent and descent. But I reflect whether, after having overcome all difficulties, my desire for the view will still be sufficiently intense. Thus pleasure and pain can be made commensurate only immediately through the intensity of the desire. Hence the question is not at all whether there is a surplus of pleasure or of pain, but whether the desire for pleasure is sufficiently intense to overcome the pain. A proof for the accuracy of this view is to be found in the fact that we put a higher value on pleasure when it has to be purchased at the price of a great pain than when it simply falls into our lap like a gift from heaven. When sufferings and agonies have toned down our desire, and yet after all our aim is attained, then the pleasure is all the greater in proportion to the intensity of the desire that has survived. Now it is just this proportion which, as I have shown, page 137, represents the value of the pleasure. A further proof is to be found in the fact that all living creatures, including men, develop their instincts as long as they are able to bear the inhibiting pains and agonies. The struggle for existence is but a consequence of this fact. All living creatures strive to expand, and only those abandon the struggle whose desires are throttled by the overwhelming magnitude of the difficulties with which they meet. Every living creature seeks food until sheer lack of food destroys its life. Man, too, does not turn his hand against himself until, rightly or wrongly, he believes that he cannot attain those aims in which life alone seem to him worth striving for. So long as he still believes in the possibility of attaining what he thinks worth striving for, will he battle against all pains and miseries. Philosophy would have to convince man that striving is rational only when pleasure outweighs pain, for it is his nature to strive for the attainment of the objects which he desires, so long as he can bear the inevitable incidental pain, however great that may be. Such a philosophy, however, would be mistaken, because it would make the human will dependent on a factor, the surplus of pleasure over pain, which at first is wholly foreign to man's point of view. The original measure of his will is his desire, and desire asserts itself as long as it can. If I am compelled, in purchasing a certain quantity of apples, to take twice as many rotten ones as sound ones, because the seller wishes to clear out his stock, I shall not hesitate a moment to take the bad apples as well, if I put so high a value on the smaller quantity of good apples that I am prepared, in addition to the purchase price, to bear also the expense for the transportation of the rotten goods. This example illustrates the relation between the quantities of pleasure and of pain which are caused by a given instinct. I determine the value of the good apples, not by subtracting the sum of the good from that of the bad ones, but by the fact that, in spite of the presence of the bad ones, I still attach a value to the good ones. Just as I leave out of account the bad apples in the enjoyment of the good ones, so I surrender myself to the satisfaction of a desire after having shaken off the inevitable pains. Supposing even pessimism were in the right with its assertion that the world contains more pain than pleasure, it would nevertheless have no influence upon the will, for living beings would still strive after such pleasure as remains. The empirical proof that pain overbalances pleasure is indeed effective for showing up the futility of that school of philosophy which looks for the value of life in a surplus of pleasure, eudaimonism, but not for exhibiting the will as such as irrational. For the will is not set upon a surplus of pleasure, but on whatever quantity of pleasure remains after subtracting the pain. This remaining pleasure still appears always as an object worth pursuing. An attempt has been made to refute pessimism by asserting that it is impossible to determine by calculation the surplus of pleasure or of pain in the world. The possibility of every calculation depends on our being able to compare the things to be calculated in respect of their quantity. Every pain and every pleasure has a definite quantity, intensity, and duration. Further, we can compare pleasurable feelings of different kinds one with another, at least approximately, with regard to their intensity. We know whether we derive more pleasure from a good cigar or from a good joke. No objection can be raised against the comparability of different pleasures and pains in respect of their intensity. No thinker who sets himself the task of determining the surplus of pleasure or pain in the world starts from presuppositions which are undeniably legitimate. It is possible to maintain that the pessimistic results are false, but it is not possible to doubt that quantities of pleasure and pain can be scientifically estimated, and that the surplus of the one or the other can thereby be determined. It is incorrect, however, to assert that from this calculation any conclusions can be drawn for the human will. The cases in which we really make the value of our activity dependent on whether pleasure or pain shows a surplus are those in which the objects towards which our activity is directed are indifferent to us. If it is a question whether, after the day's work, I am to amuse myself by a game or by light conversation, and if I am totally indifferent what I do so long as it amuses me, then I simply ask myself, what gives me the greatest surplus of pleasure? And I abandon the activity altogether if the scales incline towards the side of displeasure. If we are buying a toy for a child, we consider in selecting what will give him the greatest pleasure, but in all other cases we are not determined exclusively by considerations of the balance of pleasure. Hence, if pessimistic thinkers believe that they are preparing the ground for an unselfish devotion to the work of civilization by demonstrating that there is a greater quantity of pain than of pleasure in life, they forget altogether that the human will is so constituted that it cannot be influenced by this knowledge. The whole striving of men is directed towards the greatest possible satisfaction that is attainable after overcoming all difficulties. The hope of this satisfaction is the basis of all human activity. The work of every single individual and the whole achievement of civilization have their roots in this hope. The pessimistic theory of ethics thinks it necessary to represent the pursuit of pleasure as impossible in order that man may devote himself to his proper moral tasks. But these moral tasks are nothing but the concrete natural and spiritual instincts, and he strives to satisfy these notwithstanding all incidental pain. The pursuit of pleasure, then, which the pessimist sets himself to eradicate, is nowhere to be found, but the tasks which man has to fulfill are fulfilled by him because from his very nature he wills to fulfill them. The pessimistic system of ethics maintains that a man cannot devote himself to what he recognizes as his task in life until he has first given up the desire for pleasure. But no system of ethics can ever invent other tasks than the realization of those satisfactions which human desires demand, and the fulfillment of man's moral ideas. No ethical theory can deprive him of the pleasure which he experiences in the realization of what he desires. When the pessimist says, "Do not strive after pleasure, for pleasure is unattainable. Strive instead after what you recognize to be your task," we must reply that it is human nature to strive to do one's tasks, and that philosophy has gone astray in inventing the principle that man strives for nothing but pleasure. He aims at the satisfaction of what his nature demands, and the attainment of this satisfaction is to him a pleasure. Pessimistic ethics, in demanding that we should strive, not after pleasure, but after the realization of what we recognize as our task, lays its finger on the very thing which man wills in virtue of his own nature. There is no need for man to be turned inside out by philosophy. There is no need for him to discard his nature in order to be moral. Morality means striving for an end, so long as the pain connected with this striving does not inhibit the desire for the end altogether. And this is the essence of all genuine will. Ethics is not founded on the eradication of all desire for pleasure, in order that, in its place, bloodless moral ideas may set up their rule where no strong desire for pleasure stands in their way, but it is based on the strong will which attains its end, even when the path to it is full of thorns. Moral ideals have their root in the moral imagination of man. Their realization depends on the desire for them being sufficiently intense to overcome pains and agonies. They are man's own intuitions. In them, his spirit braces itself to action. They are what he wills, because their realization is his highest pleasure. He needs no ethical theory first to forbid him to strive for pleasure, and then to prescribe to him what he shall strive for. He will, of himself, strive for moral ideals provided his moral imagination is sufficiently active to inspire him with the intuitions which give strength to his will to overcome all resistance. If a man strives towards sublimely great ideals, it is because they are the content of his will, and because their realization will bring him an enjoyment compared with which the pleasure which inferior spirits draw from their satisfaction of their commonplace needs is a mere nothing. Idealists delight in translating their ideals into reality. Anyone who wants to eradicate the pleasure which the fulfillment of human desires brings will have first to degrade man to the position of a slave who does not act because he wills, but because he must. For the attainment of the object of will gives pleasure. What we call the good is not what a man must do, but what he wills to do when he unfolds the fullness of his nature. Anyone who does not acknowledge this must deprive man of all the objects of his will, and then prescribe to him from without what he is to make the content of his will. Man values the satisfaction of a desire because the desire springs from his own nature. What he attains is valuable because it is the object of his will. If we deny any value to the ends which men do will, then we shall have to look for the ends that are valuable among objects which men do not will. A system of ethics, then, which is built up on pessimism, has its roots in the contempt of man's moral imagination. Only he who does not consider the individual human mind capable of determining for itself the content of its striving can look for the sum and substance of will in the craving for pleasure. A man without imagination does not create moral ideas. They must be imparted to him. Physical nature sees to it that he seeks the satisfaction of his lower desires, but for the development of the whole man, the desires which have their origin in the spirit are fully as necessary. Only those who believe that man has no such spiritual desires at all can maintain that they must be imparted to him from without. On that view, it will also be correct to say that it is man's duty to do what he does not will to do. Every ethical system which demands of man that he should suppress his will in order to fulfill tasks which he does not will, works not with the whole man, but with a stunted being who lacks the faculty of spiritual desires. For a man who has been harmoniously developed, the so-called ideas of the good lie not without but within the range of his will. Moral action consists not in the extirpation of one's individual will, but in the fullest development of human nature. To regard moral ideals as attainable only on condition that man destroys his individual will is to ignore the fact that these ideals are as much rooted in man's will as the satisfaction of the so-called animal instincts. It cannot be denied that the views here outlined may easily be misunderstood. Immature youths without any moral imagination like to look upon the instincts of their half-developed natures as the full substance of humanity, and reject all moral ideals which they have not themselves originated, in order that they may live themselves out without restriction. But it goes without saying that a theory which holds for a fully developed man does not hold for half-developed boys. Anyone who still requires to be brought by education to the point where his moral nature breaks through the shell of his lower passions cannot expect to be measured by the same standard as a mature man. But it was not my intention to set down what a half-fledged youth requires to be taught, but the essential nature of a mature man. Every mature man is the maker of his own value. He does not aim at pleasure, which comes to him as a gift of grace on the part of nature or of the Creator, nor does he live for the sake of what he recognizes as duty, after he has put away from him the desire for pleasure. He acts as he wills, that is, in accordance with his moral intuitions, and he finds in the attainment of what he wills the true enjoyment of life. He determines the value of his life by measuring his attainments against his aims. An ethical system which puts ought in the place of will, duty in the place of inclination, is consistent in determining the value of man by the ratio between the demands of duty and his actual achievements. It applies to man a measure that is external to his own nature. The view which I have here developed points man back to himself. It recognizes as the true value of life nothing except what each individual regards as such by the measure of his own will. A value of life which the individual does not recognize is as little acknowledged by my views as a purpose of life which does not spring from the value thus recognized. My view looks upon the individual as his own master and the assessor of his own value. 15. The individual and the genus. The view that man is a wholly self-contained, free individuality stands in apparent conflict with the facts that he appears as a member of a natural whole, race, tribe, nation, family, male or female sex, and that he acts within a whole, state, church, etc. He exhibits the general characteristics of the community to which he belongs, and gives to his actions a content which is defined by the place which he occupies within a social whole. This being so, is any individuality left at all? Can we regard man as a whole in himself, in view of the fact that he grows out of a whole and fits as a member into a whole? The character and function of a member of a whole are defined by the whole. A tribe is a whole, and all members of the tribe exhibit the peculiar characteristics which are conditioned by the nature of the tribe. The character and activity of the individual member are determined by the character of the tribe. Hence the physiognomy and the conduct of the individual have something generic about them. When we ask why this or that is so or so, we are referred from the individual to the genus. The genus explains why something in the individual appears in the forms observed by us. But man emancipates himself from these generic characteristics. He develops qualities and activities, the reason for which we can seek only in himself. The generic factors serve him only as a means to develop his own individual nature. He uses the peculiarities with which nature has endowed him as material and gives them a form which expresses his own individuality. We seek in vain for the reason of such an expression of man's individuality in the laws of the genus. We are dealing here with an individual who can be explained only through himself. If a man has reached the point of emancipation from what is generic in him, and we still attempt to explain all his qualities by reference to the character of the genus, then we lack the organ for apprehending what is individual. It is impossible to understand a human being completely if one makes the concept of the genus the basis of one's judgment. The tendency to judge according to the genus is most persistent where differences of sex are involved. Man sees in woman, woman in man, almost always too much of the generic characteristics of the other's sex and too little of what is individual in the other. In practical life, this does less harm to men than to women. The social position of women is, in most instances, so low because it is not determined by the individual characteristics of each woman herself, but by the general ideas which are current concerning the natural function and needs of woman. A man's activity in life is determined by his individual capacity and inclination, whereas a woman's activity is supposed to be determined solely by the fact that she is just a woman. Woman is to be the slave of the generic, of the general idea of womanhood. So long as men debate whether women, from her natural disposition, is fitted for this, that, or the other profession, the so-called woman's question will never advance beyond the most elementary stage. What it lies in woman's nature to strive for had better be left to woman herself to decide. If it is true that women are fitted only for that profession which is theirs at present, then they will hardly have it in them to attain any other. But they must be allowed to decide for themselves what is comfortable to their nature. To all who fear an upheaval of our social structure, should women be treated as individuals and not as specimens of their sex, we need only reply that a social structure in which the status of one half of humanity is unworthy of a human being stands itself in great need of improvement. Anyone who judges human beings according to their generic character stops short at the very point beyond which they begin to be individuals, whose activity rests on free self-determination. Whatever lies short of this point may naturally become matter for scientific study. Thus the characteristics of race, tribe, nation, and sex are the subject matter of special sciences. Only men who are simply specimens of the genus could possibly fit the generic picture which the methods of these sciences produce. But all these sciences are unable to get as far as the unique character of the single individual. Where the sphere of freedom, thinking and acting, begins, there the possibility of determining the individual according to the laws of his genus ceases. The conceptual content which man, by an act of thought, has to connect with percepts in order to possess himself fully of reality, cannot be fixed by anyone once and for all, and handed down to humanity ready-made. The individual must gain his concepts through his own intuition. It is impossible to deduce from any concept of the genus how the individual ought to think. That depends singly and solely on the individual himself. So again, it is just as impossible to determine on the basis of the universal characteristics of human nature what concrete ends the individual will set before himself. Anyone who wants to understand the single individual must penetrate to the innermost core of his being and not stop short at those qualities which he shares with others. In this sense, every single human being is a problem, and every science which deals only with abstract thoughts and generic concepts is but a preparation for the kind of knowledge which we gain when a human individual communicates to us his way of viewing the world, and for that other kind of knowledge which each of us gains from the content of his own will. Wherever we feel that here we are dealing with a man who has emancipated his thinking from all that is generic, and his will from the grooves typical of his kind, There we must cease to call in any concepts of our own making, if we would understand his nature. Knowledge consists in the combination by thought of a concept and a percept. With all other objects, the observer has to gain his concepts through his intuition. But if the problem is to understand a free individuality, we need only to take over into our own minds those concepts by which the individual determines himself in their pure form, without admixture. Those who always mix their own ideas into their judgment on another person can never attain to the understanding of an individuality. Just as the free individual emancipates himself from the characteristics of the genus, so our knowledge of the individual must emancipate itself from the methods by which we understand what is generic. A man counts as a free spirit in a human community only to the degree in which he has emancipated himself, in the way we have indicated, from all that is generic. No man is all genus, none is all individuality, but every man gradually emancipates a greater or lesser sphere of his being, both from the generic characteristics of animal life and from the laws of human authorities which rule him despotically. In respect of that part of his nature for which man is not able to win this freedom for himself, he forms a member within the organism of nature and of spirit. He lives in this respect by the imitation of others, or in obedience to their command. But ethical value belongs only to that part of his conduct which springs from his intuitions. This is his contribution to the already existing total of moral ideas. In such ethical intuitions, all moral activity of men has its root. To put this differently, the moral life of humanity is the sum total of the products of the moral imagination of free human individuals. This is Monism's confession of faith. Monism looks upon the history of the moral life not as the education of the human race by a transcendent God, but as the gradual living out in practice of all concepts and ideas which spring from the moral imagination. Section 3. Ultimate Questions. 16. The Consequences of Monism. An explanation of nature on a single principle, or, in other words, monism, derives from human experience all the material which it requires for the explanation of the world. In the same way, it looks for the springs of action also within the world of observation, in other words, in that human part of nature which is accessible to our self-observation, and more particularly in the moral imagination. Monism declares to seek outside that world the ultimate grounds of the world which we perceive and think. For monism, the unity which reflective observation adds to the manifold multiplicity of percepts is identical with the unity which the human desire for knowledge demands, and through which this desire is fully satisfied. Whoever looks for another unity behind this one only shows that he fails to perceive the coincidence of the results of thinking with the demands of the instinct for knowledge. A particular human individual is not something cut off from the universe. He is a part of the universe, and his connection with the cosmic whole is broken, not in reality, but only for our perception. At first we apprehend the human part of the universe as a self-existing thing, because we are unable to perceive the cords and ropes by which the fundamental forces of the cosmos keep turning the wheel of our life. All who remain at this perceptual standpoint see the part of the whole as if it were a truly independent, self-existing thing, a monad which gains all its knowledge of the rest of the world in some mysterious manner from without. But monism has shown that we can believe in this independence only so long as thought does not gather our percepts into the network of the conceptual world. As soon as this happens, all partial existence in the universe, all isolated being, reveals itself as a mere appearance due to perception. Existence as a self-contained totality can be predicated only of the universe as a whole. Thought destroys the appearances due to perception and assigns to our individual existence a place in the life of the cosmos. The unity of the conceptual world, which contains all objective percepts, has room also within itself for the content of our subjective personality. Thought gives us the true structure of reality as a self-contained unity, whereas the multiplicity of percepts is but an appearance conditioned by our organization. The recognition of the true unity of reality, as against the appearance of multiplicity, is at times the goal of human thought. Science strives to apprehend our apparently disconnected percepts as a unity by tracing their interrelations according to natural law. But owing to the prejudice that an interrelation discovered by human thought has only a subjective validity, thinkers have sought the true ground of unity in some object transcending the world of our experience, God, will, absolute spirit, etc. Further, basing themselves on this prejudice, men have tried to gain, in addition to their knowledge of interrelations within experience, a second kind of knowledge transcending experience, which should reveal the connection between empirical interrelations and those realities which lie beyond the limits of experience, metaphysics. The reason why, by logical thinking, we understand the nexus of the world was thought to be that an original creator has built up the world according to logical laws, and similarly, the ground of our actions was thought to lie in the will of this original being. It was overlooked that thinking embraces in one grasp the subjective and the objective, and that it communicates to us the whole of reality in the union which it effects between percept and concept. Only so long as we contemplate the laws which pervade and determine all percepts, in the abstract forms of concepts, do we indeed deal only with something purely subjective. But this subjectivity does not belong to the content of the concept which, by means of thought, is added to the percept. This content is taken not from the subject but from reality. It is that part of reality which is inaccessible to perception. It is experience, but not the kind of experience which comes from perception. Those who cannot understand that the concept is something real have in mind only the abstract form, in which we fix and isolate the concept. But in this isolation, the concept is as much dependent solely on our organization as is the percept. The tree which I perceive, taken in isolation by itself, has no existence. It exists only as a member in the immense mechanism of nature, and is possibly only in real connection with nature. An abstract concept, taken by itself, has as little reality as a percept taken by itself. The percept is that part of reality which is given objectively, and the concept that part which is given subjectively. Our mental organization breaks up reality into these two factors. The one factor is apprehended by perception, the other by intuition. Only the union of the two, which consists of the percept fitted according to law into its place in the universe, is reality in its full character. If we take mere percepts by themselves, we have no reality but a disconnected chaos. If we take the laws which determine percepts by themselves, we have nothing but abstract concepts. Reality is not to be found in the abstract concept. It is revealed to the contemplative act of thought, which regards neither the concept by itself nor the percept by itself, but the union of both. Even the most orthodox idealist will not deny that we live in the real world, that as real beings we are rooted in it, but he will deny that our knowledge, by means of its ideas, is able to grasp reality as we live it. As against this view, monism shows that thought is neither subjective nor objective, but a principle which holds together both these sides of reality. The contemplative act of thought is a cognitive process which belongs itself to the sequence of real events. By thought we overcome, within the limits of experience itself, the one-sidedness of mere perception. We are not able by means of abstract conceptual hypotheses, purely conceptual speculation, to puzzle out the nature of the real, but insofar as we find our percepts the right concepts, we live in the real. Monism does not seek to supplement experience by something unknowable, transcending experience, but finds reality in concept and percept. It does not manufacture a metaphysical system out of pure concepts, because it looks upon concepts as only one side of reality, for example, the side which remains hidden from perception, but is meaningless except in union with percepts. But monism gives man the conviction that he lives in the world of reality, and has no need to seek beyond the world for a higher reality. It refuses to look for absolute reality anywhere but in experience, because it recognizes reality in the very content of experience. Monism is satisfied with this reality because it knows that our thought points to no other. What dualism seeks beyond the world of experience, that monism finds in this world itself. Monism shows that our knowledge grasps reality in its true nature, not in a purely subjective image. It holds the conceptual content of the world to be identical for all human individuals. According to monistic principles, every human individual regards every other as akin to himself, because it is the same world content which expresses itself in all. In the single conceptual world, there are not as many concepts of lion as there are individuals who form the thought of lion, but only one. And the concept which A adds to the percept of lion is identical with B's concept, except so far as, in each case, it is apprehended by a different perceiving subject. Thought leads all perceiving subjects back to the ideal unity in all multiplicity, which is common to them all. There is but one ideal world, but it realizes itself in human subjects as in a multiplicity of individuals. So long as man apprehends himself merely by self-observation, he looks upon himself as this particular being, but so soon as he becomes conscious of the ideal world which shines forth within him and which embraces all particulars within itself, he perceives that the absolute reality lives within him. Dualism fixes upon the divine being as that which permeates all men and lives in them all. Monism finds this universal divine life in reality itself. The ideal content of another subject is also my content, and I regard it as a different content only so long as I perceive, but no longer when I think. Every man embraces in his thought only a part of the total world of ideas, and, so far, individuals are distinguished one from another also by the actual contents of their thought. But all these contents belong to a self-contained whole, which comprises within itself the thought contents of all men. Hence every man, in so far as he thinks, lays hold of the universal reality which pervades all men. To fill one's life with such thought content is to live in reality, and at the same time to live in God. The world is God. The thought of a beyond owes its origin to the misconception of those who believe that this world cannot have the ground of its existence in itself. They do not understand that, by thinking, they discover just what they demand for the explanation of the perceptual world. This is the reason why no speculation has ever produced any content which has not been borrowed from reality as it is given to us. A personal God is nothing but a human being transplanted into the beyond. Schopenhauer's will is the human will made absolute. Hartmann's unconscious, made up of idea and will, is but a compound of two abstractions drawn from experience. Exactly the same is true of all other transcendent principles. The truth is that the human mind never transcends the reality in which we live. Indeed, it has no need to transcend it, seeing that this world contains everything that is required for its own explanation. If philosophers declare themselves finally content when they have deduced the world from principles which they borrow from experience and then transplant into the beyond, the same satisfaction ought to be possible if these same principles are allowed to remain in this world, to which they belong anyhow. All attempts to transcend the world are purely illusory, and the principles transplanted into the beyond do not explain the world any better than the principles which are immanent in it. When thought understands itself, it does not demand any such transcendence at all, for there is no thought content which does not find within the world a perceptual content, in union with which it can form a real object. The objects of imagination, too, are contents which have no validity until they have been transformed into ideas that refer to a perceptual content. Through this perceptual content, they have their place in reality. A concept, the content of which is supposed to lie beyond the world which is given to us, is an abstraction to which no reality corresponds. Thought can discover only the concepts of reality. In order to find reality itself, we need also perception. An absolute being for which we invent a content is a hypothesis which no thought can entertain that understands itself. Monism does not deny ideal factors. Indeed, it refuses to recognize as fully real a perceptual content which has no ideal counterpart, but it finds nothing within the whole range of thought that is not immanent within this world of ours. A science which restricts itself to a description of percepts without advancing to their ideal complements is, for monism, but a fragment. But monism regards as equally fragmentary all abstract concepts which do not find their complement in percepts and which fit nowhere into the conceptual net that embraces the whole perceptual world. Hence it knows no ideas referring to objects lying beyond our experience and supposed to form the content of metaphysics. Whatever mankind has produced in the way of such ideas, monism regards as abstractions from experience, whose origin in experience has been overlooked by their authors. Just as little, according to monistic principles, are the ends of our actions capable of being derived from the beyond. So far as we can think them, they must have their origin in human intuition. Man does not adopt the purposes of an objective transcendent being as his own individual purposes, but he pursues the ends which his own moral imagination sets before him. The idea which realizes itself in an action is selected by the agent from the single ideal world and made the basis of his will. Consequently, his action is not a realization of commands which have been thrust into this world from the beyond, but of human intuitions which belong to this world. For monism, there is no ruler of the world standing outside of us and determining the aim and direction of our actions. There is for man no transcendent ground of existence, the counsels of which he might discover, in order thence to learn the ends to which he ought to direct his action. Man must rest wholly upon himself. He must himself give a content to his action. It is in vain that he seeks outside the world in which he lives for motives of his will. If he is to go at all beyond the satisfaction of the natural instincts for which Mother Nature has provided, he must look for motives in his own moral imagination, unless he finds it more convenient to let them be determined for him by the moral imagination of others. In other words, he must either cease acting altogether, or else act from motives which he selects for himself from the world of his ideas, or which others select for him from that same world. If he develops at all beyond a life absorbed in sensuous instincts and in the execution of the commands of others, then there is nothing that can determine him except himself. He has to act from a motive which he gives to himself and which nothing else can determine for him except himself. It is true that this motive is ideally determined in the single world of ideas, but in actual fact, it must be selected by the agent from that world and translated into reality. Monism can find the ground for the actual realization of an idea through human action only in the human being himself. That an idea should pass into action must be willed by man before it can happen. Such a will consequently has its ground only in man himself. Man, on this view, is the ultimate determinant of his action. He is free.